Leon woke up to the irritating sound of the alarm clock. His life was nothing but routine, meaningless work, exhaustion, and his health rapidly deteriorating. At 26, he already felt like an old man. Even a simple workout caused such back pain, as if he had run a marathon. What's happening to my body? Why is it giving up? He thought, but found no answer. Every day was a struggle against emptiness. After another long work day, he returned home, feeling like a squeezed lemon, but the ride in the elevator became the last moment of his old life. Suddenly, darkness surrounded him, the sensation of falling, and then emptiness. When he woke up, he realized that this was not his room, and this was not his reality. In the mirror, he saw a thin teenager with short black hair and glasses. It was him, but not really him. His new life was far from ideal. He was 17 years old, living in a small American town, an orphan who had inherited an old house barely standing. The memories of the previous owner filled his mind. Bullying at school, loneliness, and a fresh bump on his forehead from a ball that someone had intentionally thrown at him. How am I, a grown man, supposed to live in this body? Leon thought, remembering how the previous him endured all those humiliations. But in the chaos, he also saw the positives. Youth is a chance to start over. Even a weak body didn't seem like such a big problem. I'm already at the bottom. The only way is up, he decided. When he finished the last bits of food from the fridge, something strange flashed before his eyes. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his head. Breakthrough points gained 0.3. Right before his eyes appeared an interface similar to a game panel. His stats were displayed on the screen. Nate Lian. Strength 6.91. Endurance 7.3. Reaction 10.26. Spirit 13.14. Breakthrough point 0.3. Standard values for an adult male are 10. His heart raced. What is this system? Why did it appear? His stats, especially strength and endurance, were below normal, but instead of disappointment, he felt a spark of hope. Even if he was at rock bottom, now he had a way to rise. His gaze fell on a burger wrapper. Is it really about the food? He decided to test his guess and finish the leftover pizza. A few minutes later, the voice sounded again. Breakthrough points gained 0.5. Now everything became clear. Food gave him breakthrough points. It might sound ridiculous, but why look for logic? The important thing was that it worked. To test the system, Leon tried other activities. Reading, talking, physical exercises. Nothing yielded results. Only food gave him points. He realized something else. The points could be distributed among his stats. Without hesitation, he chose endurance. Endurance increased 7.3 to 7.13. Although the change was small, he felt the effect immediately. The fatigue vanished, the slight pain in his body disappeared, and the bump on his forehead noticeably shrank. This was a real chance to become stronger. But a new problem arose. The food was gone. To continue training, he needed more resources. The nearest shop was small and expensive, so he decided to go to a larger supermarket out of town. He took an old bike, which looked so bad that even the neighbors' children didn't use it. Attaching a basket to it, Leon set off. At first, he enjoyed the ride. The wind hit his face, the fields stretched on either side, and he felt a rush of youthful energy in his chest. But after a few kilometers, his strength began to fade. His legs grew heavy, his breath quickened, and his speed dropped. Then he heard the sound of a car horn. Turning around, he saw his neighbor, Miss Shira, a woman in her early 30s, with golden hair and a sarcastic smile. "Hey, kid, are you planning to fall right on the road?" she said with her usual mocking tone. "Thanks, my Shira, but I can manage," Lien replied, gritting his teeth. As soon as he said this, the system's voice echoed in his head again. Another breakthrough point and a new line appeared on the screen. Skill, cycling level 5 of 100, novice. He discovered that under his panel, a new skill had appeared. Leon quickly realized that only skills acquired after obtaining the piano counted. Upon gaining the skill, he felt an instant connection with the bicycle beneath him. It was as though he already knew every part of its structure and could control it with far greater ease. At the same time, he noticed that his physique stat had increased by 0.3 and his strength stat by 0.1 compared to before he left home. Could such basic cycling really enhance my body this much? Leon was surprised, but since it made him stronger, he naturally welcomed it. After being turned down, Sheila pressed her lips together and gazed at him for a few seconds before nodding. Her habit was to respect everyone's choices. "If you need anything, remember to contact me," she said. This mature, charming woman made a phone gesture toward Leanne before pressing the gas pedal of her Ford Raptor, which roared loudly as it sped away, quickly disappearing. After resting for a bit and solidifying as his skill, Leon's bike returned to its original speed, perhaps even faster. He felt his power output becoming more efficient, and pedaling no longer felt as exhausting. About 30 minutes later, Leon finally arrived at a large supermarket in Hillsborough. The nearly 20-kilometer journey might be a mere warm-up for professional road cycling enthusiasts, but for Leon, it felt like sheer torture, taking him almost 50 minutes. He parked his bicycle and stood at the entrance of the supermarket, enjoying the air conditioning for a moment before heading inside. The large American supermarkets gave Leon one overwhelming impression: big. Everything from the store area, shelves, and product quantities was massive compared to what he was used to. However, the layouts and organization were rougher than what he'd seen back home. This was mainly because the U.S., with its vast, sparsely populated areas, rarely had supermarkets or markets within walking distance of residential neighborhoods. As a result, most families shopped for at least 10-15 days' worth of supplies at a time. Nearly every household owned a car, and the popularity of pickup trucks was a testament to this necessity. Leon skipped the snacks and drinks sections, heading straight for the fresh produce aisle. His budget was tight, so he decided to cook his own meals, which would be healthier and more cost-efficient. A vibrant red slab of beef was priced at only $5.09 per pound. After converting, he estimated that 1 pound equaled about half a gin in domestic units. He selected a large piece for just over $20. Beef, being rich in protein, was a staple for anyone focused on fitness. If stir-fried, it could last for several meals, though grilling or roasting might deplete the supply quickly. He also grabbed 2 cartons of 60 large eggs for $11.99 each. Eggs were not only nutritious and affordable, but also easy to prepare in countless ways. For $2.99, a gallon of whole milk could be consumed like water, so he picked up 2 jugs. He skipped pork entirely. Many foreign pork products, being from uncastrated boars, had a peculiar taste. Moreover, beef wasn't significantly more expensive than pork, so it became his primary choice. Vegetables were somewhat pricier than back home, especially anything labeled organic, which could even rival meat prices. Sticking to a principle of balanced nutrition, he chose broccoli, carrots, spinach, and a few seasonings. After some hesitation, he also added some indulgent junk food like cola, chips, ice cream, and chocolate. Though indulging wasn't his main goal, he wanted to test whether different foods contributed varying amounts of breakthrough points. He also picked up some household items and daily necessities. By the time he reached the checkout counter, his cart was brimming. The total came to nearly $300, leaving his savings below the $3,000 mark. However, Leon knew these expenses were necessary. After all, just like starting a business requires capital, getting stronger demanded investment. Carrying 3 large grocery bags, Leon stood at the supermarket entrance, eyeing his rickety bicycle with a heavy heart. The added 40 pounds of weight would significantly increase his cycling resistance, and the bags hanging off the handlebars made steering even more difficult. He wasn't sure who would give out first, him or the bike. By the time he got home, the sun had set. What was a full stomach when he left had turned into gnawing hunger. Grabbing a piece of chocolate, He wolfed it down in 2 or 3 bites, chasing it with a large glass of milk to stave off hunger temporarily. In the store, the manager turned to him and asked why he had used 4 different glasses on a single 1,000-pound bottle. Then he thought about how his duty as a cop had been entirely periods of mind. With his previous bird-like stomach, a large glass of milk would have left him 70% full, and an extra piece of chocolate could have replaced dinner entirely. But now, he was only about 40% full. He figured he could easily eat a giant burger and still have room for more. 3.3. The points he earned from eating exceeded his expectations, but this time, Lian didn't allocate them to his physique. Instead, he focused on his afternoon skill acquisition. 39/100. On his way back, the skill had gained 34 proficiency points. Based on the mileage, it seemed that every kilometer cycled earned about 2 points. Controlling his thoughts, he used 0.1 breakthrough points, increasing his cycling proficiency by 5 points. Not worth it, Leon muttered, shaking his head. He decided to save the rest of his points for his physique. While physique could naturally improve through training, for now the higher his physique stat, the easier it was to earn breakthrough points. This made it his most critical attribute. Dinner consisted of boiled broccoli, pan-seared beef, and 2 fried eggs. If treated as a fitness meal with minimal salt and oil, it would likely taste bland. But unlike others pursuing natural fitness, Li An relied on stat boosts and preferred to prioritize taste. After dinner, Leon did an hour of cardio, clearing space for a bedtime snack of another glass of milk and 2 eggs. This entire process contributed 0.8 breakthrough points and naturally increased his physique by 0.2. The most noticeable change from his increased physique was that the once swollen bluish-purple bump on his head had receded into a dark mark, with the swelling completely gone. From his experience, normal people wouldn't heal this fast, suggesting his increased physique not only improved his limits, but also enhanced his recovery. The next morning, before Li An woke up, his younger brother was already awake, leaving him with a sentimental sigh. It's all coming back. As he dressed, Li An suddenly heard someone shouting his name outside his window. Leon, come out quickly. I have great news to tell you. Leon opened the window, looking down at the tall, red-haired white teenager standing below. He replied helplessly, I'll say it again, my name is Lian, not Leon. Besides, I want to know if your great news is worth me walking downstairs to open the door for you. Hearing this, the 188 cm slightly chubby young man grinned and said sincerely, trust me, you'll definitely need this. It's like this Uncle Wilson got a truckload of grain, but his health clearly doesn't allow him to move all of it into the warehouse. So he called us to help. Leon sighed. Helping someone move cargo, how is that good news? But in his memory, the old man had been kind to him before. Out of gratitude and politeness, he had to go. Besides, carrying goods wasn't much different from working out. Oh, and he promised us $10 each. Charles, my good brother, this can of Coke is yours. Leon quickly went downstairs, grabbing a can of Coke from the fridge, Charles's favorite, especially the canned version. Charles Henry was his neighbor and one of his few friends at school. The two became close not only because they lived next door, but also because Charles, despite his towering stature, was timid. Like Leanne, he was part of the group that got bullied at school, giving them plenty of common ground. Arriving at Uncle Wilson's warehouse, Leon glanced at the truck bed loaded with grain sacks. It was a decent amount, but still manageable for the two of them. Take your time, boys, no need to rush. Be careful not to hurt yourselves, Uncle Wilson said, smoking under the shade of a tree near the warehouse. The two nodded and approached the truck. Leon cautiously lifted a sack of grain. It wasn't light, but it wasn't as dense as cement or sand, so it wasn't too bad. He estimated it weighed about 70 or 80 pounds. Next to him, Charles didn't hesitate, immediately picking up a sack and swiftly heading toward the shelves. Leon, after a brief pause, crouched down to hoist the sack onto his shoulder. His body wasn't sturdy enough to risk lifting recklessly. He had to use the most energy-efficient method. Uncle Wilson was a bit surprised. Leon didn't look like the physical type, but he had a natural knack for carrying things. After moving just 5 sacks, Leon's clothes were drenched in sweat, yet his eyes remained sharp. He glanced at his status panel. Name Leon. Strength 6.96. Stamina 7.34. Agility 10.26. Spirit 13.14. Breakthrough points 0. Skills. Riding 39 of 100 beginner. In just this short time, his stamina had increased by 0.01. Though it equated to just a few bites of food in terms of breakthrough points, reality wasn't like a game where you could eat anytime you wanted. Such laborious activities not only boosted his attributes but also consumed his energy, allowing him to eat more food later, a win-win situation. After about 10 minutes, Charles had finished his share, while Li Lian still had 4 sacks left. Though his physical condition had improved noticeably since yesterday, he still couldn't compare to Charles, who stood at 188 cm and weighed nearly 200 pounds. Charles was about to grab another sack when Lian gestured for him to stop. "You're done with your share, take a break. I'll handle the rest." Though his voice was strained, it carried enough authority to make Charles pause. Charles often relied on Lian for help with his schoolwork, so he naturally obeyed him. When the last sacks were finally moved, Lian's legs were trembling as he walked. But the reward was another 0.01 increase in stamina, now at 7.35, and a crisp $10 bill. After using digital payments for so long, the inked smell of cash had a peculiar charm. "Uncle Wilson, if you have more tasks like this in the future, we'd be happy to help," Lian said politely before leaving. Earning $10 in less than half an hour, though exhausting, was pretty decent for students like them. As the two boys left, Mrs. Wilson asked her husband curiously, "Wasn't this batch of grain bought for your cousin? Why bother moving it to the warehouse?" Uncle Wilson chuckled softly and replied, "A bit of physical activity and some pocket money are exactly what these kids need." Walking past Aunt Sheila's house on the way home, Leanne's attention was instantly caught by a flash of red, a long, blood-red dress. Sheila stood in black velvet high heels, the dress perfectly accentuating her curvy figure. For a typical 17-year-old boy, her figure might seem a bit plump, but to Lian, whose mental age approached 30, it was just right. Golden hair, blue eyes, and red lips set against flawless fair skin. No additional adornments were needed to amplify her natural allure. Clearly dressed up, Sheila held a tray of apple pie as she walked outside. "You're just in time. I was about to find you. Since you're here, why don't you come in?" Lian instinctively wanted to refuse, but, catching sight of the pie in her hands, swallowed and nodded. "I'd be happy to." The house was tidy, with a TV in the living room playing a variety show at a moderate volume. Lian guessed that, like many who lived alone, Sheila didn't necessarily watch TV but left it on for background noise, making the house feel less empty. The freshly baked apple pie was sweet and crispy. For someone who didn't like desserts, it might have been overly sweet, but for Li Lian, who had just burned so many calories, it was perfect. After praising her cooking, an awkward silence followed. "Do you usually watch shows like this?" Lian asked, glancing at the TV to find a topic. The program, called Slap Power, was a competitive show where two contestants slapped each other until one gave up. Many participants left unconscious, with a KO rate higher than in boxing, brutal yet captivating. Lian recalled seeing such contests in short videos but had never encountered one on TV before. In the US, quirky shows like this were common, often behind paywalls, designed to be as attention-grabbing as possible. The mention of the show made Sheila excited. "You know, Lee, watching these matches gives you an adrenaline rush. I'm over 30 now, so I need some excitement in my life. Plus, I used to be a sports health coach, so I've always kept an interest in different kinds of sports." After chatting for a while, Lian learned more about her. As he was about to leave, Sheila's gaze lingered on him, and she softly said, "If your body feels sore after exercising, feel free to come to me for help." Although Sheila said that, Lian, who had been working in the professional world for several years, knew that such words were just sales tactics. The so-called sports rehabilitation? It was obvious he couldn't afford it, and he wouldn't fall into that consumer trap. Yes, with his current frail physique, he definitely couldn't handle it. At that moment, what occupied his mind the most was the $1 million prize from the TV program he had just seen. In his free time, Lian often thought about ways to make money. With his current spending rate, his savings wouldn't last long. To become stronger more efficiently, he would need to invest in various foods, supplements, and even a nutritionist. Fitness equipment, gear, and training facilities would all require money. In short, all these things were interconnected. When Lian got home, he suddenly had an idea. Since cycling could be a skill, perhaps skills like Tai Chi, Iron Shirt, boxing, or Jiu-Jitsu could also be developed. After over an hour of online research, Lian ultimately decided to study traditional martial arts. From a training perspective, modern martial arts focus more on competition. The training aims to make you stronger in the ring and defeat opponents. Traditional martial arts, on the other hand, are much broader and deeper. Beyond combat, they include elements of health preservation, philosophy, culture, and more. If he wanted quick results in the short term, modern martial arts were undoubtedly more suitable. However, for long-term specialization, Lian leaned towards traditional martial arts. With his attribute panel, slow learning speed, obscure methods, or even aptitude weren't issues for him. In this sense, traditional martial arts were a good fit. Another critical reason was the high cost of modern martial arts training. Coaches, sparring partners, and training venues all charged by the hour, and the equipment wasn't cheap either. As for the type of martial arts, he was inspired by a short video blogger, Ji Wu Yuan, and chose Tongbei Quan. This boxing style focused on punches and palms. Lian had seen many videos online of people splitting bricks and stones. However, these often relied on either tricks and technology or brute strength and a disregard for pain. After watching everything, none seemed as effortless and elegant as the Tongbei Quan demonstrated by the blogger. The technique alone showed its uniqueness. In China, one of the most famous practitioners of this style was Zhao Wenjuo, a national martial arts champion. Without delay, Lian ordered a set of Tongbei Quan books from Amazon, spending dozens of dollars. In today's society, martial arts manuals were no longer considered treasures. Most of the time, even if you begged someone to practice them, they wouldn't bother. Special techniques or secret manuals. You could keep them hidden, but they'd eventually be buried with you. In the following days, Lian's life became very disciplined, reminiscent of his intense final year of high school. It was unclear whether it was due to his improved mental strength after transmigration or his regular habits, but he woke up naturally at 7 a.m. every day. His breakfast consisted of a large glass of milk, 3 slices of whole grain bread, and 3 boiled eggs. Perhaps due to the short-term increase in food intake, his stomach and esophagus had adapted. His appetite progress even outpaced his physical improvement. After waking up, he would do a 5-kilometer slow jog to warm up, followed by 10 kilometers of cycling and bodyweight exercises like push-ups, squats, and pull-ups. Before lunch, he'd have an extra meal, eating as much as possible. Afternoons were relatively free. Over these few days, he helped Uncle Wilson on the farm twice, earning $20. The rest of his time was spent cycling aimlessly around the town, enjoying the scenery. He maintained 5 meals a day, quickly consuming the week's worth of food he had planned. Through continuous testing, he discovered that the breakthrough points gained from eating weren't just based on the quantity or calories of the food. A balanced diet and addressing nutritional deficiencies in his body were also crucial. Notably, his training over the past few days revealed that repetitive actions were less effective for improving his attributes than diverse and compound movements. This further validated his decision to learn martial arts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lian slowly stood up from the floor, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the towel on his shoulder. A glance revealed that his arm muscles were now slightly defined. He went to open the door and, unsurprisingly, it was his package. The package had taken 5 days to arrive, a relatively fast delivery time in the US. Lian estimated that if it were in China, it might have arrived the next day or 2 to 3 days at most. Despite his grumbling, Lian was excited as he held the package. In his previous life in China, learning Tai Chi in P class had been torture. Now, in this life, he was learning martial arts in the U.S.-IT felt surreal. Opening the package, he found several books inside. In addition to the basic training methods, there were 2 DVDs with insights and key techniques. Lian didn't rush into practice. Instead, he browsed through the book's contents. The Tongbei Quan set he had bought belonged to the QI family lineage, the founding branch of this style. The core requirements for its technique were summarized in 20 words: cold, explosive, crisp, fast, hard, heavy, long, agile, soft, skillful, strong, light, sharp, shaking, hidden, sticky, flowing. The style emphasized the Tongbei Jin, or connected arm force, as its core principle. The Zhao Lian Shu small linking hands was the primary training method for the QI family's Tongbei Quan. Over the years, this method had been continuously refined and integrated with modern scientific approaches, making it distinct from other martial arts styles. Before formally starting his training, Lian decided to check his current attribute panel to assess his state. This way, by comparing his progress, he could evaluate how effective martial arts training was compared to conventional workouts. Name: Lian. A. Strength 7.91. Stamina 9.88. Agility 10.30. Spirit 13.16. Breakthrough points 0. Skills: cycling 152 of 200 proficient. Trait increases lower body strength and endurance by 10%. Running 12 of 200 proficient. Trait increases lung capacity by 10%. Over the past 5 days, Lian had allocated nearly all his breakthrough points to stamina. Combined with his daily high-intensity training, the result was that his stamina had now reached the level of a standard healthy adult male. Don't underestimate this change. The stamina of a standard healthy adult male doesn't represent the average level. In fact, Lian's current stamina exceeded that of 90% of ordinary people. For most people, without a habit of regular exercise and a healthy routine, it's rare to maintain their body at a fully healthy level. Most people, like the middle-aged, overworked Lian of the past, were in a sub-health state with minor health issues here and there. Over these days, his continuous running training had helped him master the running skill, advancing it to the proficient level. With the skill upgrade, the improvement in his exercise experience and technique was self-evident. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that when a skill advanced to a new level, it granted him a green text trait. For example, after cycling reached proficient, he gained the trait of increasing lower body strength and endurance by 10%. Unlike strength gained from gradual training, this increase occurred instantly. He could feel the surge of strength the moment he acquired the trait. The physical changes and improvements he had experienced over these 5 days were greater than what he could have achieved in 5 months of prior training. Now, not only did his arm muscles have definition, but his abs were also clearly visible. Previously, he had some visible abs, but they were due to being underweight rather than muscular. At 175 cm tall and weighing only 55 kg, he had been best described as skinny. Now, after 5 days, his weight had increased by 2 kg, and even his height had grown by 1 cm. Although the data changes weren't dramatic, his overall appearance and energy had transformed significantly. To put it simply, he had gone from a typical reserved science nerd to a sunny and outgoing young man. After confirming his current state, Lian reopened his martial arts book and began learning the techniques step by step. The techniques of Zhao Lian's show weren't complicated but required smooth transitions. The arm movements, foot positions, and even the direction of his gaze changed with each move. As a beginner, he could only mimic each motion slowly, trying his best to perfect each action and posture. Only after mastering the individual movements could he link them together. Coordinated, fluid movements and power control weren't things he could grasp immediately. In comparison, the stances associated with Tongbei Quan were much simpler. After just half an hour, he felt like he had the basic stance down. By sunset, Lian's joints were aching all over. Unfortunately, his panel still didn't display the Tongbei Quan skill, not even for the stance practice he thought he had mastered. Apparently, what he considered standing properly was far from the true standard. Still, Lian wasn't discouraged. If he could master it in half a day, that would be abnormal. In reality, he had gained quite a lot. At least he had memorized and practiced each individual move. Lian could feel that his memory had improved drastically compared to his working days, possibly even doubling in effectiveness. In high school, his memory had been decent, but years of late nights and overwork during college had taken their toll. By the time he started working, his memory had further declined with age. Forgetting items or tasks was a daily occurrence, and if he didn't write down his assignments, something was bound to slip through the cracks. Lian had often wondered if he would develop dementia before reaching retirement age. Now, however, he could fully memorize multiple complex movements in a short time and recall them clearly, surpassing even his peak cognitive performance. The energy he expended today was clearly much greater than what simple exercises required. In the evening, Lian made himself a large pot of tomato, potato, and beef stew. Thanks to his improved physical attributes, his sensory abilities, including taste and smell, had also sharpened. He was quite satisfied with the dish's flavor, which was far better than anything he had cooked before. In cooking, a chef's sensitive palate and sense of smell are essential. If you can't judge your own food's quality, you can't make anything truly delicious. Before eating, Lian filled a bowl with stew and decided to share it with his neighbor. After all, she had brought him food before, and maintaining good relations was only polite. Standing at her door, Lian rang the bell. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bare feet running on wooden floors echoed. After a 2-second pause, the door opened, revealing a surprised Sheila. She seemed to have just finished working out. She wore a black sports tank top and matching yoga pants, barefoot, with slightly flushed cheeks and a faint sheen of sweat on her forehead. "Lee, is this for me?" Sheila asked, her face lighting up with delight. The aroma of the stew hit her as soon as she opened the door, and it seemed quite appealing. "Yes," Lian nodded. "I just hope it suits your taste." For some reason, Lian felt his heart racing, attributing it to the day's intense training. "Why don't you come in and eat with me? This is too much for me to finish alone, and I have some snacks baking in the oven," Sheila said. She had initially meant to express gratitude, but somehow turned it into an invitation. She couldn't quite pinpoint it, but Sheila felt that Lian had undergone a significant change over the past few days. If she had to describe it, he now exuded a stronger masculine charm. "I'd rather not. I still have food cooking at home," Lian replied, somewhat awkwardly. His original intention had been to drop off the food as a gesture of goodwill. But before he could finish his refusal, Sheila grabbed his arm and pulled him inside. "Did I train too hard today? Why does my body have no strength to resist?" Lian thought to himself. In the living room, a large yoga mat was spread out, and the TV was playing a yoga tutorial. There was also a faint buttery aroma lingering in the air. After they sat on the couch, Sheila glanced at Lian's body, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Have you been working out today?" Sheila noticed that many areas of Lian's exposed skin were slightly red. With her professional experience, she could easily tell that Lian had been training intensely. When Sheila asked about it, Lian didn't hide anything. He shared his training plan from the past few days, including his practice of Tongbei Quan. He did this to prepare those familiar with him for the changes in his body, as he was getting stronger every day. To his surprise, Sheila wasn't shocked by his interest in traditional martial arts. What Lian didn't know was that in the US, the number of people practicing traditional martial arts was actually quite significant. In terms of population ratio, it far exceeded that of China. Sheila simply suggested that he find a professional martial arts coach. This would help him avoid detours in his learning and build a solid foundation. Although Lian verbally agreed, he had no intention of hiring a coach. Having a skilled master nearby would indeed accelerate his progress, but it wouldn't result in a qualitative leap. Thanks to his skill panel, each practice session allowed him to assess whether his movements were correct by observing the increase in proficiency. When skill levels increased, he gained substantial related techniques and experience. Thus, spending a lot of money on a coach didn't seem cost-effective for him. The tomato, potato, and beef stew Lian cooked turned out tender and flavorful. Except for its slightly dull color, the aroma and taste were impeccable. Since Sheila didn't have rice at home, Lian made do with a few pieces of bread. "Aren't you going to eat some staple food?" "For dinner, I usually control my carbohydrate intake. The potatoes in the stew are enough," Sheila replied. Lian nodded. Everyone's dietary needs were different, and it was no wonder she maintained such a good figure. Sheila picked up a napkin, elegantly wiped her mouth, then looked at Lian with a smile and said, "Actually, I need more protein." "You're right. Protein is essential for fitness," Lian replied without looking up, using a piece of bread to soak up the last bit of broth from the pot. "All right, now that we've finished eating, let's move on to the next step," Sheila said, standing up. With her height of 170 cm, combined with her figure and outfit, she made quite an impression. "Huh? Next step?" Lian asked, confused. "Just trust me. I guarantee it'll help your body relax." Sheila's tone was calm but firm, leaving no room for refusal. "Take off your shirt and lie down on the yoga mat," she instructed. "What? Isn't this too sudden?" Lian stammered. "I just finished eating." Sheila gave a charming smile and replied, "Don't worry. You won't need to do anything." Though hesitant, Lian complied, taking off his shirt and lying on the yoga mat. His lean and toned physique was on full display. "Wait here for a moment," Sheila said before swaying her hips as she walked into another room. When she returned with an assortment of tools, Lian couldn't hide his surprise. He was curious but didn't dare to ask. It wasn't until Sheila's warm hands, mixed with essential oils, began massaging his body that Lian realized he was receiving a free service. "Is this ice and a hot towel?" Lian asked. Ice and heat therapy are used for different physical conditions. Ice can reduce capillary bleeding for fresh injuries, while heat helps with older bruises and sprains by promoting blood circulation, Sheila explained as her hands continued working. She paused briefly, seeming to recall something, and added hesitantly, "In traditional Chinese medicine, there's a term called activating blood circulation to remove stasis. It's similar to this concept." Lian smiled contentedly and said, "I didn't expect you to know about traditional Chinese medicine." "Of course. In fact, many principles of Chinese medicine are incredibly helpful in sports rehabilitation," Sheila said proudly while reaching for another bottle of essential oil. "This one, for example, I bought from China." Hearing this, Lian couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. After the full massage session, Lian felt physically refreshed, though a bit uneasy in his heart. He calculated, for this massage session, charging $298 wouldn't be too much. Since it's in the US, add another $100. Glancing at Sheila's figure as she turned away, he silently adjusted the price upward by another $100. Thinking about the little money left in his wallet, Lian shook his head. He couldn't afford such services, let alone make it a habit. He expressed his gratitude verbally and left it at that. Back at home, Lian finished off the leftover beef stew and some nearly dry rice from his rice cooker for a late-night snack. Breakthrough point plus 0.05. In the past, he would have felt guilty about eating at night, worrying about gaining weight. Now he ate whenever he wanted, fully indulging himself. His increased stamina had also raised his basal metabolic rate. Combined with high-intensity training, eating less made him feel uncomfortable. The next morning, under the rising sun, Lian stretched lazily and loosened his muscles. His body felt sore in various places, but still within tolerable limits. He figured his improved stamina had helped him adapt to the training, reducing post-workout fatigue. Sheila's help yesterday had also made a significant difference. Unfortunately, such professional care was beyond his current budget. A quick online search showed that even fixing a leaky pipe in the US cost hundreds of dollars, let alone professional health services. Labor fees here were outrageously high. After finishing his usual warm-up routine, Lian didn't go for a run or bike ride as usual. Instead, he continued practicing the Zhao Lian show techniques of Tongbei Quan. From yesterday's half-day practice, his stamina had increased from 9.88 to 10.03 a gain of 0.15. In contrast, his first 2 days of self-design training had increased his stamina by about 0.22 in total. Though the difference wasn't huge, it was worth noting that he hadn't even mastered the basic movements of Tongbei Quan yet. This realization solidified his belief in the effectiveness of martial arts training. Once he reached the beginner level, he expected it to be just as effective, if not more, than cycling and running. Tongbei Quan emphasizes hand, eye, body movement, and footwork, with 108 individual techniques just for hand movements. Each technique can be trained in 3 aspects: posture, force application, and practical use. Only after mastering the posture can one be considered to have taken the first step, at which point they can begin learning force application and practical use. In simple terms, it means learning the basic movements first, then understanding the power generation techniques behind each move, and finally how to use them in real combat. As for eye technique, it serves as a skill to support the offensive capabilities of the hand technique. It can be seen as both predictive ability and tactical learning. Body movement forms the foundation of force application and is also part of power generation. Without a solid foundation in body movement, even with strength, it is merely raw force rather than refined power. This means that power comes from isolated parts of the body rather than utilizing the whole body for maximum efficiency. The force training of individual hand techniques is essentially the reinforcement of body movement pathways. Only by mastering these 3 aspects can one achieve basic combat abilities. Afterward, there is training in connected hands, which truly develops real combat capability. Having gone through all this, Lian couldn't help but marvel at the depth of Chinese martial arts. It was no wonder that traditional martial arts had declined so much in modern times. Even setting aside the question of real combat effectiveness, the sheer difficulty of entry was enough to make most people quit before seeing any results. According to the guide, even the most basic entry-level training required months of practice. However, Lian wasn't in a hurry. His skill panel provided the greatest advantage, ensuring that every move he learned was correct, avoiding detours or injuries. Since starting Tongbei Quan, Lian had stopped using his breakthrough points on stamina and instead saved them up. He wanted to test how adding points to spirit or reaction would affect him. After breakfast, his breakthrough points had accumulated to 0.24. He chose to save them for a noticeable increase, as small increments might not produce perceivable changes. Lian first followed the video instructions on the DVD, clumsily practicing an entire set of movements. Although his memory had improved significantly, some details of the moves were still fuzzy after a night's sleep. By the end of the set, his movements were neither smooth nor elegant. Realizing his limitations, Lian allocated all his breakthrough points to spirit. Name: Lian. Strength 7.92. Stamina 10.03. Reaction 10.30. Spirit 13.40. Breakthrough point 0. Skills: cycling 152 of 200 proficient. Trait: increases lower body strength and endurance by 10%. Running 12 of 200 proficient. Trait: increases lung capacity by 10%. The moment the points were applied, Lian felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his brain, like inhaling a burst of mint. However, the sensation came and went quickly. If asked whether he immediately felt smarter, Lian couldn't say for sure. After all, the increase in spirit was only about 2%, far from groundbreaking. But during subsequent practice, Lian noticed some differences. His thoughts seemed more active. When practicing a movement, he could not only mentally replicate its posture but also ponder its purpose. Why was this movement executed this way? Would adjusting the posture slightly make it more suitable for his body? Would synchronizing his breathing at this point improve power generation? Such questions kept surfacing during his training. For stance training, he also gained a deeper understanding compared to the previous day. He realized that stances weren't just about form but also substance. Why practice stances? Which parts of the body were being trained? Answering these questions was the key to truly mastering them. Most people couldn't multitask like this. However, in traditional martial arts, such mental engagement was called comprehension rather than a distraction. While his body performed the movements, his mind analyzed them, combining theory with practice. Though his understanding was still vague, the sense of progress was tangible, motivating him to continue. Lian trained intensely until he felt a strong emptiness in his body and realized it was already noon. Normally, he would have eaten around 10 a.m., but having engaged in continuous physical and mental activity, he was now starving. It was evident that his enhanced spirit had also increased his body's energy consumption. Lian wondered if his body could have handled it if he had prioritized increasing spirit before stamina. Opening his fridge, he saw that his food supplies were nearly gone. He decided to cook everything left in one meal. By his estimate, his daily food intake was roughly equivalent to that of 2 adults of his size. While this wasn't outrageous, many fitness enthusiasts managed similar amounts. It still strained his already limited budget. After a satisfying meal, Lian rested for an hour before hopping on his old bike to head to the supermarket for a grocery run. As soon as he mounted the bike, his body instinctively adjusted to the optimal posture. His cycling skill, now at a proficient level, put his technique on par with seasoned amateur cyclists. Covering the 17-kilometer trip in just 40 minutes, Lian felt accomplished. If he were riding a road bike, this would be an impressive time. But doing it on a basic single-speed women's bike, anyone who saw it would shout, "What the heck?" After getting off the bike, Lian wiped his sweat, did a quick 2-minute stretch, and checked his status panel. He saw that his cycling proficiency had increased by 34 points, while his stamina and strength had risen by 0.03 and 0.01, respectively. With experience from his previous shopping trips, Lian headed straight for the discount section. It wasn't that he couldn't eat organic food. Discounted items were simply more cost-effective. The saying goes, 3 parts training, 7 parts eating. In his spare time over the past few days, Lian had learned quite a bit about nutrition online, and this knowledge came in handy when shopping for groceries. High-protein foods like beef, eggs, and fish, vitamin-rich vegetables and fruits, and organ meats to replenish trace elements, all of these were on Lian's shopping list. He continued buying until his bike could carry no more. When choosing what to buy, Lian followed the principle: simple ingredients, large quantities. Organ meats, in particular, were dirt cheap because Americans generally didn't like eating them. Items like chicken feet, pig ears, and intestines, considered delicacies in China, were practically given away here. He also didn't obsess over sugar-free or low-fat options. Although his physique had improved significantly compared to a few days ago, he was still far from shedding the skinny guy label. For him, daily intake of some fat and sugar was still necessary. Besides, the human love for sugar and fat was rooted in genetics, and bodily instincts both were sources of happiness. This trip cost him nearly $300, leaving his savings precariously close to dropping below $2,000. Still, Lian wasn't too worried. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay chopping wood. At this stage, balancing work with training wouldn't earn him much and would slow his progress. He figured that once his physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, earning money would be effortless. After hanging his grocery bags neatly on his bike, Lian felt like a human delivery service. The load was even heavier than during his first trip. As he mounted the bike, he thought he heard it groan under the weight. Fortunately, after overcoming the initial difficulty of starting, pedaling became easier as the bike picked up speed. His cycling proficiency had reached 186/200ths. It wouldn't be long before he advanced to the next level. Motivated by this, Lian pushed his speed to the limit. Whoosh! A dark shadow zipped past the Eric brothers. "Was that a bike just now?" "I'm not sure," said the younger brother, puzzled. "It was, and a women's bike loaded with bags at that," replied the elder. "Are you joking?" "I don't have time for jokes. This is a rare opportunity. We need to catch up and take a look." The elder brother tossed aside his half-finished energy drink, grabbed his carbon fiber road bike, and gave chase. The younger brother, sporting a buzz cut, was left bewildered. The two had been taking a break during their routine cycling training, never expecting to witness something like this. He didn't have time to ask questions, so he simply followed his brother. Norman Eric was well known in the local cycling scene, but he could swear he'd never seen anyone ride this fast under such conditions. Standing slightly on his pedals, he swayed the carbon fiber bike from side to side, quickly reaching high speed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, yet there was no sign of the bike that had flashed by. Doubt began creeping into Eric's mind. Had he imagined it? Determined, he increased his pedaling frequency, pushing his speed even further. Finally, in the distance, he caught sight of the shadowy figure. He was relieved. If this person had been riding a proper road bike, Eric might not have been able to catch up. "Hey, wait up, buddy," Eric shouted. He noticed that the person's speed had decreased, likely due to exhaustion. Meanwhile, Lian was pedaling furiously, eyes fixed on his panel. Cycling 199 of 200 proficient. Trait lower body strength and endurance plus 10%. A breath later, the proficiency ticked up again. Cycling 0 of 400 master. Trait lower body strength and endurance plus 20%. The green font trait upgraded to blue, and the increase in physical attributes doubled. Previously, Lian's legs had been on the verge of giving out from the high-speed sprint. But now, with the upgrade, he felt his lower body limits expanding. A flood of techniques and experience filled his mind. What had previously been scattered bits of knowledge now formed a coherent system. Even his movements seemed to develop muscle memory. The simple act of pedaling felt as if he had practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. Elated by this breakthrough and the wind rushing past his ears, Lian didn't hear anyone calling him. Instead of slowing down after such a long sprint, his speed continued to increase. Eric, who had been closing the gap, was baffled. He had expected the cyclist to run out of steam, but the opposite happened. They were accelerating. Left with no choice, Eric pushed himself harder to keep up. The relentless pace was taxing even for his seasoned body, but instead of frustration, he felt exhilaration. 3 minutes later, Lian finally noticed someone calling out behind him. Glancing back, he assessed Eric's gear and determined he wasn't a threat before pulling over to the side of the road. Eric, panting heavily after the sprint, approached Lian with a mix of excitement and nervousness. "I mean, no harm, you know. It's just... Well, I don't know how to put this. Are you interested in cycling?" Eric asked. Lian scratched his head, confused, and replied, "A bit, I guess." Why? He couldn't figure out what this guy wanted. A street interview? That didn't seem right. Catching his breath, Eric organized his thoughts and continued, "Well then, would you be interested in joining our cycling team?" Lian's lips curled into a slight smile. Being recognized felt good. He hadn't expected one of his physical skills to attract attention so quickly. However, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he calmly asked, "Give me a reason." Eric glanced at Lian's bike, visibly uncertain, and said, "If you join us, we can provide you with a professional road bike." "Is that all?" Lian's expression remained calm, showing no excitement. He didn't believe someone would just hand him a benefit without expecting something in return. If this were an NPC encounter, there would surely be a task to complete before receiving a reward. Eric hesitated slightly but didn't try to hide anything further. It wasn't something shameful, after all. The reason he hadn't mentioned it outright was because the situation seemed almost too coincidental. Who would have thought that randomly meeting someone on the road and saying hello could potentially solve a long-standing problem? The thing is, our cycling team is about to compete in an important team race. However, one of our members was injured 2 weeks ago, leaving us short one rider. After explaining, Eric looked up seriously at Lian and said, "That's why I want to invite you to join our team. As compensation, if we win, I'll make sure you get 50% of the prize money." In truth, Eric didn't care much about the money due to his family's wealth. He only set aside 50% to account for the other team members' feelings. "Oh, by the way, you haven't registered as a professional cyclist yet, have you?" Eric asked abruptly. When Lian shook his head, Eric felt relieved. At that moment, Eric's younger brother finally caught up, taking a swig of water before adding, "If you're really that good, we'll give you 75%. The prize for the winning team is $10,000, second place gets $5,000, and third place gets $3,000. How much we win will depend on our performance." Lian nodded, his demeanor calm, though inside he was thrilled. With only $2,000 to his name, even third place would double his savings. Perhaps sensing that Lian might decline, Eric quickly added, "Even if we don't place, we'll still pay you a $500 appearance fee and provide a fully functional road bike." While the honor of this race wasn't particularly prestigious, it held special meaning for the Eric brothers. They wanted to achieve something on their own without relying on their family. To this end, Eric had dipped into his personal savings rather than asking his parents for money. For wealthy kids like them, channeling their energy into sports was as healthy a hobby as one could hope for. "Well then, let's work together," Lian said, extending his hand for a handshake. He wasn't entirely sure where his skills stood, so having a guaranteed base compensation was ideal. After exchanging contact information, they agreed to meet the next day in the city center. With only a week left before the race, time was tight. Even Eric wasn't confident about their chances. "Do you think that guy from the east can pull it off?" the younger Eric asked uncertainly. "At the very least, he's the best option we have right now," Eric replied firmly. The race targeted amateur student riders, meaning they couldn't hire a strong outside rider even if they had the money. Residency requirements alone disqualified many options. Factoring in amateur status, age, and other restrictions, Lian was the most suitable candidate. Back at home, Lian was in high spirits. This unexpected opportunity to participate in the race seemed like a great way to solve his immediate financial troubles. Of course, even without this event, he would soon have to find a way to monetize his growing abilities. After a quick meal of bread and milk, Lian resumed his Tongbei Quan practice. He had a faint premonition that today's training might bring a breakthrough. After finishing a set of Xiao Lian's show practice, sweat beaded on his forehead. He could now barely complete the entire set of movements, though the fluidity still needed improvement. Next came stance training, paired with Tongbei Quan. Lian was pleasantly surprised to find that his ability to hold the stance had significantly improved compared to yesterday. In an instant, he connected the improvement to the upgrade in his cycling skill, which had enhanced his lower body strength and thus improved his stance training. Compared to the Xiao Lian show practice, stance training was much simpler. He had already mastered the movements during his first attempt, with only a deeper understanding of force application remaining. Closing his eyes, Lian stood as still as a tree trunk. However, upon closer observation, subtle rhythmic movements could be seen. Although cycling seemed unrelated to Tongbei Quan, both ultimately revolved around generating power from the body, creating some overlap. Combining the power generation techniques gained from the cycling upgrade, Lian found that his stance training became significantly more effective. Time passed unknowingly. Over an hour later, Lian was still standing motionless, seemingly lost in a meditative state. Just yesterday, his maximum standing time had been around 20 minutes. Suddenly, a bird chirped outside, breaking his focus. Opening his eyes, Lian's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Only now did he realize how exhausted he was. While standing, he hadn't felt it, but the fatigue hit him all at once. The sensation reminded him of his younger days when he would secretly spend entire days gaming in internet cafes, entirely absorbed in the activity. Unfortunately, as he grew older, it became harder to find something that could captivate him so completely. This long-lost feeling of total immersion left him nostalgic. Opening his status panel, Lian found a new addition under his skills, namely An. Strength 7.95 plus 0.02. Stamina 10.12 plus 0.06. Reaction 10.32 plus 0.02. Spirit 13.44 plus 0.04. Breakthrough points 0.10. Skills: cycling 20 of 400 master. Trait lower body strength and endurance plus 20%. Running 12 of 200 proficient. Trait lung capacity plus 10%. Tongbei Quan stance training 78 of 100 beginner. To his delight, his stance training had not only reached the beginner level but had also gained significant proficiency, putting him close to the next stage. Even Lian's other attributes, including the hardest to improve reaction and spirit, had seen varying degrees of progress. However, Lian knew that entering a flow state like he had earlier was rare and not something he could rely on. Long-term improvement would still require steady, step-by-step effort. After a brief rest, Lian went to the kitchen and took out a salmon weighing over 5 pounds from the fridge. He had grown tired of eating beef over the past few days and wanted a change. In the US, freshwater fish was rarely consumed, mainly due to cooking methods. Historically, cooking in the US had leaned toward simplicity, either grilling or eating raw, lacking the variety of techniques found in China. Both methods carried risks of ingesting parasites, so people generally preferred saltwater fish. Parasites in saltwater fish, due to their environment, were less likely to harm humans. Additionally, seasoning was a factor. Without proper spices to mask the fishy odor, many freshwater fish were considered unpalatable. Over time, this became a cultural habit. Lian, however, didn't choose to prepare the fish as sashimi, even though it was common. He still felt uneasy about eating it raw. Initially, he planned to make sour fish soup but couldn't find pickled vegetables at the supermarket. He had to substitute tomatoes instead. He prepared a rich tomato fish soup, tangy and appetizing, perfect with rice. The dish was also nutritionally balanced, providing protein, fat, carbohydrates, vitamins, and fiber. Breakthrough point plus 0.06. After gaining the breakthrough point, Lian allocated it entirely to spirit, raising it to 13.60. After assessing himself, he felt that the increase was still within his body's tolerable range, which reassured him. While spirit and reaction weren't entirely untrainable, they were harder to improve compared to stamina and strength. Prioritizing these attributes made sense. Between the two, Lian felt that spirit was currently more beneficial. If he needed to engage in combat or competitive sports in the future, he could always focus on reaction later. After a short rest, Lian resumed practicing Xiao Lian Shu. This was the skill he was most eager to master at the moment. Once he mastered both the stance training and techniques of Tongbei Quan, he would officially be considered proficient. Perhaps because he had already mastered stance training, His practice of Xiao Lian Shu this time felt different. It was no wonder the book emphasized that these techniques complemented each other. Without a solid foundation, practicing other skills would yield half the results for twice the effort. The clock on the wall showed midnight, but Lian was still in the living room, repeatedly practicing Xiao Lian Shu. Sweat dripped from his body, soaking the floor around him. He wasn't suddenly inspired to train so diligently. Instead, he felt that he was on the verge of breaking through, as if separated from his goal by a thin membrane. This elusive feeling of inspiration drove him to practice tirelessly. Mastering Tongbei Quan in such a short time was no easy feat, even with his skill panel. It still required considerable effort. Fortunately, his recent improvements in stamina and spirit allowed him to sustain this intensity. His previous physical state wouldn't have been able to endure it. With a smooth turn, Lian steadied his breathing and retracted his fists, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The skill Tongbei Quan stance training had disappeared, replaced by Tongbei Quan 42 of 100 beginner. After half a day of practice, even his stamina had improved significantly, comparable to his progress from aimless workouts in the past. Having achieved a small goal, Lian could finally get a good night's sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Lian got on his bike and headed straight for the city center instead of wandering aimlessly. Following the map, he arrived at a small villa where the Eric brothers were already waiting for him. Standing with them was a tall, burly white man. The man greeted him briefly without saying much but looked puzzled when his gaze fell on Lian's bicycle. Lian immediately deduced that this muscular man was likely another mercenary recruited by the Eric brothers, just like himself. "All right, for the next week, forget about that damned women's bike. This will be your new ride," the younger Eric said, grinning as he rolled out a turquoise road bike from the house. "Technically, it's my ex-girlfriend, you don't mind, do you?" he joked. Lian waved dismissively. He didn't care about such things. It was just a second-hand bike, and his current one was probably even more used. Besides, he could tell that anything discarded by a wealthy kid like Eric wouldn't be subpar. "All right, the reason we called you here today is to conduct some last-minute training and improve our team's coordination," Eric said, cutting off the jokes with a serious tone. Turning to Lian, he asked, "Have you ever participated in a team cycling race before?" "No," Lian replied, shaking his head. He hadn't even ridden a proper road bike before. While his cycling technique was now at a professional level, he wasn't familiar with the rules of competitive racing. Eric wasn't surprised by this answer and explained the rules of the upcoming race to Lian in detail. In short, each team would send 4 riders to start simultaneously. The team's final score would be based on the times of its top 3 finishers. This format, known as a mass start race, was one of the most exciting types of cycling competitions. There was also a team time trial format, where teams started at intervals of 2 to 3 minutes, and the final time was based on the third rider to finish. These rules dictated specific roles for each rider, such as lead-out rider and sprinter. Typically, the lead-out rider's job was to absorb the wind resistance at the front, reducing the drag for teammates and conserving their energy to improve overall performance. By the latter stages of the race, the lead-out rider often expended all their energy and dropped out, their time excluded from the final results. This explained why 4 riders competed, but only the top 3 scores were considered. After initial discussions, Eric designated Lian as the team's primary lead-out rider. Lian had no objections to this arrangement, mainly because he wasn't familiar with everyone's abilities yet. Besides, Eric was the one footing the bill, and earning such a generous payment just for riding a bike wasn't an opportunity to pass up. Anticipating that Lian might not have any equipment, Eric thoughtfully prepared essential cycling gear, including sports drinks, knee pads, and a helmet. "Today's training will cover 80 kilometers. Speed isn't the focus. We're mainly working on team coordination and synergy," Eric explained. Lian, excited, pushed his bike to the roadside. He had always been interested in group cycling activities, but had never had the opportunity to participate due to various reasons. In the US, with its vast and sparsely populated landscapes, choosing a cycling route was relatively easy. This area wasn't particularly busy, with few vehicles or pedestrians around. For the first 2 minutes, Lian focused on getting used to his new road bike, testing its gear-shifting functions. The difference was stark. This bike was leagues ahead of his old one in terms of ease and performance. However, his initial fumbling caught the attention of the other 2 riders, who glanced at Eric with puzzled expressions. But after 2 minutes, their expressions changed. Lian's movements suddenly became precise and professional, reaching the standard of top amateur cyclists. Only Eric wasn't surprised. From the moment he saw Leon, he could tell his posture was nothing short of professional. The only mystery was why someone so skilled had been riding a women's bike. Perhaps that was just the eccentricity of an expert. Since it was still the warm-up phase, Eric allowed everyone to ride freely. Leon, feeling an itch to test his limits, couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to see what his full power could achieve. Previously, he had been cautious not to push too hard, fearing he might damage his old bike, his only means of transportation. As the group started, their speed quickly reached 30 kilometers per hour, but Leon continued to accelerate, pedaling faster and faster. The other three, unwilling to be left behind, also picked up their pace. 40, 50, 60? Is he already over 70? The younger Eric muttered, glancing at his speedometer, which showed 58 kilometers per hour, his maximum on flat terrain. Yet, even at this speed, he watched the gap between him and Leanne widen. In less than 10 seconds, the younger Eric had to lower his pedaling frequency and slow to 40 km/h. This wasn't because he was weak. On the contrary, his cycling ability ranked in the top 10 at his school, a result of 3 to 4 years of dedicated training. For most regular cyclists, reaching a sprint speed of 50 kilometers per hour on flat terrain was already an impressive achievement. "Are you sure he hasn't registered as a professional cyclist?" The burly man finally spoke, breaking his silence. "I'm certain, as long as he didn't give me a fake name," Eric replied, his eyes shining with excitement. He knew he had found a treasure. Not only could they aim for the top 3, but they might even contend for first place. "His explosive power is absolutely top tier. We might need to reconsider and make him our sprinter," the younger Eric said, his tone still heavy with astonishment. About 2 minutes later, the three caught up with Leanne, who had slowed down. His back was drenched in sweat, but he showed no signs of exhaustion. "Do you mind if I check your speedometer?" the younger Eric asked eagerly, approaching immediately. "Be my guest," Leon replied. "Holy crap, 66.5 kilometers per hour. Bro, Lee's 3 kilometers per hour faster than your record on this route," the younger Eric exclaimed, eyes wide as he turned to his brother. Now, he no longer felt disheartened. After all, even his brother couldn't match this speed. Achieving a sprint speed of over 60 kilometers per hour on flat terrain was a significant milestone, effectively reaching the speed of cars on regular roads. With Leon's abilities now clear, the group's mood became much more relaxed. Leanne had learned from experience that this was typical of young Americans. If you were skilled, no matter how arrogant you were, they would respect and admire you. If you lacked ability, even if you acted submissive, they'd look down on you even more. By the end of the morning's training, the group had maintained an average speed of over 30 kilometers per hour, completing the 80-kilometer goal. This ride gave the others a new understanding of Leon. Initially, they thought his strength lay solely in explosive power, but it turned out his endurance was just as remarkable. His overall cycling ability was clearly in a different league from theirs. Meanwhile, Leanne gained 160 proficiency points in burnout, along with a 0.5 increase in stamina and a 0.2 increase in potential. This session also helped him gauge his current level. Without even pushing himself to the limit, he could easily outclass these top amateur riders. Before the official competition, Leon expected his proficiency to reach another tier and his physical attributes to improve significantly. Unless professional riders participated, he was confident no one could suppress him. For lunch, Eric, as the wealthy host, arranged the meal. After completing 80 kilometers of training, everyone was starving. They decided on a high-end Brazilian barbecue buffet. Leanne secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been an a la carte restaurant, he wouldn't have dared to eat freely. But a buffet posed no such concerns. At the buffet, servers brought grilled meat to the table, slicing off portions for anyone who wanted some. The three seasoned athletes, with their robust physiques, had enormous appetites, accepting almost everything offered: sizzling steaks, fragrant lamb legs, Orleans-style chicken wings, smoked bacon. It all disappeared into their mouths. What they didn't expect, however, was that Leon, despite his lean frame, had an extraordinary appetite. It made sense. To sustain such explosive power and endurance, he needed to replenish his energy intake significantly. The meal lasted a full hour and a half. Only as their dining time neared its end did they leave the restaurant, thoroughly satisfied. The meal, including tips, cost over $300, but for Eric, this was no big deal. At a higher-end restaurant, a similar amount of food would have easily cost over $800. After lunch, the group invited Lee on to join them for afternoon activities, but he politely declined. For Lee An, cycling was just one of the many ways he pursued self-improvement. He also had Tongbei Kwan running and other tasks to work on, so he couldn't dedicate all his time to one activity. With time being so precious, he saw no reason to waste it on meaningless social activities. He was very clear about the nature of social interactions. They were essentially exchanges of value. Given his current level of ability, even if he tried to ingratiate himself with influential people, they wouldn't take him seriously. Instead of spending time and energy on such things, he preferred to focus on improving himself. Once he became strong enough, people would naturally come to him, inviting him to meals and competing to offer him money. After returning home, the first thing Lee An did was train in Tongbei Kwan. He wanted to see how systematic training compared to his previous, more random exercises in terms of efficiency. What was once a tedious and monotonous practice had now become deeply motivating, especially as he could see his physical stats improving with each session. Apart from a short break for afternoon tea, Leon trained without stopping. Exercise itself can be addictive. The endorphins released by his body gave him a joy reminiscent of playing video games during his childhood. By sunset, Leon finally stopped. He could feel that his body was no longer in a condition to continue training. Although his current stamina was already impressive compared to his peers, nearly 4 hours of intense training had left him utterly exhausted. He opened his attribute panel to review the results of the day's efforts. Name Leanne. A. Strength 8.00 plus 0.03. Stamina 10.41 plus 0.16. Reaction 10.33 plus 0.01. Spirit 13.60. Breakthrough points 0.12. Skills. Cycling 241 of 400 proficient trait lower body strength. Endurance plus 20%. Running 16 of 200 proficient trait lung capacity plus 10%. Tongbei Kwan 60 of 100 beginner. The most surprising result was that his stamina had increased by 0.16 in just one afternoon. Previously, a whole day of random training would only increase it by around 0.22. This meant his training efficiency had improved by approximately 50%. Such a significant boost was no small matter. If compared to natural talent, this efficiency gap would be akin to the difference between an average person and a genius. In contrast, his strength showed only minor improvements, which Leon understood. Improving strength solely through bodyweight exercises wasn't easy. For quicker results, he would need to use heavy weights to stimulate his muscles. For example, street workout enthusiasts often have lean and toned physiques, but they rarely achieve large muscle mass. Aside from increasing muscle mass, another way to enhance strength is by improving neural recruitment ability. If muscle mass represents absolute strength, neural recruitment determines how efficiently you can utilize it. Together, they determine your practical output. Training to enhance neural recruitment is more complex. Methods such as slow training, isometric exercises, explosive training, functional training, and heavy lifting can all improve it. Practicing Tongbei Kwan was one such method. Leon continued allocating his breakthrough points to spirit. Although intangible, spirit impacted many aspects of his life. It enhanced his martial arts comprehension, memory, thinking speed, and even daily energy levels. That night, Leon didn't train physically but used the time to study martial arts theories and physiology. Most people would find such topics boring, hard to understand, and ultimately useless. For Leon, however, the experience was entirely different. It felt as though a mental block had been lifted. He could easily grasp complex terms, connect scattered knowledge into coherent systems, and even infer the meaning of obscure concepts from context. This effortless and useful learning experience was something most people would enjoy if only they had the ability to do so. Leon mused that if he had this kind of mental clarity during his high school exams, he might have been able to aim for top universities like Tsinghua or Peking University. Immersed in his studies, time flew by, and before he realized it, it was late at night. When he stood up to pour himself a glass of water, it took 2 attempts to grab the glass. Closing his eyes to steady himself, he realized he was slightly lightheaded. While his spirit had grown stronger, it also increased his brain's energy consumption. He decided he needed to pace himself to avoid overtaxing his body. Before going to bed, Leon glanced at his panel and was surprised to find that his spirit had increased by 0.08. Although this was less than the increase in stamina, it confirmed that high-intensity mental exertion could indeed improve spirit. On the third afternoon, Lian's Tongbei Quan finally advanced to the next level. He was curious to see what traits would accompany the proficient level of the skill. Tongbei Quan 1 of 200 proficient. Trait reaction, neural recruitment plus 0%. Lian was satisfied with these improvements, as both reaction and neural recruitment were notoriously difficult to enhance. It was clear that Tongbei Quan's traits were designed for combat. Over the next few days, Lian settled into a consistent routine. In the mornings, he trained road cycling with the Eric brothers. In the afternoons, he practiced Tongbei Quan. In the evenings, he studied theory and mixed in strength exercises like push-ups and squats. During this time, Charles approached him twice, once to help at Uncle Wilson's house and another time to suggest a part-time job at the town supermarket. Lian helped at Uncle Wilson's, but declined the offered tip. From the repetitive nature of the tasks, Lian suspected that Uncle Wilson didn't actually need help but was simply offering the boys a chance to earn some pocket money. Grateful for the kindness, Lian decided not to accept any more of these jobs. As for the supermarket gig, Lian rejected it outright. He wasn't desperate enough to take on low-paying, time-consuming work. If he ever needed money urgently, he had faster ways to earn it. A disciplined lifestyle made time pass quickly. Before he knew it, the eve of the cycling competition had arrived. Today, Lian skipped cycling practice. Since the race was tomorrow, Eric had suggested the team take the day off to rest and maintain their condition. As a result, Lian's training load was much lighter than usual. He even slept in for a bit before heading out for a jog to exercise his cardiovascular system. Soon after he started running, Lian encountered Sheila, who was also out. Today, Sheila wasn't wearing her usual long dress. Instead, she was dressed in a professional black blazer, a black pencil skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and dark gray high heels. Lian slowed his pace as Sheila spotted him and waved enthusiastically from a distance. "Long time no see, busy little guy," Sheila said with a sly smile, raising her voice slightly on purpose. Lian was momentarily startled but quickly understood that she was teasing him. He smiled lightly and replied, "In my country, we have an old saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. It means that if you deeply miss someone, even 1 day of separation feels as long as 3 years. Sheila froze for a few seconds, her cheeks suddenly turning red. She had just realized she'd been flirted with by a younger guy, no less. Quickly changing the topic, she asked, "Are you out for a run?" Lian nodded and countered, "And you?" "I have a meeting downtown today," Sheila replied. Then, as if remembering something, she added, "Oh, by the way, I'll be attending an event tomorrow. Are you free? You could come with me." Perhaps sensing her offer might not be enticing enough, she quickly added, "There will be lots of delicious food, exciting competitions, and even the hottest girls in the city. Don't you want to think about it?" Sheila leaned closer to Lian, squinting her eyes, adopting the demeanor of an old man trying to lure a young girl. "Sorry, I have something very important tomorrow." "Next time for sure," Lian replied firmly, declining Sheila's invitation. "Come on. No amount of food or beauties could beat cold, hard cash." "That's a shame. But don't worry, if I can't bring back any girls, I'll at least bring you some food," Sheila said with a laugh before waving at Lian again and walking off toward her pickup truck. "I'll thank you on behalf of my mouth, tongue, and stomach," Lian called out, resuming his jog. This run ended up being longer than usual. When Lian finally saw his running proficiency max out, he slowed to a walk, taking deep breaths as he made his way home. Running 1 of 400 proficient. Trait lung capacity plus 20%. As an aerobic activity, cycling performance was naturally influenced by lung capacity. With improved lung capacity, Lian could sustain higher power output during rides. While he was confident in his ability to place well in the race, he knew there was always room for improvement. The next morning, Lian arrived at the race venue to participate in the opening ceremony. To his surprise, the event attracted far more spectators than he had anticipated. Even some local homeless people had shown up not to watch the race, but for the free food offered at the venue. Though the local shelters distributed food regularly, the quality couldn't compare to what was being served here. Lian hadn't expected to run into familiar faces at the race. That Eric's team didn't one of their members get injured? "Looks like they found another poor soul to fill in," said a tall white youth, sipping a cup of hot coffee as he stared ahead coldly. Next to him, a shorter white youth eagerly holding a hot dog followed his gaze. His expression changed as he seemed to recognize someone. After squinting for a few seconds, he laughed and turned back to the taller youth. "I know the new cyclist. It's Bookworm Lee. Just tell me about his skills, Barber," the tall youth replied coldly, not taking his eyes off the scene. Barber suppressed a laugh, struggling to keep his composure as he responded, "Honestly, you know how bad he is at sports. In gym class, he's worse than Mike with his bum leg. If he were riding a bike to school, I'd bet he'd still show up late, even if it's only 10 kilometers away. The tall youth finally chuckled and nodded. Seems like they've just picked someone to make up the numbers. He then turned to a short boy, about 170 cm tall, and likely not even high school aged, who was dressed in professional cycling gear. "How are you feeling today, Arthur?" he asked softly. "Pretty good," Arthur replied in a low voice, keeping his head down. Leon had noticed their gazes by now. He used to think the idea of feeling someone's gaze was nonsense, but now he could genuinely sense it, likely another effect of his improved spirit attribute. This confirmed that the changes brought by spirit weren't limited to memory and cognitive enhancements. Leon recognized Barber immediately. The guy had been part of the group that frequently mocked him at school. However, Leon ignored them and walked toward the podium. On the right side of the podium sat an elegant woman in a black dress. Leon gazed at her and softly remarked, "Is this the place you wanted to bring me, Mrs. Sheila?" Sheila, upon noticing Leanne, was pleasantly surprised. She had come here at the invitation of an old friend to lend some gravitas to this otherwise dull event. But now that Leon was here, it was anything but dull. Eric's group, watching Leon engage with someone on the podium, was utterly stunned. While Eric himself didn't know much about the woman, the person seated beside her was a well-known high school principal in the area. Clearly, this woman's status wasn't ordinary either. The tall white youth seemed to piece things together, muttering to himself so he wasn't just some random fill-in. Looks like he was planted to bolster their team's chances. Still, no matter the explanation, the outcome wouldn't change. Even though the team's final score was based on its top 3 finishers, every member's performance mattered. A weak link could drag the entire team down. Soon, all the cycling teams gathered at the starting line, and the atmosphere reached its first climax. This race covered a total distance of 50 kilometers, making it one of the longer team cycling events. Such a distance placed significant demands on the rider's stamina distribution, meaning the lead draft rider would face immense pressure. Within the local cycling community, this race had already garnered significant attention. Eric's team had been one of the highly anticipated contenders. However, following the injury of one of their riders a few days ago, interest in their team had waned considerably. The current favorites to win and the team attracting the most attention were led by the tall white youth, Seth. As for Barber, he didn't meet the requirements to compete and had tagged along as part of the support crew. When Seth's team of 4 took the stage, they received loud cheers from the crowd. However, it wasn't long before murmurs began to spread. "Where's Bill? And why did they replace him with that kid? Good grief, he looks like he's still in middle school." Clearly, the young Arthur was a last-minute substitute for the team. This youth cycling race was specifically for riders under 18. Naturally, the older competitors would have advantages in both physical strength and experience. Arthur's apparent youth invited skepticism. But soon enough, someone recognized him. "Wait, that's Arthur from the Falcon Club. I've seen him on posters before." The heated discussions abruptly died down. The Falcon Club was the most prestigious local cycling club, boasting a roster of top amateurs and even several professional riders. For Arthur to have joined such an elite club at his age, he must have been rigorously trained since childhood. No one doubted that he could easily outmatch many adult amateur cyclists. Knowing this, it became clear why Seth's team had brought him in. Arthur wasn't just a kid, he was a ringer. On the other hand, Eric's team didn't inspire much confidence. Most spectators were unfamiliar with Leon, but just one look at his slender legs was enough to estimate his abilities. Additionally, the local perception of East Asians didn't exactly align with notions of physical strength or dominance. Had there not been journalists present, some onlookers might have even made discriminatory gestures. If Eric's original team lineup had been intact, they might have had a shot at a top 3 finish. Now, avoiding last place seemed like the best they could hope for. From all this, the consensus was clear: Seth's team had this race in the bag. Leon paid no attention to the chatter. 2 days earlier, he and his teammates had already finalized their strategy. At Leon's insistence, he remained the team's lead draft rider. Bang! With the starting gun, the 10 teams took off in order. Leon, positioned at the front of his team, immediately displayed his explosive power, securing their place in the leading pack. The other 3 riders stayed tightly behind him. Seth, observing from a distance, didn't seem too concerned. He likely assumed this yellow-skinned rider would burn himself out quickly, leaving his team to fend for themselves. After 1,000 meters, many were surprised to see that Leon hadn't shown any signs of slowing down. If anything, his speed was increasing. In truth, Leon was holding himself back, afraid his teammates might not keep up. After all, even if he secured first place individually, the team's overall performance would suffer if his teammates lagged too far behind. As the race progressed, most teams began rotating their lead draft riders, taking turns to conserve energy. This was the most efficient strategy for long distances. Yet, to everyone's shock, Lian remained firmly at the front of his team, showing no intention of rotating out. As the lead rider, he bore the brunt of wind resistance, meaning he had to expend significantly more energy to maintain the same speed. "Just watch, he won't last another 5 minutes," someone declared confidently. But others, noticing Lian's precise movements and form, were less quick to dismiss him. Clearly, this wasn't someone who was just filling in for the team. Still, they couldn't understand why he wasn't rotating. Even the best riders couldn't afford to be so reckless. Meanwhile, Arthur was performing exactly as expected. His flawless form and impressive stamina had elevated Seth's team's average speed to new heights. With the weakest link replaced by a strong one, Seth's team was running like a well-oiled machine. 30 minutes into the race, nearly half the distance had been covered. To everyone's astonishment, Eric's team had surged into first place. Leading the pack was none other than Lian, who had been at the front the entire time. Hearing this news, Sheila couldn't help but clench her thighs slightly. Although she didn't know much about cycling, she understood that holding first place in such a race indicated extraordinary skill, at least among amateurs. This stamina. "It's just too much," Sheila thought to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. She'd only known Lian as an academic standout and had no idea he was so skilled at cycling. Did he build this ability by hauling goods on that women's bike of his? She mused, recalling the day she'd seen him riding through town. Still holding up? Lee? To be honest, even Eric was starting to worry about Lian. He had mentally prepared himself for Lian's impressive stamina, but this performance exceeded all expectations. Their current average speed was 42 kilometers per hour. Despite being the lead draft rider, Lian had maintained that pace for a full 30 minutes without slowing down and was even steadily increasing his speed. Meanwhile, Eric Jr.'s face had lit up with pure delight. For the first time, he felt genuinely proud, silently replacing his childhood idol, his older brother, with Lian. If it weren't for the need to control his breathing, he might have shouted his excitement out loud. "How about you guys? If you're good, I can pick up the pace," Lian offered casually. The current speed was, for him, a relatively relaxed pace. The favorable weather, with minimal wind, gave him the confidence to suggest increasing their speed. "We're good," Eric Jr. quickly responded. The other two teammates also voiced their agreement. In truth, this speed was already the best they'd ever achieved in training. But with a powerhouse like Lian shielding them from the wind, they had no choice but to rise to the challenge. Unbelievable. Is Lee actually accelerating? Did he drink gasoline this morning? Trust me, it must have been 93-octane fuel, joked the commentator, unable to stay composed as the race unfolded. The previously heated discussions among the spectators fell silent. Someone whispered, "Could he have taken performance-enhancing drugs?" Shut the hell up. Who would use doping for such a minor competition? Do you think doping is some sort of super soldier serum? It can enhance your performance to a certain extent, but it won't turn you into Superman, you idiot, retorted a burly, hairy middle-aged man with a booming voice. This man, once a leader in amateur cycling circles, understood all too well the severity of accusing an athlete of doping. His words resonated with the majority of the crowd, and the accuser quietly retreated to the back of the group. Meanwhile, Seth was growing anxious. He directed his team to increase their speed. However, due to their strategy of rotating draft riders, their stamina wasn't as well preserved as Eric's team. Temporarily boosting their pace wasn't a sustainable solution. If Arthur were a few years older and more experienced, he might have overridden Seth's instructions. Alternatively, if his strength were overwhelming, he could have carried the entire team forward like Lian. Unfortunately, he was incapable of either. As the race approached the 1-hour mark, the finish line grew closer. Seth's team, having overexerted themselves mid-race, was now at risk of dropping to third place. Meanwhile, Eric's team had surged so far ahead that they were no longer visible to the other teams. At this stage, all the teams began to expend the last reserves of their energy in a final sprint. The lead draft riders, exhausted from their earlier efforts, started falling behind and exiting the race. "From here on, it's all up to you," Lian said, turning to the 3 riders behind him. "Got it. Don't worry, this championship is ours," Eric replied, his voice filled with excitement. He had never imagined being so close to victory before, and Lian, having led the team for a full hour at the front, had far exceeded his expectations. Now that Lian's stamina was depleted, it was only natural for him to fall back. His sacrifice allowed his teammates to conserve their energy, enabling them to maintain their current speed. "Full throttle. Let's go," Eric shouted, lowering his head and pouring all his strength into the final push. As he looked up again, Lian, who had been leading the team, was no longer in sight. "We're almost there. Just 1 kilometer to the finish line, Eric thought, motivating himself as he caught sight of the finish line in the distance. Suddenly, he heard cheers erupting from the crowd ahead. Did someone already cross the finish line? How is that possible? Distracted by this revelation, he was overtaken by another rider, Arthur, clad in professional cycling gear. Panic began to creep into Eric's mind, and his body started to strain under the stress. Lian had practically handed them the championship, and losing it in the final stretch would be a grave injustice to his efforts. Determined, Eric pushed himself to keep pace with Arthur, refusing to let the gap widen. In the end, though, he fell just short, crossing the finish line behind Arthur. As he raised his head, he spotted a familiar yellow-skinned figure calmly waiting at the finish line. So, that's what he meant by, from here on, it's all up to you. Who would have guessed that Lian would serve as both the lead draft rider and the finisher? At the finish line, Lian guzzled an electrolyte drink, his energy utterly depleted. In the final sprint, he had pushed his body to its absolute limits, eager to see how fast he could go. The result was impressive. His top speed reached 74 kilometers per hour. But for comparison, the maximum flat sprint speed in the Tour de France is around 82 kilometers per hour, indicating that Lian's abilities were approaching peak performance. The race concluded with Eric's team claiming an undisputed victory. To everyone's astonishment, Seth's team finished third, trailing the second-place team by 13 seconds. At the finish line, 2 women approached Lian, trying to cozy up to him. Lian flashed a polite smile before quickly slipping away. Their heavy perfume was explanation enough. Arthur, however, approached Lian with genuine admiration, shaking his hand and expressing his respect without caring about Seth's scowl. Seth, simmering with frustration, begrudgingly accepted the outcome. The facts were clear: his team had been outmatched by Eric's. What infuriated him more was his own poor decision-making during the race, which had cost them even the runner-up position. Naturally, Seth wasn't about to take responsibility. Blaming Arthur's lack of strength crossed his mind, but he wouldn't dare say it aloud. The easiest scapegoat was Barber. You and that yellow-skinned guy are in the same school. How could you not know his capabilities? Fuming, Seth hissed through gritted teeth, "Damn it, Barber, you'll pay for deceiving me." He stormed off, leaving his team behind. Meanwhile, Lian was being hoisted into the air by his ecstatic teammates. Not only were they thrilled, but Lian himself was basking in the unfamiliar joy of victory. The last time he felt something similar was in middle school when he scored first place on a math exam, and the teacher announced the results. The feeling was so intoxicating that it left his cheeks sore from smiling. No wonder fame and glory were such universally pursued goals. At the awards ceremony, Lian was unanimously pushed to take center stage. But originally, Sheila had been assigned to present the third-place award. However, she approached the event host and requested to present the championship instead. The host glanced toward the central figure on the podium, who nodded in agreement. "Let's welcome Miss Sheila to present the awards to our champions." Unlike the other presenters, Sheila wasn't introduced with any official title like director or chairperson. This omission only fueled curiosity. No one believed an ordinary person could have the privilege of presenting the championship award. Sheila walked gracefully to the podium, hanging medals around each winner's neck. When she reached Lian, she handed him the certificate and the oversized acrylic check. As she did, she lightly brushed her pinky against his chest, flashing him a sweet smile. Liang didn't care about anything else. His full attention was already on the massive $10,000 prize in front of him. According to the previous agreement, he would receive $7,500 of it, which was more money than he had ever dreamed of having. Even when converted to his home country's currency, it was equivalent to half a year's salary from his previous job. At that moment, he began silently planning how to use the money. After the race, the team naturally gathered to celebrate with a big meal. The unexpected victory made Eric especially generous. He took everyone to an upscale restaurant, where they feasted on red wine, Wagyu beef, foie gras, caviar, and other luxurious delicacies. While the experience wasn't as indulgent as the buffet from a few days ago, the refined flavors of high-quality ingredients prepared by skilled chefs were incomparable to any self-service meal. The dinner cost Eric over $1,700, a price that briefly made him wince. However, the thrill of their victory soon replaced any regret. After all, the rewards promised by their grandfather far outweighed the expense of this meal. Interestingly, Eric's team wasn't the only one who wanted to treat Liang. The Falcon Cycling Club also reached out to him. But Liang didn't hesitate to stick with Eric's team. After all, this championship was a joint effort by the four of them. Ditching his teammates for a fancier meal would have been incredibly inconsiderate. Liang didn't outright decline the Falcon Cycling Club's offer. While he didn't agree to join their club, both parties exchanged contact information. The club promised to invite Liang to represent them in future competitions under specific circumstances. To them, Liang's potential wasn't just in his current strength, it was in his youth and his status as an unregistered amateur cyclist. This status gave him access to a wide range of competitions, making him a valuable asset. For Liang, it was a great opportunity, essentially providing him with another channel to earn extra income. When Liang returned home, he didn't rush to train. Instead, he opened his stats panel immediately. He needed to assess his current situation and plan his future training schedule, as well as how to allocate his newfound funds. Name: Liang. Strength 8.41. Physique 11.50. Reaction 10.37. Spirit 15.01. Breakthrough points 0.31. Skills. Day skills. Cycling 790 of 1000 master. Traits plus 40% lower body strength and endurance, minus 10% cycling stamina consumption. Running 21 of 400 advanced. Traits 20% lung capacity. Tongbei fist 42 of 200 intermediate. Traits 10% reaction time, 10% nerve recruitment efficiency. Over the past 5 days, Liang's physical fitness had undergone remarkable improvement. The most notable change was in his cycling skill, which had reached the master level. What surprised him was that, while the experience points required for each level had already been doubling, the jump to master took the requirement from 400 points to 1,000 points. For now, he decided not to focus on further leveling this skill, it could wait. With the upgrade, the cycling skills bonus to lower body strength and endurance increased from 20% to 40%. It also gained a new trait that reduced cycling stamina consumption by 10%. His strength and physique had also seen significant growth. Thanks to the cycling trait's enhancement to his lower body strength, his progress in strength had exceeded his expectations. Now, the thickness of his thighs was nearly equivalent to the standard of a healthy adult male. However, his upper body remained underdeveloped, making his overall build still appear somewhat thin. His physique, meanwhile, had grown 15% stronger than that of a standard healthy adult male. These combined attributes were the key factors behind Liang's stellar performance in the cycling competition. The master-level cycling skill allowed him to exert power far more efficiently than the average person. His exceptional physique, increased leg endurance, reduced energy consumption while cycling, and enhanced lung capacity from his running skill made him seem like a perpetual motion machine during the race. Liang also noticed another subtle but positive change in his body after winning the competition, though it didn't reflect on his stats panel. Amid these improvements, there was one drawback: his spirit had seemingly reached its current limit. Attempting to increase it further now caused brain pain instead of the usual cooling sensation. Liang had anticipated this outcome. Over the past 2 days, he had felt his mental consumption growing, and it was only a matter of time before he hit a point his body could no longer sustain. After reviewing his stats, Liang decided to focus his next improvements on strength and his Tongbei fist skill. For strength training, he opened an online shopping app, intending to purchase dumbbells, barbells, a bench press setup, a squat rack, and other equipment. However, he quickly realized how expensive these items were. A complete set would cost over $3,000, nearly half of his $7,500 prize money. After some hesitation, he decided against making the purchase. His current funds were limited and needed to be spent wisely. From what he remembered, the annual membership fee for a gym in the city center was only $400. That money would give him access to far better and safer equipment for several years, eliminating the need for a home gym. Additionally, he had confidence that within a year, he would be able to afford a better living space. Moving heavy equipment later would be inconvenient, and abandoning it would feel wasteful. With the issue of strength training resolved, his next focus was advancing in Tongbei fist. Currently practicing for half a day only increased his proficiency by about 20 points, averaging 6 points per hour, a pace that still felt too slow, even with his heightened spirit. To speed up his progress, Liang studied the training materials he had purchased. One tip stood out: choosing the right environment for martial arts practice. The ideal location would be spacious, oxygen-rich, well-lit, and preferably surrounded by nature. After some thought, Liang concluded that the town park was the best spot nearby. After enjoying a satisfying dinner, Liang hopped on his road bike and headed to the town park. The park wasn't far, just 5 kilometers away. For him, the ride was barely enough to warm up. By the time he arrived, the sun was setting, and the last rays of twilight bathed the area in a serene glow. Liang picked a quiet spot near the river and began practicing Tongbei fist on his own. Whether it was the calming environment or just his mood, his practice felt particularly smooth today. Every move and form seemed to flow effortlessly, bringing him genuine satisfaction. While his martial arts practice attracted some attention from parkgoers, they only glanced from afar without crowding around him. After all, Chinese martial arts were no longer an exotic rarity in America. and there were plenty of enthusiasts locally. After practicing for an hour, his preset alarm went off. Liang opened his attributes panel to check his Tongbei fist proficiency. Traits 10% reaction, 10% nerve recruitment efficiency. In just 1 hour, it had increased by 7 points. While the improvement seemed small compared to the usual 6 points, it was a 16.7% boost, a significant enhancement. Encouraged by the cool evening breeze, Liang continued practicing for another hour. As the park grew emptier, Liang decided not to linger too long. The security in this area wasn't as reliable as back home, and staying out alone after dark could be risky. Back at home, after a light late-night snack, Liang opened up League of Legends. A few days ago, he discovered that playing the game not only helped him relax but also subtly improved his reaction attribute. Although the gains were small, every bit counted. Besides, his main goal was to unwind. The next morning, Liang rode his bike to the park for a 2-hour morning workout. Afterward, he headed downtown, following his map to scout several gyms. He ultimately chose one with the largest space and the most comprehensive facilities, including a swimming pool and various sports courts. The pricing was reasonable: $5 for a single session, $48 for a monthly pass, and $400 for an annual membership. This was well within Liang's budget, so he immediately purchased the annual membership. However, when the staff enthusiastically pitched various fitness courses, Liang tuned them out entirely. It was well known that gyms made their money either through selling classes or by luring people in with low-priced memberships before shutting down. While the courses might offer some benefits, their cost-effectiveness was dubious. With his current learning ability, Liang could achieve better results by watching fitness tutorials from experts online. After securing his membership, Liang skipped a workout and instead visited the supermarket. This time, with a healthier budget, he chose higher quality meats and even treated himself to non-discounted milk. With nearly $10,000 in his pocket, he could afford to splurge a little. Next, he stopped by a mall to buy 2 sets of sportswear and a casual outfit, spending nearly $400. His physique had been changing rapidly, and many of his old clothes no longer fit. Returning home with bags of groceries and clothes, Liang had a quick snack to recharge before heading back to the park. Even during working hours, the park was bustling. Unlike in his home country, where parks were often filled with retirees and children during the day, this park also had a fair number of young adults. Liang couldn't help but wonder, don't these people have jobs? Pushing aside his curiosity, he returned to the riverside and resumed practicing Tongbei fist. From morning till evening, while people came and went, Liang remained in the same spot, tirelessly honing his moves. It wasn't until an elderly Chinese man with graying hair, a tank top, and sandals approached that Liang's routine was interrupted. "Not bad, young man. Your Tongbei fist looks pretty decent," the old man said. Liang immediately stopped and turned toward the voice. Hearing such fluent Chinese in a foreign land was a rare delight. "Sir, how did you know I'm Chinese?" Liang asked, surprised. The old man replied calmly, "Martial arts from China aren't common in Korea or Japan. Besides, someone who doesn't understand Chinese wouldn't bother responding to me." Liang nodded in understanding and followed up, "So do you know martial arts too?" In the past, Liang would never have initiated such a conversation with a stranger. However, meeting a fellow Chinese person abroad was a rare occasion, and he overcame his usual social awkwardness to ask a couple of questions. The old man smiled faintly. "I know a little. I see your moves are fairly proficient, but the conditioning of your body doesn't fully align with Tongbei fist techniques. I'm guessing you haven't been practicing for very long?" Liang nodded enthusiastically, thinking to himself, this old man has a sharp eye. He must be an expert. I should make a good impression, maybe I can get some free pointers. What Liang didn't realize was that Hua Tianming, the old man, wasn't just idly striking up a conversation. He had been observing Liang for a while. Based on his observations, the young man's short practice time combined with high proficiency could only mean one thing: exceptional martial arts talent. Moreover, Liang's stable stance, strong leg muscles, and steady breathing were clear signs of excellent physical conditioning. This kid's got potential, a rare gem, Hua Tianming thought. What started as a casual exchange soon turned into an in-depth discussion of martial arts techniques. For Liang, meeting a skilled mentor by chance felt like unlocking a hidden bonus level in a game. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to ask as many questions as possible. Hua Tianming, initially intending only to offer basic advice, quickly realized that Liang's talent was even greater than he had expected. The young man could grasp concepts immediately, correct his movements on the spot, and even offer unique insights. Impressed, Hua Tianming adjusted his approach, adopting a more serious teaching demeanor. Once you enter a state of intense focus, time flies by quickly. The conversation between Li Ang and Hua Tianming lasted until the sun had set, and only then did they snap back to reality. "All right, young man, let's exchange WeChat ideas and stay in touch," Hua Tianming said, pulling out the latest iPhone from his pocket and displaying his QR code. Li Ang gladly complied, taking out his phone to scan the code. Hua Yingsheng. Added to contacts. "My name is Hua Tianming. I own the Hunyuan Martial Arts Hall in the city. Feel free to drop by any time. I won't charge you an entry fee." "I definitely will," Li Ang replied earnestly, not out of politeness but genuine interest. Previously, he avoided such places because he lacked the funds. Now that he understood the value of exchanging ideas, he was genuinely curious. Practicing alone often left him unsure of his progress due to the lack of feedback or peers to compare himself with. When Li Ang returned home and checked his attribute panel as part of his routine, he was shocked by what he saw. Traits plus 10% reaction, plus 10% nerve recruitment efficiency. Somehow, his proficiency in Tongbei Fist had skyrocketed to 166 points. That morning, it had been only 60. Even if he counted all 4 hours of practice in the afternoon, at his usual rate of 5 points per hour, he should have only gained 35 points. Yet here he was, with an astonishing increase of 106 points minus 71 points more than expected. It was equivalent to a full day's worth of diligent practice. The only plausible explanation was his interaction with Hua Tianming. While Liang often studied martial arts theory on his own, the gains were minimal compared to practical training. This newfound efficiency made him realize the value of a skilled mentor. However, he didn't let his imagination run wild. Considering Hua Tianming's age and retirement status, the man probably didn't have the energy or interest to teach students full-time. Moreover, as the owner of a martial arts hall, Hua Tianming likely didn't need the money, making it harder to secure his guidance regularly. Snapping out of his thoughts, Liang glanced at the clock. 20 minutes had passed while he'd been lost in reverie. He chastised himself, realizing he'd fallen into the trap of longing for shortcuts. Hard work would still yield consistent progress. What were 10 hours of dedicated practice anyway? At under 18 years old, he had plenty of time. Besides, breakthroughs like this were rare and likely stemmed from his accumulation of unanswered questions being resolved all at once. This train of thought reminded him of his struggles in his previous life. Back then, his career path was riddled with setbacks. As a civil engineering graduate from an average university, Li Ang started strong by securing a job at a state-owned enterprise while his peers were still dreading factory work. During onboarding, he stayed in luxury hotels, dined lavishly, and trained alongside polished colleagues. His supervisors promised rapid advancement: chief engineer within 3 years, project manager within 5. The life they painted included driving Cadillacs and enjoying exclusive clubs. For a brief moment, he thought he'd made it. But reality hit hard. He was sent to a remote area to do grueling labor. Days stretched endlessly as he mixed concrete and worked under harsh conditions. Every day was a race against the elements, working in light rain, heavy rain, and even through the night under the moonlight. 300 days of this, and most of his peers resigned. Liang, however, clung on and shifted to it through sheer determination, burning the midnight oil to learn a new skill set. But looking back, it felt like jumping from one pit to another. The relentless grind eventually led to his collapse from overwork. During those years, progress was elusive, and his efforts often seemed counterproductive. Now, he was frustrated over missing a single opportunity for extra gains. This mindset was uncalled for. Clearing his thoughts, Liang felt a newfound sense of clarity and determination. He resumed practicing his martial arts, feeling more grounded than ever. Meanwhile, Hua Tianming returned to his countryside villa but found himself restless. "Was I too reserved?" he muttered to himself. "Such a promising talent. And he's one of our own. But I've sworn off taking students for over a decade. What if he's not interested?" That night, Hua Tianming, usually a sound sleeper, found himself tossing and turning. Liang, on the other hand, enjoyed the most restful sleep he'd had in ages. His spirit attribute increased by 0.2, seemingly out of nowhere. The next morning, before his usual training, Liang couldn't help but glance at his Tongbei Fist 166 of 200 proficient progress. It was still at 166 200ths. Despite initial reservations, he decided to use his breakthrough points to push it past the threshold. In the past, he avoided using points on skills due to their lower cost effectiveness compared to attributes. Now, with most of his attributes except strength surpassing the average person, there wasn't as much urgency to allocate points elsewhere. With just 0.07 breakthrough points, he added 35 proficiency points, advancing Tongbei Fist 166 of 200 proficient to the next level. Name: Li Ang. Strength 8.45. Constitution 11.70. Reaction 10.38. Spirit 15.21. Breakthrough points 0.54. Skills. Traits plus 40% lower body strength and endurance, minus 10% cycling stamina consumption. Traits plus 20% lung capacity. Traits plus 20% reaction, plus 20% nerve recruitment efficiency. The sensation of forcibly advancing Tongbei Fist 166 of 200 proficient was worlds apart from upgrading cycling 840 of 1000 master. The influx of knowledge and techniques overwhelmed his mind, far surpassing anything he'd experienced before. A large influx of martial arts experience and force application techniques flooded Liang's memory. If it were an ordinary person, they might have fainted on the spot. Fortunately, Liang's spirit, his strongest attribute, allowed him to endure this knowledge transfer with only minor discomfort. After advancing Tongbei Fist to a new level, practicing it again brought him fresh insights compared to the day before. In less than 10 days, Liang had achieved progress that might take ordinary practitioners 8 or 10 years to reach. As his arms moved, a whoosh-whoosh sound echoed from his clothing cutting through the air. The movement was powerful enough that the sound could be clearly heard. In martial arts movies, this would be considered basic. Without such effects, one wouldn't even qualify as a martial artist. But in the real world, reaching this level was uncommon for most practitioners. With his current ability, Liang could easily perform in martial arts demonstrations and impress any audience. After precisely 1 hour of practice, Liang opened his attribute panel. Strength 8.46 plus 0.01. Constitution 11.75 plus 0.05. The efficiency improvement was about 20% compared to before the breakthrough. This made the breakthrough point spent feel exceptionally worthwhile. After finishing his practice, Liang rode his bike to the gym in the city center. It was time to bring his strength up to speed. Without improving this attribute, his cycling, martial arts, and even running could face limitations. Many movement inefficiencies and poor results stem from insufficient muscle strength. Moreover, strong muscles help reduce sports injuries by protecting joints and ligaments. The gym Liang chose had its own independent storefront, which immediately suggested its quality. The dark glass entrance, about 6 or 7 meters wide, exuded sophistication. As he pushed the door open, the lively atmosphere hit him. The sounds alone made it clear that this was a place where people were serious about fitness. Fitness culture in Liang's home country had grown popular in recent years, with gyms sprouting up like mushrooms after rain. However, the culture itself remained immature, with frequent chaos and inconsistencies. In the US, however, the fitness industry was much more advanced. Among those striving for self-improvement, both men and women generally valued a good physique. That said, not everyone in America was in shape. The country still led in obesity rates thanks to cheap, calorie-dense fast food. Fitness required both time and money, luxuries not everyone could afford. Liang walked into the gym with his head held high, showing no signs of hesitation despite this being his first serious gym visit across 2 lifetimes. Confidence might be intangible, but its sources like financial stability, physical fitness, and specialized skills were tangible. These gave him a firm footing. Inside the gym, most of the attendees were white, followed by black individuals. Asian faces were rare. In fact, Liang only spotted one other Asian person, and they didn't seem to be Chinese. Before starting his workout, Liang followed the advice he had gathered from fitness influencers and resources. He first stepped on the scale to measure his height, weight, and body fat percentage. As he did, curious glances followed him. On one hand, Asians were rare here. On the other, people seemed to enjoy watching others measure their stats. Your height is 176 cm. Your weight is 59 kg. Your body fat percentage is 13.1%, the scale announced with a robotic voice. Liang's previously growing confidence faltered slightly. For this gym, those numbers were far from impressive. The body fat percentage, he noted, was likely inaccurate, so he didn't pay it much attention. As the machine's voice announced his stats, murmurs started among the other gym goers. Looks like we've got a newbie here. He kinda looks like a student. I think his build needs the workout more than my 200-pound sister does. Thankfully, the gym's atmosphere was respectful. While Liang's slim build drew attention, outright ridicule was rare. However, the conversation among some patrons soon veered off topic. No way. Your sister weighs 200 pounds? I just traded a tub of protein powder for her number with little John. Damn it, John. Why do you have my sister's number? You know, that night you got drunk. She's a hot girl, I couldn't keep her all to myself. Taking advantage of the shift in focus, Liang slipped away. Finding a quieter corner, he picked up a pair of 10 kg dumbbells and began warming up with bicep curls. He managed to lift them, but it was challenging. Despite his strength of 8.45, his upper body performance seemed underwhelming. Liang wasn't surprised. His strength was an overall score, likely heavily weighted toward his lower body due to cycling. While his lower body strength might already exceed 10 points, his upper body lagged behind. Moreover, upper body strength divides into various muscle groups: biceps, triceps, deltoids, and more. Since Liang hadn't trained these specifically, his results were naturally weaker. That day's workout plan focused on upper body muscles. Between sets, Liang noticed a growing crowd in another section of the gym. Cheers and shouts of encouragement came from that direction. Curious, he decided to check it out. Although Liang wasn't naturally someone who liked to join crowds, the human instinct to understand his surroundings and the events occurring nearby drove him to check it out. Having just finished 3 sets of pull-ups, he had planned to rest for a few minutes anyway, so he walked over. As he approached, the first thing he noticed wasn't what the crowd was doing but the overwhelming mix of sweat and deodorant scents mingling with various personal odors. This was something unavoidable in the US, and he was slowly getting used to it. Once he got closer, he realized everyone was watching an arm wrestling match, or, more accurately, arm wrestling as it's formally called abroad. In China, it's commonly referred to as wrist wrestling. Liang had a basic understanding of this sport, thanks to seeing it in a reality TV show where Wei Saicheng, a Chinese arm wrestling champion, had participated. Unlike the informal, rule-less versions of arm wrestling played casually, professional arm wrestling follows standardized rules that increase its competitiveness and, more importantly, its safety. In informal settings, improper techniques and lack of consistent rules often lead to joint or ligament injuries, and in severe cases, even broken arms. However, professional arm wrestling has decades of history abroad, with scientifically designed and strict rules. These include allowing body movement and elbow sliding while introducing handles for grip, alongside specific limitations such as feet cannot leave the ground. Shoulders must not drop below the table for more than 3 seconds when defending. Losing grip, while at a disadvantage, results in a loss. Elbows must stay on the designated pad. The rigorous rules allow athletes to have extraordinarily long careers. Many competitors in their 60s or 70s can still hold their own against younger opponents. Liang returned his thoughts to the present and observed the match. One competitor was a muscular white man with blonde curls and a scruffy beard, while the other was a massive, heavily muscled man whose build rivaled that of Captain America. Looking at their arms and then his own, Liang felt like he would need 2 or 3 of his arms combined just to match theirs. Although the larger man seemed to have the advantage in muscle mass, their strength levels appeared evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The larger man continuously attacked, his sweat dripping and wetting the table. Meanwhile, the blonde competitor, despite being on the defensive, maintained a composed expression. Several times his wrist nearly touched the table, but he managed to hold off defeat each time. After 3 full minutes of intense struggle, the blonde competitor finally capitalized on a brief lapse in the larger man's strength, reversing the match in an instant. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the atmosphere reached its peak. The larger man, visibly frustrated, muttered a reluctant thanks before pulling out 2 $50 bills and handing them over to his opponent. As the crowd began to disperse, Liang returned to his workout spot. However, a new thought lingered in his mind: arm wrestling might be a lucrative opportunity. The most appealing part was the quick payout and relatively low risk of injury. The match he had just watched was purely recreational, yet formal arm wrestling competitions often offer prize pools in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. This reminded him of a slap fighting competition he had seen on TV at Sheila's house recently. Those competitors risked their lives to earn a living. Still, Liang glanced at his own arms and admitted they were far too weak for this. If he entered a match now, he would be annihilated instantly. But as Lu Sun once said, if you're weak, train harder. With this in mind, Liang silently added more arm strengthening exercises to his training plan. At the start of his next session, he decided to test his bench press and squat limits to better plan his training. He began with an empty barbell. Though it seemed light, weighing only 20 kg, many first-time gym-goers struggled to perform a proper bench press, even with an empty bar. Nearby, a curvy woman in yoga attire occasionally glanced at Liang, seemingly interested in his lean physique and sharp features. However, upon seeing him benching an empty bar, she rolled her eyes and turned her attention to a bulkier lifter nearby. Despite the empty bar, Liang approached each movement with focus and precision. He had thoroughly studied bench press techniques and knew how grip width and positioning could shift the workload between different muscle groups. But knowing the theory wasn't enough, he needed muscle memory. After performing over 20 reps and feeling confident in his form, he increased the weight to 40 kg. This load was slightly challenging but manageable, and he completed about 10 reps without much difficulty. For the next set, he increased the weight to 50 kg. Although he could still lift it, he could only manage 5 or 6 reps before reaching his limit. Nearby, the curvy woman noticed the weight increase but wasn't particularly impressed. For her, 50 kg was within her capabilities too. Her lack of reaction betrayed her inexperience. For a beginner weighing 59 kg, bench pressing 50 kg during their first session was already impressive. Moreover, this was not Liang's maximum weight, it was just his working set. An experienced observer could estimate that Liang's 1 rep max, the maximum weight he could lift for a single repetition, was around 60 kg. This meant he was already capable of lifting more than his body weight, a rare feat for a first-time gym goer and a sign of innate talent. Satisfied with his bench press test, Liang moved on to squats. While squats weren't a primary focus in his training plan, he was curious to see how strong his lower body was. Unlike the cautious approach he had taken with bench pressing, he confidently loaded the barbell with 80 kg and prepared for his first squat attempt. Unexpectedly, it was quite easy. Since it was his first practice, Lian was still a bit too cautious. On his second attempt, he directly increased the weight to 110 kilograms. Before he could even get started, a nearby Latino man warned him, "Hey kid, if this is your first time here, that's not the weight you should be trying. Maybe you should start with 90 kilograms or even 85 kilograms. For beginners, just being able to lift their own body weight on the first try is already considered good enough." Initially, Lian attempted 80 kilograms, which he thought was a daring challenge. However, before he could second-guess himself, he successfully completed the lift. And now, he was about to try 110 kilograms, nearly twice his body weight. In any gym, being able to squat twice your body weight typically requires years of training and experience. This was why the man spoke up. He didn't want to see a young man, who looked to be about his son's age, get injured or lose his enthusiasm for fitness. "Thank you, sir, but I'd still like to give it a shot. Could you spot me, please?" Lian responded with a friendly smile. The man didn't know Lian's unique situation and had given his advice out of goodwill. Lian appreciated the concern and didn't want to brush it off. The Latino man nodded. If the kid really wanted to try, he'd let him. After all, in raising his own children, he'd also encouraged them to try seemingly impossible things. With his assistance, ensuring the kid didn't get hurt wouldn't be an issue. Their exchange caught the attention of several others in the gym. While no one gathered around, most turned their focus toward Lian. Watching someone attempt a heavy lift is always entertaining in a gym. If they succeed, people cheer for their strength. If they fail, there's often a silent sense of schadenfreude. A nearby Russian girl overheard Lian talking about attempting a 110 kilogram squat and rolled her eyes. To her, this was just another guy trying to show off in front of her, completely unaware of his own limits. Lian stood beneath the barbell, while the bearded man positioned himself slightly behind and to the side, palms up, ready to assist at any moment. As Lian hoisted the 110 kilograms barbell onto his back, he realized he had underestimated the effect of his enhanced physical abilities. The 40% increase in leg strength was far more significant than he had imagined. From the squat down to standing back up, his movements were surprisingly smooth. However, his expression wasn't relaxed. While his legs handled the weight effortlessly, his shoulders ached from the pressure. Having never done farm work or carried heavy loads before, Lian's shoulders were a weak spot. For most newcomers to weightlifting, attempting such a weight was unthinkable. Those who could handle it typically had years of experience and well-conditioned shoulders and backs. Although his squat seemed slightly awkward, Lian completed the lift without relying on any assistance. The onlookers, who had been secretly observing him, were visibly surprised. The bearded man gave him a thumbs up and nodded approvingly. "Young man, your leg strength is impressive." For the man, squatting 110 kilograms wasn't a big deal. He weighed 90 kilograms himself. But Lian's slender frame couldn't compare. Based on Lian's unpolished technique, it was clear this was his first time squatting. With consistent training, the man believed Lian could soon exceed 120 kilograms, twice his body weight. Even 130 kilograms wouldn't be out of reach. As he pondered this, he noticed that the young man was adding more weight to the barbell. Wait. Just because you succeeded earlier doesn't mean you should attempt something reckless. "I just want to see where my limits are," Lian replied earnestly. The man was momentarily speechless. This reminded him of his younger self, unafraid of anything. After a brief pause, he said, "Go ahead and try. I'll spot you." Lian smiled and nodded, adding a 15 kilograms plate to each side of the barbell. This time, he was attempting 140 kilograms. The slightly chubby Jewish girl, who had been annoyed by his earlier success, immediately put down her phone and focused on him. A 140 kilogram squat was something only a small number of people in the gym could manage, especially someone who weighed only 59 kilograms. Among the crowd, fewer than 5 people could likely achieve this feat. Lian now had more attention than when he practiced Tong Bai Quan. As he prepared himself mentally, a white man who had just won an arm wrestling match approached him. "Hey buddy, how about I add a little incentive for your bravery? How does $1,000 sound?" Before Lian could respond, the bearded man interjected. "Griffin, your gambling habits are out of hand." "My dear Blair, I'm not the type to bully kids," Griffin replied, turning to Lian. "If you fail, how about you buy a 1-year membership to this gym?" Lian found the bet a bit odd but agreed without hesitation. After all, why refuse free money? "Blair, this isn't an unfair wager, is it?" Blair could only shake his head. Winning meant $1,000 cash, and losing just meant buying a gym membership. It was fair enough. Just as Lian was about to start, Griffin stopped him again. "Don't rush, my friend. Anyone else want to join in?" Griffin addressed the onlookers with a grin. "Just $100 to participate. If he fails, you'll get 2 months of free gym time. If he succeeds, your money goes to him as a reward. How about it?" At first, Lian was confused, but now he understood. Griffin wasn't just betting, he was rooting for him. After all, the worst-case scenario for Lian was spending $400 on a gym membership. It was clear that Griffin held considerable influence in this gym. As soon as he finished speaking, several people pulled out $100 bills to join the bet, with some even wanting to pay by card. Even the plump Jewish girl from earlier pulled out a handful of loose change to make up the $100. "Can I record your challenge on my phone?" Griffin asked Lian, holding up his phone. Lian nodded and didn't want to delay his workout any longer. Taking a deep breath, Lian hoisted the barbell onto his shoulders. This time, the pain was even more intense. The bearded man immediately and nervously placed his hands lightly on the barbell. The next moment, Lian squatted down. Just as Blair considered whether to apply some support, Lian pushed the barbell back up again. Eager to end the pain, Lian quickly completed the movement. He felt the weight wasn't even close to his limit, but he had no plans to increase it further. Another attempt or two, and he feared his shoulders might develop blisters. "This is insane. Are you here to mess with us?" One bystander exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Honestly, brother, you've achieved what took me 5 years of training," another remarked, clearly impressed. The most dumbfounded was the blond man who had been halfway through entering his card pin when Lian completed the squat. I think I forgot my pin. Or maybe this card is maxed out," he muttered awkwardly, quickly pulling his card out of the POS machine. "I'm not sure if this was his first time squatting, but I can tell he's not used to the movement," Blair said, defending Lian. "I noticed his shoulders, where the barbell rested, were already red. That's something you only see with beginners. Though some were reluctant, most of those working out at the gym weren't so strapped for cash that they couldn't afford the bet." However, the plump Jewish girl's face, already pale, turned even whiter. Lian couldn't help but think that if the money hadn't been collected in advance, she might have tried to back out of paying. Holding the $1,800 handed to him by Griffin, Lian could hardly believe it. "Am I here to work out or make money? No wonder they call it the land of the free." "You're even more impressive than I expected," Griffin said cheerfully, patting him on the back, showing no sign of disappointment despite losing $1,000. After Lian's squat, the crowd dispersed to resume their own workouts. But the plump Jewish girl hesitantly approached Lian, a forced smile on her face as she extended an invitation. "Maybe you could take me to lunch at the Blue Ridge restaurant?" Lian didn't even bother responding. Blue Ridge was the same restaurant where Eric had treated him before, and even then it had been a bit out of his price range. Treating her, with her appetite, she'd probably eat more than him. She had just looked down on him moments ago, and now she was sucking up to him. "Perhaps I'd rather treat this gentleman to lunch," Lian said, turning to Blair, who had spotted him earlier. "I'd be delighted," Blair replied, playing along and even giving Lian a high five. It was clear Blair wasn't fond of women who spent more time taking selfies than actually working out at the gym. The Jewish girl's face turned beet red, the oiliness of her complexion making her look, as Lian thought, unkindly, like a braised pig's head at a deli. "Screw you. You don't think I actually wanted to eat with you, do you? People like you deserve to rot in hell." She spat the words angrily before storming out of the gym without looking back, perhaps afraid of being hit. Lian pointed after her, then turned to Blair with a smirk that resembled Donnie Yen's signature smile. The two exchanged helpless shrugs and returned to their workouts. Perhaps due to his physique far exceeding his perceived strength, Lian found the training session remarkably productive. Even after over 2 hours of intense exercise, picking up a 10 kilograms dumbbell for bicep curls felt lighter than when he'd started. His strength stat increased by 0.15, reaching 8.60. While this number might not seem extraordinary on its own, previously his bodyweight training sessions only yielded a 0.04-0.05 increase per hour. Considering much of today's time had been spent testing his limits, next time, with a full focus on volume, the results could be even better. It's true lifting heavy is the way to build strength. As lunchtime approached, Lian stood up and walked over to Blair to ask if he'd join him for a meal. "I'd be happy to." "Honestly, I thought you were just saying that to spite her," Blair said, laughing. "Mind if I join?" Griffin interjected. Lian had no reason to refuse. He was curious about Griffin's motives. The three didn't choose a fancy restaurant. Instead, Blair introduced them to a Chinese spot, where Lian tried General Tio So's chicken for the first time, a dish that wasn't authentically Chinese but was highly rated. The flavor wasn't bad, and it had been well adapted to local tastes. During the meal, they chatted casually. Mostly, Blair did the talking while Lian and Griffin listened. Middle-aged men always seem to have a wealth of stories to share, especially about their glory days. Lian learned that Blair was an arm wrestling enthusiast, considered one of the best among amateurs. The gym's arm wrestling culture was something he had initiated, and Griffin was half a protege of his. When they learned Lian was also interested in the sport, they enthusiastically shared their knowledge and experiences. "Don't feel too pressured," Blair advised. "From what I know, arm wrestling is a sport you can master quickly. With just a few months of proper training, you could compete against guys much bulkier than you." Seeing Blair treat Lian as a total novice, Griffin couldn't help but add, "Dear Blair, don't underestimate him. Do you know why his squat was so impressive despite his lack of training?" Blair looked puzzled, waiting for an explanation. "Just the other day, my son took second place in the city's youth road cycling competition," Griffin said proudly, his face beaming with pride. Both Griffin and Lian were a bit surprised by the revelation. Lian hadn't expected such a coincidence that visiting a gym would lead to meeting the father of a competition participant. "So what are you trying to say? Are you suggesting Lee is your illegitimate son?" Blair asked, looking completely baffled. Griffin shook his head, took a slow sip of his iced tea, and then made a pained expression before continuing. "You're always so impatient, Blair. Lee isn't my son, but he is my son's idol. In fact, the championship title in that race was won by the team Lee led." When Griffin's son returned home, he couldn't stop praising the cyclist who led his team to victory. His excitement was like meeting his idol in person. Griffin's son also mentioned that Lee's presence had influenced the performance of the third-place team, allowing his son's team to secure second place. Griffin, having seen Lian's photo before, wasn't sure it was him when he first saw him today. But after witnessing Lian's impressive leg strength, he was certain this was the same person his son had admired. That was why Griffin placed a $1,000 bet with Lian and recorded his performance on video. First, to make his son happy; second, to use Lian's challenge video for gym promotion. "Let me reintroduce myself, I'm Griffin, also a shareholder of Breakthrough Gym," Griffin said, extending his hand to Lian with a sincere smile. Hearing this, Lian finally understood the situation. No wonder Griffin had been willing to bet a gym membership. It turned out he was one of the gym's owners. As for the $1,000, Griffin didn't take it seriously, and neither did Lian. He believed that the value of the video would soon surpass $1,000. However, Lian didn't forget Griffin's kindness in all of this. After finishing their meal, Lian generously paid for lunch. The Chinese restaurant had great value for money, and the three of them hadn't even spent $100 in total. Griffin also promised to teach Lian arm wrestling techniques during his next visit, charging only a photo together as the lesson fee. After parting ways with the two, Lian got on his road bike and began heading home. On the way, he spotted a familiar figure. Picking up speed, he approached the cyclist and realized it was Charles. "Hey Charles, did you just finish your part-time shift at the convenience store?" "Yes, Lee," Charles replied in a low voice, avoiding eye contact. Looking closer, Lian noticed several bruises on Charles' face and arms. "What happened to you? Did something go wrong?" If it were anyone else, Charles might have stayed silent out of pride. But Lian was different. They had both been bullied in school, and Lian had even been targeted more often. "This morning, during my shift, Meyer, Barber, and their group came in. They invited me to go to the boxing gym with them. When I refused, they threatened to steal from the store and make me take the blame for the losses." Charles' tone was filled with grievance, like a 200-pound child on the verge of tears. And indeed, he was close to 200 pounds. "You know, the police won't care about the small stuff they steal, but my boss would definitely blame me. He might even fire me and stop letting me work there." After listening, Lian stayed silent for a few moments. He considered blaming Charles for being too timid, but reminded himself that Charles was just an honest guy. This wasn't his fault. Besides, Lian used to be even more cowardly. Situations like this were almost routine for him back in the day. The real problem was with that gang of punks. What Lian didn't know was that their original target had been him, but Charles had withheld any information about him. It was no surprise Charles couldn't handle them. Fighting relies on three main factors: courage, strength, and skill. Charles clearly lacked the first and third. After a moment of thought, Lian asked, "Are you really short on money right now?" In Lian's memory, Charles' family wasn't wealthy, but they weren't struggling either. There shouldn't have been a need for him to work part-time during summer break. "I'm trying to save up for a gaming console. I'm still $300 short," Charles said, his voice even quieter than before. Lian sighed but found the situation easier to address. He continued, "I can cover the $300 for you, but can you promise me one thing?" Initially, Lian had planned to use his prize money to treat Charles to a nice meal. Now, it seemed like the gaming console would be a better gift. "Really? But where would you get that kind of money?" "Forget it. I can save up slowly," Charles said, his mood lifting slightly before hesitating. Lian was in worse financial straits than he was. "I've been preparing for a cycling race, remember? I won the championship and received a decent prize. $300 isn't a big deal for me," Lian explained. Hearing this, Charles became tempted. After a few seconds of hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Okay, I'll agree. What do you need me to do?" Lian smiled to himself. Charles was such a straightforward guy, agreeing without even knowing the terms. "Train with me in Chinese martial arts. Then you'll be able to protect yourself." Lian thought that practicing martial arts together would at least help Charles improve his fitness. It was certainly better than wasting time working at a convenience store. "You know Chinese martial arts? Does it even work?" Charles asked skeptically. After all, he had seen Lian get bullied just the other day. "A while ago, I met a skilled kung fu master. As for whether it works, I'll give you a demonstration in a bit." Reassured by Lian's words, Charles began to feel better. After putting their things away, the two headed to the backyard of Charles' house. "Let's do it here," Lian said, pointing to a sandy patch of ground that had once been their playground but had long been abandoned as they grew older. Charles didn't know what was coming, but he trusted Lian. "Now, try to knock me down," Lian said, gesturing for Charles to come at him. "Huh? I mean, fight me. You know what a fight is, right? Don't worry about hurting me, just go all out." To be honest, Lian's words sounded confident, but he was a bit nervous. While his body stats were solid and his mastery of Tongbei Fist had reached a proficient level, he hadn't actually tested his skills in a real fight yet. Charles, standing at 188 cm tall and weighing 200 pounds, indeed exuded an intimidating presence in front of Lian. However, it was clear he had never been in a fight before. He awkwardly stepped forward and gave Lian a push with both hands. With Lian's weight of only 118 jin, such a shove did cause him to stumble. But as Charles pushed, Lian's body instinctively reacted without any conscious thought. His right leg stepped forward as his body quickly moved closer to Charles in a side-facing motion, executing a move similar to the Iron Mountain Lean, combining force from his arms. Before Charles could react, he was already lying on the sandy ground. Lian extended a hand to help Charles up and said, "Come on, try again. Use your full strength this time." Charles finally realized that his bro might actually know kung fu. His competitive spirit was sparked. After all, no matter what, he couldn't lose to someone as slim as Lian in a physical confrontation. Tentatively, Charles threw a punch at Lian, but at Lian's current level, the punch looked like it was moving in slow motion. "Your movement is too slow, there's no power in your punch, your footing is unstable, and you're aiming at the wrong spot," Lian critiqued as he dodged the punch and lightly tapped Charles' ribs twice. This time, Charles crouched to the ground from the pain. "Oh shit. It feels like I've been shot," Charles exclaimed with a pained expression, rubbing the spot where Lian had hit him. In reality, Lian had avoided using the full power of the Tongbei Quan techniques, worried it might actually make Charles cry. Tongbei Quan emphasizes penetrating force with chopping, lifting, and ramming strikes, any of which could cause serious pain when landing. "I think there's no need for further demonstrations, Li. Please, let me train with you," Charles said, looking like he was wearing a mask of agony. He firmly declared he didn't need more convincing about Chinese kung fu. Lian's approach was intentional. He wanted Charles to experience its effectiveness firsthand. Otherwise, even if Charles agreed to train, he might not take it seriously. Additionally, letting him feel the power of kung fu firsthand would help build his confidence. As for hitting him a few times, it wasn't a big deal. Teenagers fear not physical pain, but the blow to their pride when being bullied. "Don't feel discouraged, Charles. Before long, you'll be just as strong as I am," Lian said, offering comfort after the tough lesson. This step was crucial to building Charles' courage for fighting. Since Charles didn't have an attribute panel like Lian, even with serious training, he wouldn't be able to apply traditional martial arts in real combat in a short time. Lian wasn't planning to start from the basics. Training Charles step by step until he could fight might take so long he'd already have a family by then. Instead, Lian focused on teaching him a few practical moves for real fights, emphasizing their flexibility. Once Charles built up the courage to fight, his natural fighting ability wouldn't be weak. At 190 pounds, even 2 punches from most people would feel like nothing more than a tickle. Unless someone hit his weak spots, like Lian did, punches landing on Charles' fat wouldn't hurt at all. There's a reason for the saying, size equals power. In Charles' mind, he was already fantasizing about using Chinese kung fu to knock down the bullies who had been tormenting him. Lian casually demonstrated a few moves, the sound of his clothes swishing eliciting gasps from Charles. At Lian's current level, he could easily qualify as a coach in a standard boxing gym. Charles didn't disappoint either. His attempts at imitating the moves were decent. The techniques Lian taught weren't exactly honorable or elegant, but they were practical for real combat. After teaching Charles the moves, Lian had him repeat them for practice while he worked on his own stances. During their practice bouts, Lian deliberately let Charles succeed a few times to give him a sense of improvement. "Charles, my brother, your martial arts talent is even higher than I imagined. Maybe in just a week, you'll be able to take down all 3 of them by yourself," Lian said, encouraging him. Charles, visibly excited, felt like he had learned something incredible and practiced even more earnestly. Skill acquisition depended on Charles himself, but Lian could tell he had successfully instilled confidence in him. "Starting now, every morning and evening after training with me, you'll also need to run 5 kilometers. Can you do that?" Lian asked. Charles agreed without hesitation. To him, this training wasn't intense at all. In the movies he'd seen, protagonists had to train in the snow or carry buckets of water up mountains every day. Lian wasn't entirely bluffing. He estimated that once Charles built up his stamina and wasn't afraid to throw punches, he could easily handle 2 opponents. "And if they bother you again, call me directly," Lian added. At his current level, he might still hesitate against an armed robber, but dealing with a few cowardly high school bullies was no problem. During the afternoon sparring sessions, Lian realized he was also benefiting from the practice. Although Charles had no techniques to speak of, his size and weight made him a decent sparring partner. Lian noticed his Tongbei Quan proficiency increased 20% faster today than usual. Still, using his friend as a punching bag wasn't ideal. Lian suddenly remembered the old man he'd met before. Just as he pulled out his phone to search for the martial arts school the man mentioned, a call came in from Hua Tianming. "Li, this is Hua Tianming. Our martial arts school is short on part-time coaches lately. Are you available?" Lian paused for half a second. He'd been planning to pay to train at the school, but now they were offering to pay him. After thinking it over, he realized it was a good deal. As a coach, he'd get to spar with students, use the equipment for free, and earn some money. He readily agreed and arranged to start the next morning. Hua Tianming had also debated this decision for a long time. Since he had already made a statement about not taking new disciples, it wouldn't be appropriate to officially take Lian as a student now. Instead, he figured that hiring Lian as a coach would gradually bring him into the fold. Over time, he could give him a more prestigious title and pass on his legacy. The next morning, following Hua Tianming's directions, Lian found the martial arts school located in the city center. The martial arts school was located inside a sports center. Although it wasn't in the busiest part of the city, the rent in this area was undoubtedly high. The school's entrance was quite grand, with a large Chinese signboard under which a small line of English translation was displayed. Hun Yuan Martial Arts School. Not a bad name, Lian thought to himself as he entered. Inside, the space was enormous, easily over 1,000 square meters by his rough estimate. At that moment, many people were practicing various exercises, such as stance training and technique drills. Most of the people there were teenagers, making up about 70% of the group, with the remaining being adults. "Hello, how can I help you?" As soon as Lian walked in, a young Chinese woman in a light blue cheongsam greeted him. However, she spoke in English, which wasn't surprising. In the US, many Chinese Americans tried their best to avoid showing any connection to China. They would go out of their way to act like typical Americans, speaking Chinese even less so. The receptionist had likely experienced this kind of trouble before. Since then, she spoke English to everyone she met. "Thank you. Could you tell me where the person in charge is?" Hearing Lian speak in Chinese, her smile became more genuine. As she led him inside, she replied, "Our manager hasn't arrived yet, but our head coach is over there. I can take you to him." "Thank you," Lian replied. The head coach looked quite young, probably in his early 30s. He had a buzz cut and was scrolling through TikTok while seated. After Lian explained his purpose, the coach, Wu Song, suddenly remembered that the manager had mentioned something last night about someone coming in as a coach. There was something about a kid and assigning him to a group. Looking at Lian, Wu Song couldn't help but think he looked way too young, practically like a child. Was he even an adult? Thankfully, local laws allowed for hiring minors aged 16 and above, with restrictions on work hours and duties. In Wisconsin, the rules had even been relaxed, allowing 14-16-year-olds to work until 11 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. So which group are you applying to coach for? Woo-song asked. Although the manager hadn't told Lian there were different coaching groups, he could easily understand, seeing the different age groups training on the floor. What's the difference between the coaching groups? Lian inquired. Woo-song explained. We have 3 groups: children, teenagers, and adults. The groups you coach differ by age, and accordingly, our hiring criteria and compensation also vary. All right, I'll choose the adult group, Lian replied immediately. After all, his goal was to find sparring partners. If he were teaching a group of kids, how would he get any proper practice? Woo-song gave him a surprised look and asked, "May I politely ask, what martial art are you proficient in? And how long have you been practicing?" Tong Bai Quan. As for how long? About 2.5 years, Lian replied seriously. He hadn't expected the time frame question to be measured in years. If he had said he'd only been training for a few weeks, they'd probably think he was insane. Since this was an interview, he had no choice but to exaggerate. He was already experienced in padding his resume from previous jobs. Upon hearing he had only trained for 2.5 years, Woo-song's expression faltered. Even the coaches for the children's group typically had at least 3 years of experience. No wonder the manager hadn't sounded too optimistic. It turned out this was just someone overconfident. Tong Bai Quan, Woo-song repeated. Out of courtesy, he nodded before continuing. All right then, let's spar. This will allow me to gauge your skills and also serve as part of the evaluation. Normally, coach evaluations didn't require Woo-song's involvement. They focused on assessing familiarity with martial arts techniques and basic skills, not actual combat. But since the manager had specifically mentioned arranging something for this person, Woo-song had no choice but to personally step in. He led Lian onto the sparring platform. Seeing someone step onto the platform, the trainees nearby brightened up. Many people came to martial arts schools hoping for the thrill of sparring, wishing they could step into the ring daily. However, they soon realized martial arts training was tedious, mostly basic exercises and repetitive drills. Now, seeing the head coach stepping in for a match, everyone gathered around eagerly. Other than the manager, no one here can beat the head coach, right? Of course not. Coach Wu isn't just for show. I once saw him take down a much taller taekwondo coach with raw power. Do you think this Chinese guy is here to challenge the school? Maybe there's some grudge between martial arts schools? Jess, you really need to stop reading so many martial arts novels. I overheard earlier this young man might be our new coach. That makes it even more exciting. Is the new coach challenging the head coach? Like a battle for leadership? Shh, it's starting. Quiet. Woo-song picked up a set of protective gear and asked, "Do you need this?" Lian shook his head, set the gear aside, and replied with a smile. "This isn't Sanda. Why would I need protective gear for martial arts?" As Lian stepped onto the platform, his adrenaline surged. Even his voice trembled slightly as he spoke. He was thrilled. This was his first real fight, and having an audience made it even more exhilarating. Everyone knows that competing with spectators and without them creates entirely different mental states for participants. Woo-song noticed Lian's slightly cocky remark and trembling body but found his initial impression shifting. Excited but not nervous. His stance is so precise. This guy isn't simple, Woo-song thought. Having grown up loving fights, Woo-song knew that seemingly tense beginners often fought with reckless abandon. Under the influence of adrenaline, pain would be ignored, and they would strike with full force. After a brief gesture of courtesy, Lian charged forward with a quick step. While martial arts in movies often portrayed masters waiting to counterattack passively, in real combat, gaining the initiative was key. Lian's fluid movements and footwork speed surprised Woo-song, prompting him to quickly adopt a defensive stance. When faced with Lian's cover hand strike, Woo-song responded with a wrapping hand sidestep, aiming for Lian's underarm. However, Lian's reaction was faster than expected. He quickly switched his move, and the two ended up clashing palms firmly. Smack. Both of them staggered back 2 steps. "Kid, you're telling me you've only practiced for 3 years?" Woo-song asked, visibly surprised. He had noticed that Lian's proficiency in every move was on par with his own, and in terms of reaction speed, Lian even surpassed him slightly. The only area where Lian fell short was upper body strength. Otherwise, Woo-song might not have been able to match his earlier strike. After that brief clash, Lian realized how unreliable the notion of spotting weaknesses just by standing was. Unless someone was a complete beginner, most people at least knew their starting stance as well. The real way to find weaknesses was during combat by observing flaws in execution or targeting areas of lesser strength. In that moment, when Lian clashed with Wu Song, it felt like slapping the tire of a truck. His palm stung with pain. He understood that his lack of physical conditioning was currently his biggest disadvantage. With this clarity, Lian adjusted his strategy. He avoided direct confrontation with Wu Song, instead leveraging his strengths against Wu Song's weaknesses. His advantage lay in his exceptional reaction speed, now at 10.40, bolstered by a 10% boost from his Tongbei Quan proficiency. This made him much faster than most people. Additionally, his technique and understanding of moves surpassed Wu Song's. The proficiency he had achieved in Tongbei Quan was no joke. Every strike Lian delivered targeted Wu Song's weak points. He ignored openings that wouldn't result in effective damage. Against Wu Song's counterattacks, he dodged when possible, focusing on dispersing force and evading. After several rounds, Wu Song failed to gain any advantage. Several times, he had to endure 2 hits from Lian just to land one of his own. However, from the perspective of a Tongbei Quan exchange, this approach was already a losing strategy. In simpler terms, if this were a real fight outside the ring, Wu Song would undoubtedly win. But the context here was a sparring session, a test of martial skills. Even the students watching from below, though not experts, could see that Coach Wu was clearly at a disadvantage. His moves were being controlled by Lian. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Wu Song decided to end the match. Let's stop here. If you told me you didn't start learning Tongbei Quan as a child, I wouldn't believe you. What impressed Wu Song wasn't just Lian's proficiency with the techniques, but also his impeccable footwork. Wu Song could only describe it as stable as a seasoned master. Such stability in one's base, he had only ever seen in his own teacher, the school's headmaster. Coach Wu, thank you for letting me learn from you. If this had been a serious fight, I wouldn't stand a chance, Lian said, bowing respectfully and giving Wu Song a graceful way out. After all, he was here for a job interview, not to challenge the school. Once off the sparring platform and with his adrenaline subsiding, Lian felt a burning pain in his arms. Meanwhile, Wu Song appeared mostly unscathed, except for a few strikes to his ribs. It was clear that Lian had hurt himself more than he had hurt Wu Song. So did I pass? Lian asked with a smile. Wu Song rolled his eyes and replied, if you didn't pass, we wouldn't need to hire anyone at all. Afterward, Wu Song briefly explained the work schedule, salary, teaching methods, and other details to Lian, adding that he wouldn't be assigned students right away. Fighting well is one thing, teaching is another, Wu Song explained. Lian nodded in understanding. He wasn't in a rush. After all, he had found an excellent sparring partner. While they were talking, Hua Tianming and the school's headmaster arrived. Li, how's it going? Pretty nice setup here, right? Hua Tianming asked proudly, gesturing at the school. Lian immediately flattered him, saying, not just nice, it's practically luxurious. Hua Tianming beamed with pride and led everyone to the reception room. Lai, don't worry. Teaching kids is quite simple. Also, even if you're not assigned students yet, your salary will still be paid, Hua Tianming assured him. The headmaster, overhearing this special treatment, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had never seen anyone else receive such privileges. Kids? But didn't I just apply to be an adult group coach? Lian asked, confused by Hua Tianming's comment. Hui Tianming looked equally puzzled and turned to the headmaster. What's going on here? The headmaster, in turn, looked at Wu Song and asked, what's going on? Didn't I tell you last night to assign this young man to the children's group? Were you not listening? Internally, the headmaster was growing increasingly annoyed with Lian. Assigning him a coaching position was already a favor, yet he had the nerve to insist on joining the adult group. Was he even old enough? Wu Song stammered, struggling to respond. So that's what you meant by assigning him. Wu Song thought but dared not retort to his teacher. Instead, he admitted his mistake. I might have misunderstood. The headmaster relaxed slightly and started to say, in that case, Li, you'll temporarily take the children's. But Wu Song interjected softly. But he's already passed the adult group coach test. What did you say? The headmaster exclaimed, slipping into his Sichuan dialect out of surprise. It's true. Everyone saw it. The test was conducted on the sparring platform just now, Wu Song confirmed, delivering the final blow. The headmaster was left speechless, while Hua Tianming laughed heartily. Looks like Li has made great progress recently. That's excellent. With great ability comes great responsibility, Hua Tianming said, clearly pleased. Relieved by the confirmation, Lian felt reassured. If he had been assigned to teach kids, he would have lost interest in coming at all. As they left the room, Hua Tianming suggested, why don't I spar with you for a bit and see how much you've absorbed from last time? That sounds great. Lian eagerly agreed. His gains from Hua Tianming's guidance last time had stayed with him for a long while. As Hua Tianming and Li cheerfully left the reception room, Yan Tianqi's face darkened. Among Hua Tianming's disciples, he was the youngest and the least accomplished. Most of the senior disciples had either gone independent or switched careers to become business owners. As for his own son, better left unmentioned. Due to ideological differences, they had cut ties years ago. Thus, Yan Tianqi considered himself the sole heir to Hua Tianming's legacy. But now, the sudden appearance of Li Yan filled him with a sense of crisis. For the first time in decades, his master had shown interest in taking on a new disciple. Judging by his behavior, he clearly admired this young man. Yan Tianqi had long viewed the martial arts school as his own property and wasn't about to let anyone else get involved. He could only hope this newcomer knew his place, otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to underhanded tactics. On the other side, Hua Tianming was astonished by Li Yan's progress as they sparred. In just a few days, the young man had improved significantly. When it came to martial arts talent, none of his other disciples could compare. For instance, Yan Tianqi himself hadn't reached Li Yan's current level until he was nearly 30. Even if Li Yan had started training at 6, reaching this level in 11 or 12 years would still require exceptional talent. Li Yan, however, had an entirely different perspective on their exchange. The last time he interacted with Hua Tianming, their communication was purely verbal, yet it had yielded substantial insights. This time, practicing moves directly, he realized Hua Tianming's mastery was a whole tier above his own. While Li Yan was at the beginner level of Tongbei Quan proficiency, Hua Tianming was likely in the mid to late stages of a master-level proficiency. It was clear that sustaining such a martial arts school abroad for so many years required real skill. All right, that's enough for today. This old man can't keep up anymore. What I've shown you is enough to keep you busy for a while, Hua Tianming said, withdrawing his fists and waving off any further sparring. The saying, "the fist fears the young," rang true. Hua Tianming found Li Yan's stamina overwhelming. The kid seemed tireless and far outpaced him physically. Your main shortcoming isn't technique but physical conditioning. Spend more time in the gym and start practicing on the wooden dummy, Hua Tianming advised. Li Yan nodded and silently took the advice to heart. He had already committed all of Hua Tianming's moves and techniques to memory. Thanks to his heightened mental attributes, forgetting wasn't a concern. When Li Yan quietly pulled up his stats panel, he saw that his Tongbei Quan proficiency had increased from 62 of 400 proficient to 104 of 400 proficient. On average, his proficiency had risen by 14 points per hour, double the 7 points he usually gained during self-training. As lunchtime approached, Li Yan planned to find a nearby restaurant but was stopped by Wu Song. "Coach Li, we have a cafeteria here. Want to try it out?" Li Yan agreed. A free meal was always welcome. The food at the cafeteria was tailored for the students and coaches, with a focus on light, low-oil, and low-salt dishes. The menu featured items like pan-seared beef, stir-fried chicken with chili, curry beef, tomato scrambled eggs, steamed broccoli, and stir-fried cabbage. For staples, there were buckwheat noodles and whole-grain bread, complemented by fresh fruit for dessert. Just by looking at the spread, Li Yan could tell the tuition here wasn't cheap. Without holding back, Li Yan loaded his plate generously. His appetite was nearly twice that of an average adult. The students nearby were stunned. Was there a direct correlation between food intake and skill level? Motivated by his example, many students went back for seconds. In reality, appetite doesn't always correlate with body size. With consistent overeating, the stomach's capacity can expand, though this isn't recommended for most people. In the afternoon, Li Yan tried out various equipment in the martial arts school and sparred with several coaches. After comparing experiences, he concluded that practicing techniques in live combat was the fastest way to improve his martial arts. Likewise, he believed that actual combat was the truest measure of one's martial arts skill. The reason traditional martial arts often face criticism as useless in real combat lies in their lack of sparring. Martial arts evaluations prioritize performance and aesthetics over practical application. In contrast, disciplines like Sanda, boxing, and MMA all determine strength through actual combat. The ability to win in the ring is what ultimately matters. The difference in training goals naturally leads to different outcomes, which makes sense. By the end of the day, Li Yan had made significant progress, though his body felt the toll. While sparring, he hadn't noticed it, but once he rested, his entire body ached. Hua Tianming had suggested hitting the wooden dummy to build resistance to strikes, a solid recommendation. However, Li Yan had a different idea. Why not learn some hard qigong or internal martial arts as well? Hua Tianming hadn't recommended this because people have limited energy. Mastering even one discipline in a lifetime is a significant achievement. Moreover, hard qigong takes even longer to master than techniques like Tongbei Quan, making it notoriously slow. In Hua Tianming's view, there was no need for extreme physical conditioning unless one was pursuing combat sports. A sufficient level was good enough. Li Yan understood this logic but also knew he was different. For others, practicing multiple disciplines might dilute their focus, but for him, sticking to just one was wasting his potential. The martial arts school didn't provide dinner, but unwilling to leave empty-handed, Lian managed to get a bottle of medicinal wine from Hua Tianming. Back home, Lian examined the red marks on his arms, left from ruptured capillaries during training. Glancing at his bank account balance, he decisively grabbed the medicinal wine and headed outside. If I bring my own medicinal wine, could I get her to give me a discount on the treatment? Standing at Sheila's door, Lian rang the bell, pondering this question. Knock, knock. The sound from behind the door was the distinct click of high heels. When the door opened, a striking figure in gray appeared, carrying the sophisticated fragrance of a mature woman. Today, Sheila was wearing a tight-fitting gray dress, accentuating her curves with its elasticity, an outfit one could aptly call a stepmother dress. Dear Lai, are you bringing a bottle of brandy to share with me? Sheila's eyes immediately landed on the bottle of medicinal wine in Lian's hand as she greeted him. Since the wine was homemade by Hua Tianming and came in an unlabeled bottle, its amber color did indeed resemble extra old brandy aged in oak barrels for 10 years. I might have to disappoint you, Miss Sheila. This is actually medicinal wine, similar to what you applied to me last time, Lian explained awkwardly, raising the bottle to show her. It was only then that Sheila noticed the bruises and red marks scattered across Lian's arms. Her expression turned to one of concern as she gently grabbed his arm and exclaimed emotionally, "My God, what happened to you? Is someone bullying you? I know the local police chief. I'll make sure they pay for this." "It's not that," Lian said patiently. "These are just unavoidable injuries from practicing martial arts. Chinese Kung Fu, you've heard of it, right?" He explained while letting her continue holding his arm. The warmth of Sheila's soft, tender hands seemed to ease the pain in his arm considerably. After hearing his explanation, Sheila quickly understood why Lian had come. She led him to her room and began preparing the materials needed for his rehabilitation treatment. Lian removed his shirt, leaving only a pair of athletic shorts. Over the past few days, his physique had noticeably improved. Despite his indulgent meals, his intense workout regimen ensured his body fat percentage not only didn't increase but even dropped slightly. Comparing himself to online photos, Lian estimated his body fat was around 12 to 13%. His muscle definition was sharp, and his muscle mass had increased. While his arm and leg measurements couldn't compete with hardcore gym enthusiasts, his well-balanced muscle distribution gave him a unique aesthetic. Combined with the bruises on his skin, he exuded a rugged masculine charm. Watching Sheila move busily around, sometimes squatting, sometimes bending over Lian, couldn't help but feel that the air conditioning in the room was insufficient. He wanted to ask how much Sheila's rehabilitation services typically cost per hour but hesitated, fearing it might come off as impolite or awkward. After deliberating for a while, he finally spoke. "Miss Sheila, when you worked as a sports rehabilitation therapist, how much did you usually charge for a session like this?" Mid-sentence, Lian stumbled over his words, unsure whether to say fee, payment, or something else. To his surprise, Sheila burst out laughing. "Dear Lee, are you planning to pay me for this? I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to afford it." She teased with a playful smile, pausing her preparations. "Maybe you could pay me in another way. What do you think would be a fair trade?" Her eyes scanned his body suggestively. "How about this?" she continued. "I'll teach you some massage techniques, and you can practice on me instead. How does that sound?" Sheila leaned in close, her face almost touching his. Imagine this as a single man in his early 30s, being approached by a stunning 17 or 18-year-old girl next door type with a killer figure, asking you to provide her with physical therapy and massages. Would you charge her? Or even pay for the chance? Lee gulped and agreed without hesitation. "Sure, Miss Sheila, I'd be happy to." Of course, who wouldn't jump at such an opportunity? As a novice in massage, his hourly value was certainly less than Sheila's, and this exchange was clearly in his favor. Moreover, he'd be learning a new skill for free, a skill that people used to pay for and might not even be able to access. For Lian, this was a win-win situation. It wasn't just greed driving his frugality. Although he had earned a significant amount recently, including the $1,800 from the gym, his daily expenses were still considerable. Even though he rarely ate out, his food costs alone ran close to $20 per day. Soon, property taxes on his home would be due, costing over $800. Add in other miscellaneous expenses like utilities, gas, and road cleaning fees, and the total wasn't small. Sheila's professional touch proved her expertise. By the time she finished Lian's full body treatment, he felt a remarkable lightness throughout his body. Of course, the medicinal wine he brought was nearly 1/3 gone. His injuries weren't just from the sparring match that day. His intense training routine had also caused significant muscle strain. Without proper care, such repeated exertion could easily lead to hidden injuries. These might not be noticeable in the short term, but could impair physical performance over time or even reduce life expectancy in severe cases. Fortunately, Lian's strong physical condition, far above that of an average person, helped him recover quickly. Otherwise, his intense daily workouts would have already taken a toll. Professional athletes and fitness enthusiasts often have dedicated care teams, but with Lian's current finances, that wasn't an option. Sheila's help was a cost-effective lifesaver. When Sheila finished and stood up, her gaze met Lian's. Their eyes locked for a moment. "Well, shall we move on to the next step now?" she asked. "Yes," Lian replied. As Sheila tidied up the equipment, Lian dressed himself. Their interaction felt natural and effortless. For some reason, Lian felt a slight tension mixed with anticipation. "All right, let's begin your first lesson," Sheila said, sitting close to him with a sway of her hips. "Do you know what massage really is?" Sheila asked, fixing her gaze on his face with a teasing smile. She seemed eager to see his reaction upon learning that the first lesson would be theoretical. To her surprise, there was no confusion on Lian's face. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately began answering her question. Massage can generally be categorized into three main types based on its purpose: wellness massage, therapeutic massage, and relaxation massage. Wellness massage primarily aims to restore the vitality of muscles and nerves, alleviate suboptimal health states, and uplift the spirit. Therapeutic massage focuses on treating injuries to muscles and nerves, emphasizing post-treatment effects to promote the body's recovery. Relaxation massage, on the other hand, is designed to ease mental stress. In addition to massage techniques, it emphasizes the overall sensory experience, including sight, sound, and smell. Lian rattled off this explanation without pausing. Originally, Sheila had intended to ask a question as an introduction to her teaching, but she didn't expect Lian to answer everything completely. If it hadn't been an offhand question, she might have suspected that Lian had memorized the answers beforehand. "How do you know so much about massage? Have you studied it before?" Sheila asked, her mouth slightly open in surprise. "A while ago, I started reading books about health, wellness, and human anatomy to prepare for physical training. I guess I picked up some knowledge," Lian replied honestly. He wasn't lying, he had indeed been learning various bits of knowledge in his free time. With his heightened mental attribute, his memory was far superior to that of an average person, allowing him to retain almost everything he read. Sheila's expression turned into one of admiration as she continued. "Since you already have a basic understanding of these concepts, we can skip most of the theory. What I specialize in is sports massage, which emerged alongside the development of competitive sports. Essentially, it combines the benefits of wellness and therapeutic massage. For your situation, since you're not participating in high-level competitions, pre-exercise and pre-competition massages aren't very necessary. What you need most is post-exercise massage." With just a few words, Sheila narrowed the vast scope of knowledge down to what Lian needed most. "All right, let's start practicing now," Sheila said, taking hold of Lian's arm. "The basic massage techniques include pressing, kneading, separating, rubbing, pinching, and pushing. Whatever I do, just mimic my actions." As Lian began massaging Sheila's arm, he discovered that her skin wasn't just visually smooth and delicate, it felt uniquely soft and firm to the touch. Even at 32, Sheila's body was impressively well-maintained, with taut muscles and supple skin. The last time Lian had such close physical contact with a woman was so long ago that even with his extraordinary memory, he couldn't recall the occasion. From arms to neck, shoulders, and back, Sheila guided him patiently. With only 2 or 3 attempts, Lian could master each technique she demonstrated. As the session went on, Sheila began doubting herself. When she had learned these techniques, it had taken her days to grasp each step. But Lian had already learned over 10 techniques within 2 hours. Although his movements were still somewhat clumsy, it was clear he had reached a beginner's level. Initially, Sheila hadn't been fully focused on teaching, but as Lian progressed rapidly, she found herself becoming more serious about the lesson. For Lian, it was hard to stay entirely focused with such an attractive blonde woman in front of him. Still, he noticed something unusual on his stats panel. Name: Lian. Strength 8.58. Constitution 12.45. Reaction 10.40. Spirit 15.22. Breakthrough points 0.2. Skills: cycling 911 of 1000 mastery. Traits: increased lower body strength and endurance by 40%, reduced cycling energy consumption by 10%. Running 34 of 400 proficient. Traits: increased lung capacity by 20%. Tongbei Quan 104 of 400 proficient. Traits: increased reaction speed and neural recruitment by 20%. Sports massage 12 of 100 beginner. The appearance of this new skill on his panel indicated that massage did indeed require a certain level of technical skill and depth. Motivated by the potential for skill improvement, Lion grew even more focused. Lee, just when I think I know you well, you always manage to surprise me, Sheila said with a smile as she gazed into his eyes. Lian smiled back and replied, maybe if we spend more time together, you'll discover even more. I'm sure we will. Don't you think? Sheila added as Lian prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, Sheila called out as he reached the door. Today we covered some areas, but we still haven't gotten to the abdomen, hips, legs, and feet. Make sure you come back to finish learning those, okay? Feeling a sudden rush of warmth in his body, Lian told himself it must be from all the protein he'd been consuming lately. He adjusted his expression, turned back, and replied, I'll definitely come back very soon. As Lian reached the door, Sheila called out again. Wait. When he turned, Sheila suddenly wrapped him in a warm, full-bodied hug. Instinctively, Lian raised his hand, almost moving into a Tongbei Quan defensive stance, but quickly realized what was happening. His hand ended up resting lightly on her slightly soft yet firm waist. How does that feel? It's part of a rehabilitation technique I've been developing. You're the first person I've tested it on, Sheila said, pulling back with a playful smile. It feels amazing, Lian admitted, still replaying the sensation in his mind. Sheila glanced at his hand and teased, from your reaction, it seems like you're not just a diligent student, are you? That was just an instinctive response, Lian said quickly. I see your body is honest, right? Sheila replied with a smirk, this time in Mandarin. You can speak Chinese? Lian asked, surprised. I've been learning it recently. I'm not sure why, but I've suddenly found it fascinating. If possible, could you teach me more Chinese? No pay involved, of course, Sheila said, her face lighting up. After returning home, Lian took a cold shower and lay on his bed for half an hour to cool off. How do you deal with this kind of internal heat? He wondered. After calming down, Lian searched online for some information about traditional Chinese medicine TCM. In the past, he wasn't interested in TCM, thinking it was unscientific. However, as he got older and experienced cupping therapy and moxibustion a few times, he realized that TCM has its unique strengths in certain areas. Not to mention, after using medicinal wine twice recently, Lian could now objectively and rationally evaluate its benefits. Many experts claim that ginseng and radishes have similar nutritional value, yet no expert dares to eat a pound or two of ginseng in one sitting. This time, Lian wasn't trying to diagnose himself or prescribe a treatment. He just wanted to see if his current condition warranted visiting a pharmacy for herbal remedies or supplements. He browsed a few tonic recipes online and searched for the prices of herbs on shopping websites. Unsurprisingly, this stuff was expensive. Being in the United States, many items were at least twice as expensive as in China. That said, some commonly sold herbs cultivated in the US had significantly different price points. Shaking his head, Lian closed the web pages and opened Amazon again. He hadn't forgotten his idea from earlier in the day. If improving his physical strength was a slow process, why not start practicing a new martial art focused on building the body? There were plenty of options: Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth, Iron Palm, Iron Head Technique, Shaolin Tongzi Gong, covering a variety of methods. Some were quick to master, while others required decades of consistent practice. Some focused on external resistance to physical blows, while others cultivated internal energy for defense. Looking through these choices, Lian found it hard to decide. Although his skill panel allowed him to learn faster, mastering too many techniques would still require significant time and effort. With no other option, Lian turned to martial arts forums to gather opinions. After browsing for a while, he came across something intriguing: the 13 Taibao body refinement technique. It is said to have originated from Lai Kungxiao, a legendary general during the Five Dynasties period, known as the Flying Tiger General. According to legend, when Lai Kungxiao mastered this technique, his muscles and bones became as strong as iron. He was invincible on the battlefield, unmatched in bravery and strength. Historical novels even describe him as having the strength of 25,000 caddies in one arm. Later, Lai Kungxiao was betrayed and sentenced to be drawn and quartered. During the execution, 5 oxen pulling in opposite directions failed to tear his body apart because of the natural force emanating from his limbs. The executioners had to sever his tendons to cut off his strength before the oxen could succeed. In fiction, characters like Ao Bai in The Deer and the Cauldron are said to have practiced this technique, achieving near-legendary combat prowess. The 13 Taibao body refinement technique is also considered one of the Shaolin Temple's secret disciplines. While the exaggerated claims in novels might not be credible, they still indicate that this technique is highly regarded. Unlike Tai Chi or Baguazhang, no one dared to boast about those techniques in the same way. However, Lian's interest wasn't in the grandiose claims but in the technique's depth and comprehensive approach. The technique combines internal and external cultivation, focusing on refining the mind, energy, and body. It is divided into 3 components: Internal QI training, derived from Shaolin's soft health-preserving exercises, aims to cultivate internal energy, strengthen the body, and promote health. Internal explosive training, derived from Shaolin hard Qigong, enhances explosive power and lays a foundation for external body training. Body refinement training, the core of the technique, aims to strengthen the entire body comprehensively. From Lian's limited experience, martial arts with multiple branches and comprehensive functions are harder to practice but offer higher potential once mastered. Given his current situation, this all-in-one technique seemed perfect. Having made his decision, Lian placed an order without hesitation, determined to start enjoying the benefits sooner rather than later. He even signed up for an Amazon Prime membership for $119, figuring that next-day delivery alone would save him time and effort. Coupled with other discounts, it seemed like a worthwhile investment in the long run. After putting down his phone, Lian broke his usual habits and went to bed at 10 p.m. He understood that training required balance. One must rest to avoid overexertion, even with the help of his skills. That night, Lian slept exceptionally well, even dreaming of previewing Sheila's next massage lesson. Normally, he would wake up naturally in the morning, but today he was roused by Charles calling him from downstairs. Lian hadn't expected the kid to be so motivated. He never seemed this enthusiastic about studying. I'm coming, Lian replied. When he reached downstairs, he saw that Charles was still sweating, clearly having just finished his morning run. We're not training in your backyard today. Let's go to the park instead, Charles suggested. Lian initially thought about taking Charles to the martial arts gym but reconsidered. Given Charles's current state, seeing others' progress might only hurt his confidence. The two of them grabbed bikes and set off. Hey, slow down, Lee. I can't keep up with you, Charles shouted from behind. Hearing this, Lian felt a bit helpless. Even when cycling casually, his speed was faster than Charles's full sprint, making it hard for them to match paces. How about this? Put your hand on my shoulder, but be careful to keep your balance and control your direction. Lian came up with a method, allowing Charles to place his hand on Lian's shoulder so he could pull him along. As soon as Charles's hand rested on his shoulder, Lian felt the added resistance. But for Lian, this was nothing. It was like cycling uphill. With Charles no longer falling behind, Lian pedaled at full force, quickly reaching a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. For Charles, who had never ridden an electric bike, this newfound speed was exhilarating. He realized that Lian's pace was even faster than before, which made him understand why his neighbor was a champion cyclist. When they arrived at the park, breathing in the fresh air, they picked an open spot to train. Let's spar first. I want to see how much you've improved, Lian said, assuming a stance and motioning for Charles to come at him. For someone who is seriously practicing martial arts, expecting noticeable progress in just 1 or 2 days is nothing but wishful thinking. However, Charles was not a serious martial artist. The few moves Lian had taught him, Charles had practiced them several more times on his own and had now fully mastered them. At this point, he was entering his first phase of overconfidence. Lian skillfully dodged an attempted charge from Charles and said encouragingly, "Not bad, your speed is clearly improved." It wasn't because Charles had been running for just 2 days. Instead, he no longer hesitated as much and acted more decisively, which naturally increased his speed. Hey! Charles threw an elbow strike, accompanied by a loud shout, which maximized its intimidation. This was one of the techniques Lian had taught him. While many formal competitions banned such moves, this only highlighted their effectiveness in real-life fights. If you're fighting on the street and trying to play by the rules, you're courting trouble. In this round of sparring, Charles managed to last more than 20 seconds before collapsing onto the grass. To build Charles's confidence, Lian had admittedly gone easy on him. But even so, he could genuinely feel that Charles's fighting ability had doubled compared to last time. At the very least, Charles now dared to throw punches, which was a significant breakthrough. I don't understand. Why do you still knock me down so easily? Lying on the ground, Charles sounded slightly dejected. Are you joking? It's only been a day. Do you think you're Bruce Lee or something? Lian's words brought Charles's inflated confidence back down a notch. However, worried he might have sounded too harsh, he added, "Listen, your improvement is greater than I expected. Think of it like this: your math score just went from 10 points to 20. Understand?" Charles was stunned for a moment before nodding. His last math test score was only 10 points, so getting 20 would mean doubling his score, a pretty significant improvement. Keep it up. At this rate, you'll catch up with me in no time. Hearing this, Charles started counting on his fingers. If his score improved by 10 points each time, he'd only need about 8 more improvements to surpass Lian's 98 points. That doesn't sound too hard, he muttered. After finishing their morning practice, Lian wrapped things up and asked Charles by the bike, "I'm heading to the gym. Want to join me?" "Of course. I'd love to. Having tasted the joy of getting stronger, Charles was temporarily addicted to the feeling. For him, the gym wasn't just a gym, it was a training ground. Before going to the gym, Leon stopped at McDonald's for a double beef burger. Seeing the longing in Charles's eyes, Leon firmly shook his head, devouring the burger in just a few bites to refuel. Breakthrough point gained 0.05. Without hesitation, Leon allocated it to his constitution stat. Many of his current training routines heavily relied on this attribute, including the 13 Tai Bao body refinement technique he was about to start learning. At the gym, he didn't see Blair, the bearded man from last time, but instead ran into the slightly chubby Jewish girl he'd noticed before. She was already taking selfies early in the morning, showing her dedication. Wanting to avoid trouble, Leon chose a spot far away from her side of the gym. After warming up with Charles, Leon began his training plan. Starting with a 50 kilograms barbell, he worked on bench presses. Previously, 50 kilograms had been his limit during testing, but now he could use it for sets, showing a clear improvement. This level of progress wasn't unusual. Most people see a significant weight increase after their first training session as their body adapts. It's not that their strength has increased, it's just that their body is now performing closer to its potential. To Leon's surprise, Charles tried to mimic his movements and even loaded a 50 kilograms barbell for bench presses. Judging by his ease, Charles seemed to handle it even better than Leon. There's no denying the advantages of sheer body mass. Leon helped Charles determine his optimal working weight, which allowed him to do 6 to 8 reps. For Charles, this was 60 kilograms, the same weight that had been Leon's limit last time. At this rate, Charles would likely surpass 70 kilograms within a week. The tables had turned, and now it was Leon's turn to envy someone else. 7, 8. Leon added 15 kilograms of extra weight to his legs for pull-up training, a gold standard exercise for back strength. Thanks to his lighter weight, Leon could do 15 to 16 pull-ups in one go, making the additional weight more efficient for his progress. Just as he was counting his reps, a commotion broke out on the other side of the gym. "You were staring at my butt. I'm sure of it." Looking over, Leon saw the familiar face of the chubby Jewish girl loudly accusing a man in his 30s. "What? I was just stretching my neck." The man replied, looking confused. "You can't fool me. My phone's recording everything," she declared, showing everyone her footage. "But the recording shows I only glanced for less than a second. This is ridiculous. Who knows? Even in that second, you've already ogled me. If I feel offended, that's harassment." Her arrogance left the man no choice but to walk away, shrugging in frustration. Not just him soon, everyone avoided her area, turning it into a no man's land. "You won't get away. I'll expose your behavior online, you creep." Charles, watching the scene unfold, was stunned. "This is a thing," he whispered to Leon. "Honestly, Leon, this place feels more dangerous than the principal's office at school. I think we should leave soon." Leon was also speechless, but, having seen plenty of absurd situations in his past life, managed to stay calm. "I suggest facing the wall during your workouts next time." "That sounds like a good idea," Charles replied with a smile. The two moved even further away from the drama. "Help." A loud, piercing scream suddenly filled the gym. Turning around, they saw the Jewish girl trapped under a fallen barbell. Charles instinctively wanted to rush over to help, but then hesitated, as if second-guessing his decision. Not only Charles but also several other men present hesitated and didn't dare step forward. The barbell was merely pinning her down, making it impossible for her to stand. Judging by her condition, she didn't seem to be in immediate danger. Finally, a black woman couldn't hold back and stepped forward to help lift the barbell off the Jewish woman, advising her, "You shouldn't attempt to squat weight beyond your body's capacity." However, the slightly chubby Jewish woman clearly looked unconvinced. What Leon didn't know was that she had been inspired by him last time, which led her to foolishly challenge a heavier weight. After helping her up, the black woman was about to leave when the Jewish woman suddenly stopped her. "Wait, when you moved the barbell, I think you crushed my eyeshadow palette." She pulled out a small palm-sized eyeshadow palette from her pocket, pointing at a crack on it and shouting loudly, "What the hell?" The black woman turned around with a puzzled expression. "This is Chanel. You owe me at least $80, the Jewish woman said, extending her hand to grab the black woman's arm. Watching this, Charles broke out in a cold sweat, thankful he had stopped himself in time. Is this what they mean by girls help girls? Although Leon found the situation absurd, he wasn't too surprised. The world is big, and it takes all kinds. Moreover, it seemed like there were more and more of these types of people. When dealing with someone who has a victim complex, expecting gratitude is as futile as hoping to win the lottery. Both are equally unlikely. To Leon, Such people were even more hateful than bullies. At least street thugs only harm individuals. But people like this Jewish woman attack the moral and value systems of everyone around them. Unfortunately, the Jewish woman underestimated one thing: this black woman was clearly a higher-level player. In the current hierarchy, if the Jewish woman was Tier 1, the black woman might well be Tier 0.5. Bitch, you better let go of my hand. The black woman didn't hold back, unleashing a torrent of insults. The Jewish woman flinched but stubbornly replied, "If you don't pay me, I'll call the police." "Screw you." The black woman didn't waste time arguing and punched her square in the face. The Jewish woman immediately let go, and the black woman left the scene swiftly. As expected, applying the laws of physics solves problems quickly. The Jewish woman clutched her swollen face, blood dripping from her nose to her chin, too stunned to even wipe it off. She seemed to have completely forgotten why she was there in the first place. Watching her cry and run out of the gym, the atmosphere inside turned cheerful again. In the US, minor altercations like this are usually ignored by the police. At most, they'll take a call and dismiss it with a few perfunctory words. Even if someone is caught, such incidents rarely qualify as criminal offenses. As for compensation, be prepared for a long, drawn-out lawsuit. Having witnessed this instant karma, Leon returned to his training plan. His current regimen followed a weekly cycle: 3 days of upper body strength training and 2 days of lower body strength training. This intensity was manageable for him, but for most gym beginners, training 4 days a week was sufficient, leaving ample time for muscle recovery. The exercises were simple, focusing on low-rep, high-weight routines. He avoided exercises meant for sculpting muscle shape and prioritized training large muscle groups. Additionally, Leon did several wrist strengthening exercises to lay the foundation for future improvements. By the end of the session, Leon noticed that now that his training was on track, the results were at least 20% better than before. Including the 0.01 point strength gained from his morning martial arts practice, his strength increased by 0.2, rising from 8.58 to 8.78. His constitution also climbed to 12.64. Although his raw strength still hadn't reached the average level for a standard adult male, the combination of his high-intensity training's neural recruitment benefits and the bonus from his advanced tongue by fist mastery meant his actual power output was already at or above average. "Still lifting? Let's go eat. I'm treating you to burgers," Leon said, wiping off sweat and preparing to leave, only to find Charles still engrossed in weightlifting. "Oh, all right, coming." Charles's eyes lit up as he put down the barbell, his clothes completely soaked in sweat. Leon couldn't tell what had motivated him, but Charles's newfound dedication was almost unrecognizable. Checking online reviews, Leon picked a burger place with decent decor. Even something as simple as fast food came in many tiers. Back home, popular chains like McDonald's, KFC, and Burger King were considered mid to low end. Here, their meals were indeed cheap. You could fill up for under $10, and sodas were unlimited. "Bro, this place looks pricey. Maybe we should go next door instead." Charles hesitated, eyeing the upscale-looking burger joint. "The tips here alone might cost as much as a full meal at the nearby fast food place. I'm paying. What are you worried about?" Leon dismissed his concerns and pushed him inside. It felt good treating a buddy, unlike with a girl, who might complain the place wasn't fancy enough. Thud. Day. A menu was thrown onto their table from several meters away. Looking in the direction of the menu, they saw a waiter leaning casually against an empty table, gazing indifferently out the window. Not wanting to ruin their meal, they chose not to confront him. They opened the menu and ordered fried chicken, a large box with 2 wings, 2 drumsticks, and 4 chicken breasts for $20. Despite online claims of $1 fried chicken abroad, those were mostly clearance items. Anything fresh wasn't nearly that cheap. 2 milk teas cost $18, 2 rice bowls with Chinese-style toppings and 2 giant burgers totaled $62, and a Caesar salad, fries, and 2 egg tarts added another $36. By the time they were done ordering, their small table was nearly full. The total cost, excluding tips, was $136. As the waiter served their food, his gaze stayed fixed on Charles. Each time Leon glanced over, all he saw was the waiter's whites of the eyes. After serving, the waiter stood nearby, glaring intently at Charles, as if terrified these 2 young customers might dine and dash without tipping. In the eyes of many waitstaff in America, Asians are often seen as not tipping or leaving only $1 or $2, which earns them little favor. During their breaks, many servers would gather to discuss whether certain Asian customers tipped or not. Those who didn't tip might end up on their personal blacklist. The next time such customers showed up, they might receive slower service or even have something extra added to their food. Leon noticed the server's behavior and pulled out a $100 bill from his wallet. The server immediately switched to a wide smile, bending over as he approached Liang, his face full of joy. However, just as Liang was about to hand over the bill, his hand stopped mid-air. Frowning, he asked, "Did you wash your hair this morning?" The server hesitated, a bit puzzled, but still answered with a smile, "Yes, sir, I washed it this morning." "Then why does your hair smell like fried chicken gone bad for 3 days, mixed with ketchup? Tell me, what shampoo do you use?" Liang's expression grew angrier as he questioned the server. The server, startled by Liang's behavior, nervously replied in a low voice, "Adidas. I use Adidas shampoo." "Bullshit. I knew it. I absolutely hate their shampoo. And because you used it, this bill no longer belongs to you. This," he said, pulling out a $1 coin instead of the $100 bill, "is what you deserve." The server, visibly shaken, reluctantly accepted the coin and walked away. After the server left, Charles whispered, "What if he wasn't using that shampoo?" Liang sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead, and replied, "It doesn't matter what shampoo he used. Once he used it, it automatically became my least favorite. Does that make sense?" "Ha ha ha. You're a genius, my friend," Charles said, laughing. "Did you see his regretful expression? I bet he'll spend the whole day wallowing over losing that $100. Of course, Liang smirked, taking a sip of his milk tea. Giving someone $1 is nothing, but letting them think they've got $100 and then taking it away, that's the real pain killing the heart and the mind. "Shay Renju is sin," Charles repeated softly in Chinese. "Li? I think I've mastered how to use that phrase," he said confidently. Despite the poor service, the food at the restaurant was genuinely delicious. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. The fried chicken was fragrant and crispy, and the beef burgers were juicy and flavorful. Initially, when ordering, Charles had insisted Liang order less, fearing they wouldn't finish. But in the end, they cleaned the table, even using fries to wipe up the leftover salad dressing. Liang, meanwhile, earned 0.14 breakthrough points from the meal. "I've got some things to do this afternoon. What about you?" Liang asked Charles as they stood outside the restaurant, Charles still rubbing his full stomach. Liang hadn't forgotten about his coaching job at the martial arts gym and needed to head there in the afternoon. To prevent Charles from tagging along, he made it clear he needed to go alone. "That's a shame. I was going to invite you to play some games," Charles said, walking over to his bike. "See you tomorrow. Goodbye, and thanks for the meal." That afternoon at the martial arts gym, Liang was still in the training phase for his coaching role. After learning the basics of their teaching process, Liang practiced Tongbei Fist on his own. The gym owner initially intended to find fault with him, but Liang recited the entire curriculum from memory, leaving the owner speechless. Unlike the previous day, Liang didn't spar with the other coaches. He wasn't a battle maniac, and his injuries from yesterday hadn't fully healed. Repeated sparring wouldn't be as effective as the first time. In 4 hours that afternoon, Liang increased his Tongbei Fist proficiency by 32 points, reaching 136 of 400 proficient. His constitution and strength also increased by 0.26 and 0.02, respectively. On his way home, Liang checked his status panel. Name Liang. Strength 8.80. Constitution 13.04. Reflexes 10.40. Spirit 15.22. Breakthrough points. Skills. E. Cycling 958 of 1000 master. Effect increases lower body strength and stamina by 40%. Effect reduces stamina consumption during cycling by 10%. Running 36 of 400 proficient. Effect increases lung capacity by 20%. Tongbei Fist 136 of 400 proficient. Effect increases reflexes and neural recruitment by 20%. Sports Massage 12 of 100 novice. Noticing that his cycling skill was close to leveling up, Liang became excited. Despite not specifically training for it, his frequent use of a bike for commuting had kept the skill active. Curious about what would come next, Liang intentionally took a longer route home to max out his cycling proficiency. Upon leveling up cycling, he didn't experience the usual flood of knowledge that came with advancing to mastery. Instead, ideas and insights emerged within him. He realized that while his movements and posture were already textbook perfect, they weren't necessarily the best fit for his unique physique. Now, he saw countless details he could dynamically adjust based on his body's condition. Previously, he had been following a high-scoring template. Now, he had a custom-made system tailored precisely to his needs. From a technical standpoint, reaching a high level often meant incremental improvements became exceedingly difficult. But now, Liang realized there was still plenty of room for growth. Pushing his body to its limits revealed a stark difference. Cycling 1 of 5000 Grandmaster. In effect, increases lower body strength and stamina by 60%. effect reduces stamina consumption during cycling by 20%. Looking at the skill description, Liang couldn't help but feel impressed. Describing this level as Grandmaster was fitting. It felt as though he had carved out his own unique path. What surprised him most was that Grandmaster wasn't the final level. Although the proficiency requirement had skyrocketed to 5,000, the fact that there was still progress to be made meant there were more heights to reach. At dinner time, Liang prepared a simple meal of two 250g steaks to celebrate his recent breakthrough. He had originally considered inviting Sheila over for dinner to thank her for her help, but after a moment of hesitation he decided against it. The reason wasn't complicated, it was simply money. His house was not only small but also poorly maintained, with outdated decor and several areas showing signs of mold. Wealthy Americans often kept their air conditioning running 24/7, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity that prevented mold from forming. Some even boasted about leaving their faucets running all year round. Compared to Sheila's home, the value of Liang's furnishings wasn't just inferior by a factor of 10, it was closer to 100. The only thing in his home worth showing off was the championship medal he had won in the cycling competition. He felt embarrassed even thinking about inviting someone over to see his place. Additionally, while the steaks were fine for himself, they weren't exactly the kind of meal suitable for entertaining a guest. I really need to make more money. Liang let out a deep sigh. Given his current appetite, a pound of beef wasn't nearly enough to fill him up. He grabbed some leftover rice from the fridge, cracked 3 eggs, and added a sausage to make a luxurious fried rice dish. Although it was a mix of Chinese and Western styles, it tasted surprisingly good. With his appetite, Liang didn't take long to finish eating. Breakthrough points gained 0.12. He allocated all the breakthrough points to his constitution, knowing that the next task would be physically demanding. After cleaning up, Liang made his way to Sheila's house. As he approached her door, he noticed that it was slightly ajar. Feeling a bit puzzled, he still rang the doorbell out of courtesy. "You can just come in, but make sure to close the door behind you," Sheila's voice called from inside. Only then did Liang feel at ease as he stepped inside. He saw Sheila in the kitchen, baking cookies. Sheila was wearing a tight gray workout outfit, a sports bra on top, and yoga pants below paired with an apron tied around her waist. Liang touched his face, feeling it heat up. The kitchen's temperature must have been higher than usual. "Why didn't you close your door today?" Liang asked out of concern, knowing the area wasn't as safe as back in his home country. If someone bad were to walk in, the consequences could be dire. Sheila washed her hands and wiped them on her apron before turning to reply, "I saw you walking toward my house through the window, so I left it open for you." Sensing the concern in Liang's tone, she added, "Relax. I'm not a teenage girl. I know how to take basic precautions." At that moment, Liang understood why so many young men were drawn to mature women. It wasn't just about the physical appeal, it was their empathy, their attentiveness, and the way they made you feel cared for. Sheila gently patted his shoulder and said, "Let's get started. By the time we're done with the session, the cookies should be ready. Trust me, they'll be a flavor you've never experienced before." Following Sheila's lead, Liang swallowed hard, clearly looking forward to the cookies. The first session was an abdominal massage. As Liang lay on the yoga mat, he expected Sheila to approach from the side. Instead, she straddled his thighs directly. Excuse me, but is this the best position for an abdominal massage?" Liang stammered, clearly flustered. In his previous life, even paying $666 for a massage didn't get him this kind of treatment. Sheila smiled mischievously and replied, "Maybe not, but I find this position more comfortable." She placed her hands gently on Liang's abs and began explaining, "This area is the serratus anterior muscle. Its function is to pull the scapula forward and keep it close to the chest wall. Most people don't train this muscle unless they're professional bodybuilders. This area here is your rectus abdominis." Sheila traced her fingers along his abs and raised her eyebrows. "Wow, they feel so firm." Liang said nothing. He was busy contemplating whether he should be paying for this massage or if Sheila should be paying him. "But you need to relax. Let your muscles loosen up for the best results." Hearing this, Liang forced a smile and exhaled deeply, trying to ease the tension in his body. It wasn't his fault. What man could stay relaxed while a woman was touching his abs? "Your tendon inscriptions are perfect," Sheila continued. "These determine whether you have 6-pack or 8-pack abs and the symmetry of their shape." Although Liang had a 6-pack, the shape was incredibly symmetrical and aesthetically pleasing. This part of the body rarely suffers from strain, so abdominal massages are mainly for relaxation. Sheila demonstrated 2 simple techniques for the abdominal area before stepping aside. "All right, now it's your turn to try." As Sheila got off him, Liang noticed a damp patch on his leg where she had been sitting. Turning to look at her yoga pants, he saw a few small but noticeable wet spots. Sorry, the room might be a bit warm, and sitting on your leg probably made me sweat more, Liang said awkwardly. Sheila's face flushed slightly. Maybe so. I'll lower the air conditioning a bit, she replied, quickly leaving the living room. 3 minutes later, she returned and lay down on the yoga mat. Your turn now. Show me what you've learned. Liang didn't hold back. Not only did he replicate her techniques with precision, but he also identified each muscle group and gave them extra attention. How does it feel? Amazing. Honestly, you're the most talented massage student I've ever met. The next session focused on the glutes. As Liang leaned down to start, he suddenly heard a faint noise coming from the window at the back of the house. What's wrong, Li? Sheila asked curiously. Liang gestured for silence, craning his neck slightly to listen more closely. He heard the faint sound of the window sliding again before the noise abruptly stopped. Liang wanted to convince himself it was just the wind moving the window, but he knew better. Sheila's windows were sliding ones, and there was no way wind could push them open. There's movement at your back window, he said. Yes, I'm not sure, but I think I heard it too, Sheila replied, her voice trembling slightly. Though she was usually fiery and confident, a mature professional who could easily navigate all sorts of social situations, this kind of situation left her shaken. After all, she was a single woman living alone. Did you lock the back windows? Liang asked. Maybe? I think I opened them this afternoon to air out the house, but I don't remember for sure. Oh my God, what should we do? Sheila clung tightly to Liang's arm, her racing heartbeat clearly audible. It's okay. Don't panic. Call the police first, Liang said calmly. Having experienced the extraordinary during his journey across dimensions, he was able to maintain his composure despite the tension. Do you have any weapons in the house? We need to protect ourselves, he added. As Sheila fumbled for her phone, she pointed to a nearby cabinet. There's a baseball bat on top of that. I don't know if it'll help. At that moment, she deeply regretted not applying for a firearm permit earlier. Liang nodded, tiptoeing to the cabinet and retrieving the baseball bat. Then he returned to Sheila, grabbing her arm gently. Let's go to the bedroom and lock the door. Liang wasn't foolish enough to wander through the house with just a baseball bat, risking a direct confrontation with an unknown threat. That would be as good as offering himself up. The best strategy now was to barricade themselves in the room and wait for the police. If they were lucky, nothing would happen. At worst, they'd lose some belongings. Once in the bedroom, they called the police. Sheila then pulled out her phone and opened a surveillance app, which displayed live footage of her front and backyards. The initial panic began to subside as Sheila regained some composure. She reviewed the surveillance footage, fast-forwarding to earlier moments. The worst-case scenario was confirmed. The playback clearly showed two men, both wearing shorts and t-shirts, entering through the back window into the house. The good news? They didn't appear to be carrying any weapons, or if they were small enough to be concealed in their clothing. The men's unsteady movements suggested they might have been drinking, which eased Liang's tension slightly. The more impulsive the break-in, the less prepared the intruders likely were. It was now 9 p.m. and darkness had fully settled over the sparsely populated town. The streets were eerily quiet. Having just contacted the police, Liang knew it would take at least 20 minutes for them to arrive. He considered calling Charles or Uncle Wilson for help but decided against it. In situations like this, staying put was the safest option. Getting others involved could complicate matters. If the intruders had weapons and someone got hurt, it would only make things worse. What do we do now, Lai? Sheila's voice was tinged with tears as she clung to him like a lifeline. Stay calm. We'll wait here quietly and not make a sound, Liang reassured her, gently stroking her back. He had deliberately kept the bedroom lights off to create the illusion that the room was empty, buying them more time. He also moved a chair and a nightstand to block the door. The room was so quiet that the only sounds were their breathing and the occasional chirping of insects outside. Thump, thump. The faint noise of someone ascending the stairs was unmistakable. Sheila clung tighter to Liang, her body trembling. But now wasn't the time to focus on that. Click. The handle of the guest bedroom door turned, followed by the sound of drawers and cabinets being opened. After about 2 minutes, footsteps approached the master bedroom door, growing louder and more distinct. Liang could even hear the shuffle of their slippers against the floor. His breath quickened not from fear but because Sheila was holding him too tightly. The footsteps stopped outside the door, and Sheila's grip loosened slightly in relief. The moonlight illuminated 2 damp patches of sweat on Liang's back. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Did they leave?" Liang shook his head silently, gripping the baseball bat more tightly. Click. The doorknob rattled violently, but the locked door held firm. Bang, bang. A loud kick shook the door, making the entire room tremble. "Sweetheart, we found you," a high-pitched voice called mockingly from outside. "Ah." Sheila let out a terrified scream, clinging to Liang like an octopus. Liang whispered, "Sheila, screaming is fine, but you don't need to hold me like this." Okay, Sheila stammered, releasing him and crouching behind him for safety. Liang had let her scream on purpose, hoping to mislead the intruders into thinking she was alone. As expected, the two men outside the door became even more excited upon hearing her cry. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're coming in," one of them yelled, laughing maniacally. The kicks against the door intensified, and although the door was sturdy, Liang estimated it wouldn't hold for more than a minute. He gestured for Sheila to hide by the window while he positioned himself near the door, bat in hand. There was no escaping now. He had to confront them head-on. Bang. Dang. With a final, powerful kick, the door burst open. The two intruders immediately spotted Sheila cowering by the window. Seeing that she was unarmed, their already minimal rationality vanished entirely. The two intruders stood at the doorway, stripping down to just their underwear in an absurdly brazen act. While it seemed ridiculous, given their apparent state and the fact that they were in Florida, it somehow made a strange kind of sense. "Trust me, tonight is going to be unforgettable," said the skinnier man as he took a step forward, attempting to climb over the chair that blocked the door. Bam! Liang swung the baseball bat with all his might, landing a precise blow to the intruder's head. There was no time to assess the damage. He only knew that the metal bat in his hand had bent from the impact. Liang's upper body strength wasn't extraordinary, barely meeting the standard for an average adult male. The devastating effect of the blow came from his mastery of power techniques. Using the whipping motion of Tong Bai Quan, which treats the arm like a whip, he amplified the force of the strike significantly. Although Liang had never trained specifically with weapons, his proficiency in Tong Bai Quan allowed him to quickly understand how to maximize the bat's power. The thin intruder crumpled to the ground silently, his posture eerily peaceful under the moonlight. Blood began to pool, glistening faintly. The larger man froze in place for a second before turning and bolting. Liang didn't hesitate. He grabbed the bent bat and gave chase. He was done tolerating this nonsense. The first man likely wouldn't survive without serious consequences unless he had trained his skull like iron. But Liang had to ensure the second one didn't get away. Downstairs, the chase continued, with Liang staying just a few meters behind. The intruder reached the window they had broken in through, leaping up to climb out. However, he stumbled over the windowsill, allowing Liang to close the gap. Liang vaulted through the window with agility, narrowing the distance to just 3 meters. He watched the intruder sprint across the lawn, his movements frantic and wild. For a brief moment, Liang felt like he was watching a scene of someone running freely in the savannah. But the distance between them began to widen. This isn't working. If he gets off the property, I'll lose my right to defend myself legally, Liang thought, vaguely aware of the local laws regarding home defense versus public altercations. With no other option, Liang hurled the bent bat with all his strength. He didn't aim for the man's head. It was too dark, and his target was moving. Instead, he aimed lower, at the legs. Thud. Aa. The bat struck the intruder's knee, causing him to scream in pain and tumble onto the grass. Although he quickly scrambled to his feet, this time he didn't run toward the garden's exit. Instead, he turned to face Liang. Wait. Why are you chasing me? Let me go, and I swear I'll never come back. I can even pay you, just let me go." "You're not going anywhere," Liang replied coldly, gripping the batless handle as if ready for another strike. Seeing no room for negotiation, the intruder resolved to fight. Upon closer inspection, he realized Liang wasn't as intimidating as he first thought. The young man was shorter, slimmer. He looked like a high schooler. Confidence surged back into the intruder. He decided to teach this kid a lesson before escaping. If the police were coming, he didn't have much time. The man rolled his shoulders and adopted a crude boxing stance, clearly imitating something he'd seen on TV. His large frame had served him well in street fights before. "Yellow monkey, you brought this on yourself," he sneered. Liang didn't waste words. He dashed forward, delivering a swift whip-like strike to the man's neck. The intruder, startled by Liang's speed, instinctively raised his arm to block. But the flexibility of the whip strike allowed Liang's hand to curve around the defense, landing a solid hit on the side of his neck. The man underestimated the slap, thinking it wouldn't hurt as much as a punch. He was wrong. The initial impact felt like being struck with a wooden rod, while the blow to his neck reminded him of a motorcycle crash years ago that had left him bedridden for a year. As his throat filled with a metallic taste and his vision blurred, his last coherent thought was, "I'm done for." Liang didn't let up. Taking advantage of the man's stunned state, he launched a relentless series of attacks. A powerful left palm strike landed on the man's right ear, rupturing the eardrum. As the intruder began to topple, Liang followed with a whip-like leg kick to his side, momentarily halting his fall. Finally, a brutal upward kick to the groin elicited a guttural scream from the man, who collapsed to his knees, clutching himself in agony. Liang ended it with a knee strike to the man's chest, sending him sprawling on the grass, motionless. Liang couldn't help but feel a bit impressed with himself. Those moves just now were really cool. No wonder people love action movies. It was a shame there wasn't an audience to witness it. Rubbing his aching hand, he started walking back toward the house. Before he reached the front door, he heard the faint sound of sirens in the distance. Damn, perfect timing. Here to clean up the mess, I guess, Liang muttered under his breath. To be honest, having the police arrive too early could have been risky. If they'd mistaken him for a suspect and fired at him, that would have been a tragic comedy. Such incidents weren't unheard of, especially in a place like Florida, where anything seemed possible. I called the cops and ended up getting shot by them. People might think I hired a hitman on myself, Liang thought wryly. Returning to the bedroom, Liang announced his presence cautiously, ensuring Sheila wouldn't panic. Don't worry, it's me, Liang. The bad guys have been taken care of. His careful approach was well-founded. Sheila stood where he had been earlier, clutching a kitchen knife, ready for the worst. The unconscious intruder on the floor was already bound tightly with rope. Upon recognizing Liang, Sheila immediately dropped the knife and ran into his arms. They say men remain boys at heart, but Liang realized women, too, often retain a youthful spirit. Right now, Sheila clung to him like an octopus, seeking safety and comfort. It's okay now. Everything's fine. The police are already on their way, Liang said, gently patting her back to calm her down. At 17 years old, he found himself soothing a 32-year-old woman as if he were a father comforting a frightened child. I'm so glad you're okay. I was so scared, Sheila murmured, tears streaming down her face. She had wanted to stop him from chasing the intruders. What if something had gone wrong? But she'd gathered all her courage, tying up the unconscious man and arming herself with a knife, prepared for the worst. For the first time, Sheila realized that no matter how independent she was, sometimes having someone to rely on was truly essential. Did the other intruder escape? Sheila asked, seemingly not registering Liang's earlier remark about taking care of him. In her mind, Liang was a studious, well-behaved kid who might even get bullied at school. She couldn't fathom how he had dealt with the imposing intruders. Not exactly. I meant what I said. I dealt with him, Liang replied, leading Sheila to the rear window. There, see? He's sleeping as peacefully as his friend. Sheila gasped, covering her mouth in shock. You've really surprised me. If the first intruder was taken down by surprise, the second one's defeat seemed inexplicable. All right, the police are almost here. Let's wait at the front door, Liang suggested after some thought. It was the safest move, ensuring the police could see them clearly and minimizing any misunderstanding. Due to widespread gun ownership in the U.S., police officers were among the most anxious in the world. They treated every suspect as a potential armed threat. Meeting such officers in your home could easily escalate into a deadly misunderstanding. Even with Liang's precautions, the three responding officers approached cautiously, shouting for him to put his hands on his head and kneel. Their suspicion of him possibly holding Sheila hostage was clear. Additionally, seeing that Liang was Asian likely made them slightly less apprehensive. Despite their lower social standing compared to Black Americans, Asians were generally perceived as less aggressive. We're sorry we're late. Sheila, are you all right? One of the officers asked, maintaining their weapons pointed in Liang's direction as they approached. You shouldn't be treating my friend like this. He's the one who saved me, not you useless fools. Sheila's voice rang louder than the officers, laced with anger and insult. Despite her harsh words, the officers remained submissive, not daring to retort. Exactly. I live right next door, and I'm just a high school student at St. Fort High, Liang explained. After clarifying the situation, the officers finally lowered their weapons and apologized. We're sorry for the overreaction. No problem. I understand, Liang replied calmly. Sheila's confidence to confront the officers stood in stark contrast to Liang's restrained demeanor. The police called for an ambulance to take the two intruders to the hospital. One officer informed them that further investigation at the police station would be necessary. At the station, the process was surprisingly smooth and brief. The case was clear-cut, with surveillance footage providing solid evidence. Liang suspected Sheila's influence played a significant role in expediting the procedure. Returning to Sheila's house, Liang was about to leave when she stopped him. Li, could you not leave tonight? I'm still scared. Sheila's voice grew softer as she spoke. What could Liang do? With her pleading like this, he couldn't refuse. That night, Liang lay on the bed in the guest room. Just as he turned off the lights, he heard the sound of the door being opened and saw a figure quietly slipping into the room. Liang's heart trembled violently. Not again, sir? Not this time? But the familiar scent drifting to his nose calmed him a bit. Then his heart rate picked up again. That scent, it was unmistakably the body wash he had just used during his shower. Then the shadow carefully slipped into his bed. The room was eerily quiet, neither of the figures moved. Perhaps the only sound in the room was the synchronized, intense beating of their hearts. Finally, Sheila couldn't hold it in and exhaled sharply. Liang couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Dear Li, I know this might seem disrespectful to you, but this is the only way I can feel at ease and sleep." Sheila murmured so quietly it was barely audible, lacking the confidence she displayed earlier when defending him. What else could Liang do? As always, he decided to see it through. "Can I hold your arm while I sleep?" "If you want to." Liang silently repeated to himself, "See it through. Miss Sheila, your hand seems to have wandered a bit too far." "Sorry, that wasn't intentional." Despite her words, Sheila's hand remained where it was. The night passed with much happening and not happening. After such a harrowing experience, neither had the mental space for anything else. While the two rested, the police station and the hospital were busy working late into the night. Isabella frowned as she looked over the medical reports. Fractured skull, intracranial hemorrhage, severe concussion, blunt force trauma to the head, she noted grimly. She knew this patient had slim chances of survival. Even if he miraculously pulled through, he would likely be left in a vegetative state. Flipping to the next report, even the experienced Isabella couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Fractured cervical vertebrae, shattered jawbone, ruptured eardrum on the right side, kidney rupture, and both testicles. While less life-threatening than the previous case, the injuries were horrifying in their own way. The photos clearly showed that these injuries were inflicted by someone. She shivered at the thought. What kind of person could do this? She couldn't even begin to imagine how these injuries had been caused. Don't just stand there, get 2 units of adrenaline ready. No, make that 4. Prep for surgery. The lead surgeon's voice snapped Isabella out of her thoughts. At the police station, officers were piecing together statements and reviewing surveillance footage. "Hey Katina, bringing your brother a late-night snack." A front desk officer greeted a red-haired girl with glasses entering the building. "Yes, that's right, Uncle Mike," she replied softly. "Oh, if only I had a daughter as sweet as you. All I've got are 2 rascals who do nothing but drive me crazy." With a resigned sigh, Mike kept muttering as Katina walked through the station with small, careful steps, nodding and smiling at everyone she passed. "Officer Taylor Byer, how much longer until you're done?" she teased, setting the food container on his desk with a mock childlike tone. Without looking up, Taylor sighed, his eyes glued to his computer screen. "Probably a while. I need to finish this report first." Bored, Katina sat beside him, curiously watching the footage on his screen. "My God, we need to put locks on our back windows. If it's that easy for someone to get in, I'll never sleep soundly again," she remarked. Taylor smirked. "Our house isn't so easy to break into. Dad spent a fortune on a security system." They continued watching the surveillance footage. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a shadow darted out from a window, and right behind it was Liang. "One of the intruders was taken down so quickly?" Katina said in surprise. "And without a single gunshot." "Keep watching, the exciting part's just starting," Taylor said with a grin. "That guy is fast. How can anyone catch him at this hour? And with just a bat, no less," Katina exclaimed, noting the fleeing intruder's speed. Just as she finished speaking, they saw Liang throw the bat, striking the man down. "Nice hit. But now his only weapon's gone," Katina observed, worriedly. Hearing this, Katina grew tense. The footage showed the slim Asian youth facing off against the much larger man. To her shock, the seemingly scrawny Liang quickly closed the gap. In a flurry of movements, he effortlessly overpowered the larger man, who crumpled like a wooden dummy. "Taylor, are you sure this isn't some Chinese action movie?" Katina squinted at her brother, skeptical. But as soon as she asked, she realized how ridiculous the question was. Her workaholic brother wouldn't be watching movies on the job. Taylor rolled his eyes. "You might find this even harder to believe." "Huh? That guy? He's a high schooler, 17 years old. He's even 2 years younger than me," Katina murmured, astonished. As if to tease her brother for his earlier attitude, she asked, "What about you, Taylor? If you'd been there, you could have handled it even faster, right?" Taylor froze for a moment, then casually replied, "Of course I have a gun. Can you replay it again, Taylor? I want to watch it one more time." Taylor didn't find the request strange. He had already watched it over 10 times himself. Unbeknownst to him, Katina was discreetly raising her phone behind him. The sunlight gradually spread from the distance, crossing the garden, the walls, and the windowsill, finally landing on the curtains. Normally, Liang would have woken up earlier, but after last night's exertions, he slept in, allowing the sun to illuminate his room before he stirred. The vigor of youth was undeniable. Little Liang even woke up before him. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively stretched lazily. Soft pillow and soft. Liang suddenly snapped awake, recalling there was someone else in his bed. Sheila was also roused by Liang's movements. Last night had been the most peaceful sleep she'd had in a long time. Recalling the fleeting sensation against her chest just now, her cheeks flushed faintly in the morning sunlight. "I think I should go make breakfast," Sheila said, wearing black silk pajamas. She got up quickly but somewhat awkwardly and darted out of the room. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at the faintly raised spot under the thin blanket on the bed. She felt her mindset was odd. Just a day ago, she might have teased this young man instead of fleeing awkwardly. Yes, it must be because she hadn't put on makeup. Her pale, morning complexion was making her feel insecure. Sheila quickly convinced herself with this reasoning. Liang, guessing Sheila was freshening up, stayed in bed for a moment longer, habitually opening his attribute panel. Name: Liang. Strength 8.82 plus 0.02. Constitution 13.50 plus 0.09. Reflexes 10.45 plus 0.05. Spirit 15.30 plus 0.08. Breakthrough points 0. Limit break points 1. Skills: cycling 1 of 5,000 master. Special lower body strength and endurance plus 60%. Special cycling energy consumption minus 20%. Running 40 of 400 proficient. Special lung capacity plus 20%. Tongbei fist 223 of 400 proficient. Special reflexes and neural recruitment ability plus 20%. Sports massage 61 of 100 beginner. To his surprise, his attributes had all increased overnight to varying degrees. Even Tongbei fist had gained dozens of proficiency points, equivalent to the results of 10 or so hours of intense training. Additionally, a new category, limit breakpoints, had appeared on the panel. Since finishing dinner last night, Liang hadn't done any further training or allocated any breakthrough points. This meant the attribute gains were related to his battle with the 2 intruders the previous night. However, in his memory, subduing the 2 intruders hadn't been particularly strenuous. At least in terms of physical exertion, it was far less than sparring sessions at the martial arts gym. But thinking back, the feeling he'd experienced after the fight reminded him of how he'd felt after winning his cycling competition, though much more intense. Could it be that training results aren't solely determined by time and intensity? Could the environment and mindset also play a role? Liang pondered. When sparring with the gym coaches, he'd been relatively relaxed, focusing on honing his Tongbei fist techniques. In the competition, he'd pushed himself to his absolute limit, a feeling very different from typical training efforts. As for last night's confrontation, he had staked everything on the outcome. Losing was not an option he could afford. Perhaps acquiring limit break points was tied to situations of intense pressure or stakes, like competitions or life-threatening fights. The small gains from the competition might not have shown up until last night's accumulation. Though Liang had a hypothesis, he lacked definitive answers and set the thought aside for now. What is the purpose of limit break points? The moment the question crossed his mind, he quickly speculated since breakthrough points were used to enhance attributes, limit break points might be for pushing those attributes beyond their natural limits. This realization didn't excite him but instead left him a little disheartened. It meant that all his attributes likely had caps. He'd imagined that with consistent effort over a few years, he might reach superhero-like physical prowess. Now it seemed that goal would be challenging to achieve, but thinking it through, it made sense superheroes were extraordinary because they weren't human. Liang was still bound by the limitations of a normal human body. Even the greatest athletes couldn't approach the limits of human potential. However, Liang had not only reached those limits but seemingly had the potential to surpass them. With this perspective, he found it easier to accept. Liang decided to allocate the single limit breakpoint to his spirit attribute, as it had been nearing its perceived limit for some time. When the point was applied, he expected a familiar cooling sensation in his mind. Instead, a sharp surge of pressure exploded within his brain, making him feel as though it might burst. Even with his current willpower, he couldn't suppress a groan of pain. Fortunately, the sensation passed as quickly as it came. When Liang looked back at his attribute panel, the limit breakpoint was gone and his spirit attribute had changed. Spirit 15.30 of 31. While the current value hadn't increased, the panel now displayed an upper limit of 31. Liang was taken aback by the high cap on his spirit attribute. If his previous constitution limit had been around 11, with spirit at 15 feeling close to the threshold, and considering some buffer for tolerance, it seemed constitution and spirit followed a 1:1.5 ratio. By this estimate, the cap for constitution might be around 20. Given his current constitution of 13.5, His spirit limit could potentially reach 20 before hitting a natural ceiling. As for strength and reflexes, there wasn't enough data to speculate on their caps yet. Understanding this, Liang realized how critical limit breakpoints were. He resolved to pay attention to how they could be acquired. Knock, knock, knock. Liang heard the sound of bare feet running quickly outside the door. Sure enough, Sheila entered the room, barefoot, her face full of concern. "Dear Lai, are you okay? I think I just heard you groan," she asked with worry in her voice. "I don't really know," Liang said without blinking, fabricating an excuse. "But I just felt intense pain in my head." There were many things he could be honest about, but not this one. "Oh my God, it must be because of what happened last night. What can I do to help you feel better?" Sheila asked, her face full of worry as she gazed at Liang. Before Liang could respond, Sheila moved to the bed, gently pulling him up and resting his head against her chest. Liang was about to say, "It's okay, I just need some rest," but now he found himself unable to speak. With her soft hands, Sheila slowly stroked Liang's head while whispering softly, "I learned this in a psychology class. Maybe this kind of hug can make you feel better." It was a full 2 minutes before Liang managed to pull himself away from Sheila's embrace. Seeing his slightly flushed cheeks, Sheila asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now? Did I hold you too tight just now?" Actually, I feel much better," Liang replied. "Really?" Sheila's face lit up. "Looks like this method really works. If you're feeling better, then get up and have breakfast. It'll be ready soon," Sheila said as she stood up, smoothing the creases in her black silk pajamas and giving Liang an encouraging smile before walking gracefully out of the room. Liang had planned to get up but suddenly remembered something. He grabbed his phone and quickly placed an order for some herbal medicine to cool the fire, using a recipe he'd bookmarked a few days earlier. Breakfast was lavish, featuring cheese toast, fried eggs, sandwiches, and milk. If nothing else, the presentation in vibrant colors were far more refined than what Liang prepared for himself every morning. At first, Liang ate slowly. Only after confirming Sheila had finished eating did he speed up, emptying his plate. By the end, he deliberately slowed down again, trying to be a polite guest. "Wow, this food tastes amazing," Liang exclaimed honestly. Sheila's cooking had clearly been made with great care. After finishing breakfast, Liang was contemplating how to phrase his goodbye when his phone rang. Okay, I'll be right there," he said before hanging up. Walking toward the door, he explained, "I need to head back, a package has just arrived at my door." "All right, Li, feel free to come by anytime you want," Sheila said. Back at his place, Liang found that the package indeed contained the 13 Protectors' comprehensive martial art. While it wasn't delivered overnight, it was much faster than the previous order. Just as he was about to dive into the book, Char showed up. "Li, practice today?" Char asked eagerly. Liang smacked his forehead, realizing he'd nearly forgotten about the guy. Patiently, he explained, "I'll be busy for the next few days and can't spar with you, but I've customized a new training method for you." "Really? What's the method?" Char was excited. Truth be told, sparring with Liang was a bit intimidating since he never stood a chance. He only kept coming back out of sheer determination. "See that tree by the road?" Liang pointed to a tree with a trunk about 15 cm in diameter. "Find a tree of similar size in the park, just make sure the bark isn't too hard and practice the moves I taught you against the tree." Will that really work?" Char asked skeptically. "Of course. Many traditional Chinese martial arts use this kind of training. If you always practice against the air, it's hard to understand the feeling of applying force." Liang explained seriously, "And the reason I suggest a tree instead of a punching bag is so you can get used to the pain of hitting something. That way you won't instinctively hold back or flinch when you actually need to fight." "Got it. I'll start right away," Char said enthusiastically, ready to leave. "Just don't overdo it," Liang reminded him. "You don't want to hurt yourself. Practice within reason." Back in his room, Liang opened the book and began studying the section on inner energy training. This part was relatively simple, involving meditation-like techniques but with different postures. Following the book's instructions, Liang stood with his feet slightly wider than shoulder width, knees bent, chest relaxed, and back straight. He raised his arms as if holding a ball, with his tongue resting against the roof of his mouth and his eyes slightly closed. The breathing technique required slow, deep breaths without holding them. The core of the practice was a somewhat mystical visualization imagining a fiery ball in the lower abdomen, the dantian absorbing the essence of the universe and distributing it throughout the body. The book claimed this could create a warm sensation throughout the body. Thanks to his experience with Tongbei Fist, Liang easily entered the right state of mind. The movements weren't complicated, and from his basic understanding they seemed to involve using mental focus to guide the body's energy flow. After about 10 minutes of practice, Liang indeed felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. Following the instructions, he continued for another 20 minutes. When he checked his attribute panel, a new skill had appeared. 13 Protectors Inner Energy Training 12 of 100 Beginner. However, the book advised against practicing this for more than 15 minutes per day, with a maximum limit of 30 to 40 minutes. Next was Inner Explosive Force Training, which was significantly more complex, involving 13 distinct forms. Fortunately, Liang's improved physical foundation made it easier for him to grasp the techniques compared to when he first learned Tongbei Fist. By the end of the morning, he'd mastered the movements. The book mentioned that practicing the first 10 forms would yield nearly the same results as completing all 13, as the last 3 were much harder and required a teacher's guidance. But for Liang, these challenges weren't a problem. He decided to master them all. Another new skill appeared. 13 Protectors Inner Explosive Force Training 26 of 100 Beginner. The final stage was the external training, the core of the martial art, which included techniques like iron head, iron arms, iron elbows, iron fists, iron palms, iron fingers, iron knees, iron legs, iron throat, iron shoulders, iron back, and iron shirt. The variety was impressive, and Liang couldn't help but marvel. This purchase was absolutely worth it. But he only glanced briefly at the content, then put down the book, planning to eat first. Because this part of the practice was different from before, you couldn't just find an open space and start training. These hardening techniques generally required auxiliary tools. Some needed hitting sandbags, some required hitting trees, and others needed to use bamboo strips to slap one's own body. The book also mentioned that with so many kinds of hardening techniques, if you pursued efficiency, you didn't need to learn them all. Of course, learning them all was better, as they complemented each other. Liang didn't think twice, and of course chose to learn them all. Since he was already cheating, why not aim for full marks? Otherwise, that would be too unambitious. He made himself a large and filling training meal and allocated all his breakthrough points to Constitution, although he could now continue to add points to Spirit. Considering he was going to practice the 13 Grand Guardian's iron body techniques, which were taxing on the body, it wouldn't work if his Constitution couldn't keep up. He definitely couldn't practice the hardening part this afternoon, so Liang decided to go to the martial arts gym and, incidentally, buy some equipment needed for training in the city. When he arrived at the gym, everyone was still training enthusiastically, but all of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. Liang went to ask the head coach Wu Song when they would assign students to him. Wu Song's answer was somewhat vague, as if implying something, only saying that they still needed to wait. With Liang's current mental agility, it was easy to see that this was the manager's instruction. They were almost saying it outright. Actually, he didn't mind now. He just felt that every day he was taking the basic salary of $80 without doing any work and even coming to use the equipment for free. It felt a bit unreasonable. So Liang dialed Old Man Hua's WeChat call, learned that he was in the office, and went over. Before he even entered, he heard the manager's voice complaining that enrollment was difficult this year and that business seemed to have been taken away by some boxing gym. After Liang entered, the manager, who had been complaining bitterly, seemed to have been muted. He then looked at Liang with a puzzled expression, as if wondering why he had come over, and his face was somewhat unnatural. Instead, Hua Tianming smiled and greeted Liang, asking what he needed. Don't get the wrong idea, Liang wasn't there to tattle, and there was no need. Old Master Hua, I wanted to ask if you still have that medicinal liquor you gave me last time. Liang asked, somewhat embarrassed. In the hardening techniques section, it was mentioned that when doing related practice, if conditions allowed, one should definitely use some external medicines like safflower oil or bone-setting wine for maintenance, and it's best to soak in a hot bath, of course. If you could have a medicinal bath, that would be ideal. So he immediately thought of the medicinal liquor that Old Master Hua had given him last time. That day, after his arm was injured, Sheila used the medicinal liquor to massage him, and the next day those bruises were much lighter, obviously healing faster than before. Of course, some credit went to Sheila, but the greater effect was probably from the medicinal liquor. In Liang's view, an old hand like Old Master Hua would surely use medicinal liquor that was better than those common safflower oils, right? Out of the corner of his eye, Liang noticed that after he asked this question, the manager's micro-expression immediately changed, seeming to relax a lot. And Hua Tianming said somewhat grumpily, "Didn't I just give you a bottle? Did you go home and drink it with peanuts? Used it up so quickly?" Liang scratched his head and replied, "Not really, it's just that I'm planning to practice some hardening martial arts recently, and I estimate I'll need a large amount, so I wanted to buy some from you." Who would have thought that as soon as Liang said this, he stepped on Old Master Hua's sore spot? Who told you to practice? Why did you suddenly think of practicing hardening martial arts? The words were on Hua Tianming's lips, but he remembered that Liang wasn't his disciple and he didn't seem to have the qualification to scold him. You told me last time that I needed to exercise more to improve my physical strength, so I thought I'd simply find a hardening martial art to practice. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Seeing Liai answer earnestly, Hua Tianming was momentarily speechless. He could only patiently explain. I told you to exercise your body, but I didn't mean for you to train like those hardening martial arts. Practicing that too much will only slow your reactions and dull your nerves. Maybe at first, you'll feel an improvement, but later, it might even decrease your strength. To put it plainly, Tongbei Fist might only require you to have 60 or 70 points of physical strength. You don't need to push your body to 80 or 90 points. Besides, hardening martial arts also require a lot of time and energy, biting off more than you can chew. On one side, old Master Hua was earnestly advising, while on the other side, Liang kept nodding. Hua Tianming's reaction was actually within Liang's expectations. He understood the reasoning, but these things only applied to ordinary people. He wasn't really affected by those negative factors. But he couldn't explain that, so he could only agree for now. Do you understand what I've told you? I understand. Don't worry, I'll be careful. So do you have the medicinal liquor? Hua Tianming sighed, knowing that this kid had listened, but not much. But there was no way, many things, many pitfalls, unless you let him experience them himself. No matter how much you say, it's useless. After all, he's young. When he was young, he was stubborn too. Reasoning can't teach people, experiences can. He just hoped this kid wouldn't take too many detours and waste his own talent. I don't have much medicinal liquor left here. I'll give you a bottle later. Don't worry about money. I made it myself, and it's not worth much. As he spoke, Hua Tianming took out paper and pen and started writing. Also, I'll give you a prescription for a medicinal bath. Just follow this to get the herbs. This way, you can ensure your body doesn't get hurt to the greatest extent. Thank you so much. These kinds of prescriptions could be found all over the internet, but whether they were real or effective was hard to guarantee. Now, with a prescription from an old hand like old Master Hua, it's naturally the best. In the past few days, he didn't have money. Now that he had some savings, he wanted to do his best in maintaining his body. Liang stood up and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He really didn't have much money now, so he could only express his thanks verbally. When he made money later, he'd have to thank him materially. Liang returned to the training hall outside, watched for a while, felt that there was nothing for him to do, and was about to leave, but unexpectedly, the manager came to him. He originally thought the manager was coming to pick a fight again, but unexpectedly the manager brought over a bag, saying he wanted to give it to him. Liang took it and looked inside, finding that there were 2 more bottles of medicinal liquor. Manager, what's this? Liang tentatively asked. Yan Tianqi put on a classic fake smile and said to Liang, you young folks have difficulties, and of course we'll lend a hand. These are 2 bottles of medicinal wine that Master gave me before. I don't really use them, so I'll just give them to you. Liang outwardly smiled and expressed his gratitude, but internally he felt skeptical. When someone offers unsolicited kindness, it's either flattery or trickery. Oh, by the way, you can really focus on your hardening techniques and work to develop them alongside your boxing skills. You're young, and trying out different things won't hurt you. Also, I have the number of a master who specializes in hardening martial arts, Master Zhao. If there's anything you don't understand, you can consult him and mention that I introduced you. Yan Tianqi thought he had worded his suggestions perfectly, convinced that this young punk wouldn't suspect his ulterior motives. Moreover, whether it was the medicinal wine or the introduction to Master Zhao, they were both genuine and could genuinely help Liang in his training. Liang repeatedly expressed his thanks and accepted the items with a smile, but he was keenly aware that Yan Tianqi wasn't acting out of pure goodwill. At the very least, it was clear that Yan Tianqi was trying to distract him and dilute his focus, likely in the hopes of reducing his achievements in Tongbei boxing. But why would his lower achievement in Tongbei boxing benefit Yan Tianqi? After leaving the gym, Liang didn't immediately ride away. He leaned against the wall, pondering Yan Tianqi's motives. He was alone and vulnerable, not in a position to afford being schemed against. If he couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't even dare to use the 2 bottles of medicinal wine. Recalling their first encounter, Liang remembered Yan Tianqi's attitude toward him. It wasn't unfamiliarity or friendliness, it carried a faint hint of malice. Adding to that, the fact that the gym hadn't assigned him any students so far. And thinking about the old master, Hua Tianming, the true controller of the gym, and his attitude toward him. From these small details, Liang pieced together the reason. Does he think my presence threatens his position? Is that why he doesn't want me to stay at the gym smoothly, or wants to reduce the old master's attention on me? If so, this all makes sense. Having figured this out, Liang felt somewhat helpless. He'd only come to be a coach, yet it turned into a political drama. To be honest, the things Yan Tianqi valued, Liang didn't care about at all. While he currently didn't have those things, his aspirations were far beyond this place. For Yan Tianqi, however, spending a few bottles of medicinal wine to dim the shine of a Tongbei boxing prodigy and remove a threat to his position was a deal well worth it. Understanding this, Liang also realized that the current situation was actually the best outcome. In Yan Tianqi's eyes, he was no longer a threat, so there was no need for any more scheming. In fact, he even gained a couple of bottles of medicinal wine out of it. Looks like once I make progress in hardening techniques, I can come back to show off and maybe scam more things out of Yan Tianqi. Liang chuckled inwardly, feeling relieved and no longer dwelling on the matter. After wandering around the city center for a while, Liang finally found a store selling the items he needed. The main items were various sandbags filled with mung beans, sand, iron filings, and small stones. Liang bought 3 bags of each, purchasing the iron-filled ones at the store, while he planned to source the remaining materials himself. He also visited a bookstore and bought a stack of outdated newspapers. These would be used for protection when practicing techniques like iron head gong banging his head against walls or iron body gong slamming his body into trees. Next, he bought a large jar, the kind that could hold over 100 pounds of water, to practice iron finger gong. This item was particularly hard to find. In China, it would have been easy to source from a farmer's market, but in the US, especially in the city, it was a different story. Liang eventually found a small shop selling ceramic art pieces. The Indian shopkeeper initially quoted him a ridiculous price of 80,000. After haggling for half a day and using the ultimate excuse, "I'm a student," Liang managed to buy a flawed jar with imperfect patterns for just $20. The last thing he needed was bamboo strips for iron shirt gong. While bamboo had been introduced to the US, it wasn't widespread, and it wasn't something he could just find by the roadside. Even if he did find it, cutting it down indiscriminately might get him reported. After some thought, Liang decided to buy it online, bundling it with the Chinese herbs he needed for medicinal baths. In the US, there were no officially licensed Chinese medicine practitioners, and Chinese medicine wasn't legally recognized as medicine. Most of it was imported as dietary supplements, so offline purchases were generally limited to Chinatown. After gathering everything, Liang realized his purchases added up to quite a bit. He had to buy a roll of duct tape at a supermarket to stuff miscellaneous items into the jar, then wrapped the jar with several layers of tape and secured it to his bike rack. Packing everything took him over 10 minutes. Liang exhaled deeply, realizing that while bicycles were convenient and good for exercise, he'd eventually need to buy a car. Whether it was for transporting large items or traveling farther distances, a car would make things much easier. While his shopping was done, Liang's errands weren't over. He decided to buy a gift for Sheila. After all, she had treated him well, fed him multiple times, helped him with health maintenance, and even taught him massage techniques. It wouldn't sit right not to show his appreciation. While social etiquette isn't exclusive to China, it's unavoidable wherever people coexist. When it comes to gift giving, Liang recalled advice from a seasoned playboy. Never aim for cost effectiveness, spend a lot to achieve a small, meaningful result. For example, with a budget of 1,000 yuan, buying a phone would only get you an entry-level model that might be deemed unimpressive, but spending that same amount on a niche luxury brand mug would make you seem tasteful. Sure enough, Liang finally settled on a Christian Louboutin CL lipstick at a mall counter. Following the shop assistant's recommendation, he chose a universally flattering classic red shade. Although it didn't cost more than 200 yuan, the brand's reputation as the Hermes of lipsticks ensured it was a prestigious gift. When Liang rode home, he noticed several workers hammering away in Sheila's yard. After putting everything in order, Liang picked up the wrapped gift and curiously headed to Sheila's house. After asking around, he learned that Sheila had arranged for a security system to be installed after last night's events. Liang couldn't help but be amazed. Scheduling in the morning and starting the installation in the afternoon? Since when did American workers become so efficient? This system must have cost a lot, right? Liang asked curiously. Sheila smiled, looking thoughtfully at the sky. Around 6 figures? I'm not great with numbers. Liang pressed his lips together and nodded, thinking, great, her security system is worth more than my entire house. Still, Liang fully approved. At least now Sheila wouldn't have to worry about any more dangers at home. While the staff introduced Sheila to the features of the system, Liang listened in. This security setup was indeed impressive. Not only did it replace the doors, but it also included 7 or 8 cameras placed around the house. Most importantly, the cameras didn't require constant monitoring. The system could automatically identify faces and analyze behavior, timing, and frequency to assess potential threats. The house's walls and windows were also equipped with alarm systems, complete with false trigger prevention. In summary, impressive. But Liang didn't forget the main reason he came. He locked eyes with Sheila for 2 seconds before speaking. I have a gift for you. I have something for you, too. I hope you'll like it, Sheila replied simultaneously. Liang seized the moment by pulling out the gift box from behind his back. Sheila gasped in surprise, her delight barely contained. She opened the box and, seeing the lipstick inside, her expression mixed joy with slight concern. This must have been expensive. Don't spend so much on gifts for me in the future. The thought is what matters. Knowing that Western culture often encouraged opening gifts immediately and expressing gratitude, Liang just smiled and gave a standard response. As long as you like it. It was clear Sheila loved the gift. She immediately pulled out a small mirror and applied the lipstick. How does it look? Liang looked at the stunningly vivid red lips before him and swallowed hard. It looks great. All right, now close your eyes for a moment. Your gift is coming up. As soon as Sheila finished speaking, Liang felt a light touch on his forehead. Then he heard Sheila's laughter and the click-clack of high heels running away. About a minute later, Sheila called out, signaling Liang to open his eyes. Surprise. When Liang opened his eyes, he saw Sheila holding a large box. He opened it to find the latest Apple ecosystem products: of phone, earbuds, tablet, laptop, and watch all in one package. I wasn't sure if you'd like it. I found out a lot of high school students wish for this kind of gift, Sheila said shyly, occasionally glancing at Liang's reaction. I love it. Thank you, Sheila, Liang said sincerely. If it had been his money, Liang would never have bought Apple products. He was loyal to his Huawei 15 Pro Max Cold Wind Blue, but receiving it as a gift, he could only say this is amazing. Carrying the Apple set in his arms, Liang left Sheila's house, casually using his elbow to wipe the mark off his forehead. The lipstick print was gone, but it seemed to create a new misunderstanding. Not far away, a few workers glanced at Liang's face and the Apple set in his arms, whispering among themselves, "If kneeling could get me an Apple ecosystem, I'd kneel until I bled. Rich people are truly on another level. Maybe I should contact Lisa." Are you crazy? She's old enough to be your grandmother. Back home, Liang swapped out his old, battle-worn electronics for his shiny new Apple gear. He couldn't help but marvel, is this what it feels like to enjoy life without effort? Of course, joking aside, Liang still had training to complete. After practicing 13 Guardian's internal energy and internal explosion techniques, Liang finally moved on to the hardening exercises. Bam! Bam! Liang repeatedly hit the tree, which was wrapped in layers of newspaper, with his head. In truth, the original method was to directly smash his head against a wall. But after a few attempts, Liang realized he couldn't handle it and decided to start with trees instead. Good thing no one's around right now, and I'm behind the house. Otherwise, people would think I've lost my mind, Liang thought to himself. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out. Hey Li, are you training too? Liang cursed inwardly, calling himself careless, before looking up and seeing Charles. Yes, as you can see, I'm strengthening my body, Liang replied. Charles had come to find Liang about his own training. The method Liang taught him in the park had left him humiliated. Worse, his body ached all over, and he felt no noticeable improvement. Seeing Liang headbutting a tree so vigorously, Charles was inspired. Without a word, Charles began headbutting the tree as hard as he could. Wait, Charles, you don't have to train like this, Liang exclaimed, shocked. Charles paused, saw Liang's reddened forehead, and earnestly said, It's fine. I'm not afraid of pain. I want to endure the same training as you and become just as strong. Before Liang could respond, Charles resumed his headbutting. Liang finally had enough and grabbed him. Listen, I have to explain, the martial art I'm practicing is different from yours. You don't need to train this way. Do you understand? Charles looked up, dazed, his expression seemingly enlightened after all the headbutting. Liang ultimately decided against recommending the iron body martial arts he was practicing to Charles. For the average person, the cost-to-benefit ratio of such training was simply too low. First, iron body martial arts required a long time to see results, at least 5 years, sometimes even over a decade, to achieve noticeable effects. Second, the training process was a test of willpower, involving prolonged and painful exercises. Lastly, even if one mastered iron body martial arts, the practical benefits were limited. In terms of combat, you might still lose to someone who had trained in modern martial arts for just 2 or 3 years. And for earning money, at best you could post videos online of breaking bricks or kicking trees. Whether you go viral depends entirely on luck. What Liang taught Charles, practicing techniques against a tree, wasn't true iron body training. It was merely a method to enhance his combat skills. After listening to Liang's explanation, Charles finally understood the nuances. Looking at Charles's forehead, redder than his own, Liang couldn't bring himself to explain that the mark on his own forehead was actually lipstick. When you start practicing, Don't rush. Just gradually increase your strength and get used to the pain when striking, Liang advised. And don't worry if you ever have to fight. Adrenaline will dull most of the pain your body feels. Seeing Charles's half-understanding expression, Liang began to question whether he should have taught him anything in the first place. After their session, Liang invited Charles inside to apply some medicinal wine. Normally, Charles's training intensity wouldn't require it, but today his reckless headbutting warranted extra care. Before opening the medicinal wine, Liang carefully inspected the bottles. The 2 bottles from Yantianqi were identical to the one given by Master Hua. Judging by the seals, they hadn't been tampered with in a long time. It was unlikely someone would plan an elaborate scheme just to harm him. Thanks to Liang's sports massage skill, which wasn't too advanced yet, practicing it significantly boosted his proficiency. After massaging both himself and Charles, Liang noticed the skill had leveled up. He opened his attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised by what he saw. Sports Massage 3 of 200 proficient. Trait enhances physical recovery by 10% for 12 hours post-massage. Though the boost had a time limit and the percentage wasn't high, it was exactly what Liang needed. With his physique now 40% stronger than the average adult male, and combined with medicinal wine, herbal baths, and enhanced recovery, his training intensity could increase significantly. After Charles left, Liang didn't rest. He continued his commitment to try every iron body technique in the 13 Guardians training manual. Initially, Liang thought headbutting a tree was painful enough until he encountered the final technique. Iron groin training. Do I really have to practice this? Liang froze, feeling like he'd climbed a mountain only to find Everest waiting behind it. He didn't even need to try it, just reading the instructions was enough to make him wince. You hit yourself with your fists? Hang weights? And people can kick you after mastering it? As Liang read on, his understanding of martial arts continued to be challenged. However, after finishing the section, Liang realized it wasn't as mystical as it seemed. Iron groin training was divided into hard and soft techniques. The hard techniques had to be practiced from a young age, allowing practitioners to withdraw their private parts into the body. This ensured any strikes hit the bone rather than sensitive areas, enabling feats like breaking bricks or enduring kicks unscathed. For adults, however, the focus was on soft techniques. These techniques primarily aimed to enhance physical vitality and were often marketed as ways to boost masculinity. Liang noted a warning in the manual: many scammers used this aspect to charge exorbitant fees for fake training courses. The manual explicitly stated that methods involving hanging weights were fraudulent. The original practice, derived from the Shaolin art Golden Cicada technique, was based on controlling internal energy and using external stimulation for training, not brute force. Closing the book, Liang sighed and removed his pants. Well, guess I don't have a choice but to practice. Meanwhile, Katina had just finished her shower and poured herself a glass of iced cola. As usual, she sat at her desk and turned on her computer. Wow, so many notifications today, she remarked. But soon, she realized something was off. Why were the alerts never ending? Was her computer frozen? Curious, Katina opened YouTube, only to see a glaring 999 plus notification badge. Clicking through, she discovered her surveillance footage from last night had gone viral. Her channel now had over 4,000 subscribers, a massive leap from the 1,000 she had painstakingly accumulated over a year by posting videos of scenery and pets. In just one day, one video had brought her the same results as 3 years of effort. She checked the comments, finding 2 distinct camps. One group admired Liang's graceful takedown of the criminals. I've always said the Chinese know Kung Fu. You should never mess with them. I see the spirit of Jet Li in him. If this were a movie, I'd say the fight scenes are way too realistic. The other group sympathized with the burglars. No one's talking about the poor guy in his underwear and what he went through. This is a horrifying act of violence. Black Lives Matter. Seeing the narrative turning against Liang, Katina reluctantly uploaded the unedited version of the footage with an added explanation. In reality, this was a criminal act. 2 perpetrators broke into the homeowner's house and were ultimately subdued by the homeowner's friend. Also, this heroic figure who stopped the criminals is just a high school student. After making the updates, Katina eagerly turned her attention to the video's earnings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. It's a total of $1,600 in revenue. Katina was so excited that she accidentally spilled half her cup of cola. She wanted to rush to the police station and tell her brother right away that she had made money. Although she had carefully added ads to her previous videos, to be honest, the total income from all those videos combined didn't even come close to this one's earnings. The sense of accomplishment she felt from earning money like this was completely different from the feeling of receiving paychecks from part-time jobs. About half an hour later, Taylor returned home, dragging his tired body. As a rookie with just 2 years on the job, his workload was heavy, and overtime was a frequent occurrence. "Brother, come here quickly. I have a surprise to show you." Hearing his sister's cheerful voice, Taylor felt a bit of the exhaustion lift from his body. "Let me see what's made you so happy." But as soon as Taylor saw the surprise his sister had prepared, his expression immediately turned serious. "I thought I told you not to casually record footage related to the police station. But I've seen plenty of other people posting surveillance-type videos." Katina's voice grew quieter as she spoke, aware that she was in the wrong for secretly recording. "Also, this video has already made over $1,600, and the number will keep growing as more people watch it." Taylor shook his head, realizing he should have taught his sister more about legal issues. "Is this video your original content? Have you thought about what might happen if the people in the video or the homeowner sue you for using their footage or claim invasion of privacy?" Katina was stunned by his questions. In truth, Taylor knew the likelihood of such lawsuits was low, but he felt it was essential to explain the principle. If Katina continued skirting the edges of legality, she might eventually cross a line. "So what should we do now? Should I delete the video?" Katina hung her head like a child who had been caught misbehaving and asked in a small voice. Seeing his sister like this, Taylor couldn't stay mad at her. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's not necessary to delete it. Here's what we can do: find the people in the video and negotiate a revenue sharing agreement with them. If they grant you permission, it'll be a win-win situation. For them, this would be unexpected extra income, and I doubt they'd have a reason to refuse." The next morning, Liang called Charles over, and the two of them spent the morning cleaning up Liang's backyard to prepare a private martial arts training area. Previously, Liang had practiced in the park, where his elegant stances and fluid movements often drew curious onlookers, most of whom offered praise or admiration. But practicing the iron body techniques was a completely different matter. The movements were bizarre, the postures ungraceful, and the occasional strange noises made the idea of practicing in public a no-go. Liang wasn't confident enough to train such techniques in the park, even if he were the most thick-skinned person alive. Compared to Sheila's well-kept yard, his backyard resembled a small jungle. While others spent large sums to have their lawns and shrubs trimmed weekly, Liang's backyard had gone untouched for years, overgrown with weeds and bushes. It was also littered with old furniture and unused large items. After over an hour of effort, the two of them managed to clear a small usable space and set up some equipment for training. Bang! Bang! Liang felt a pang of guilt for the small tree in his yard, which had been neglected all its life and now had to endure punches and kicks. Unlike practicing Tong by fist, which could be done continuously as long as you had time, iron body techniques required daily practice, but in moderation, overdoing it could easily result in injury. After an hour, Liang's skin was already slightly flushed. Halfway through his planned training, his attribute panel finally updated. Name: Liang. Strength 8.90 plus 0.08. Physique 14.25 plus 0.75. Reaction 10.46 plus 0.01. Spirit 15.35 plus 0.05 of 31. Breakthrough points 0. Limit break points 0. Skills: cycling 86 of 5,000 mastery. Trait plus 60% leg strength and stamina. Trait minus 20% energy consumption during cycling. Tongbei fist 281 of 400 proficient. Trait plus 20% reaction and nerve recruitment ability. Running 42 of 400 proficient. Trait plus 20% lung capacity. Sports massage 16 of 200 proficient. Trait plus 10% recovery ability for 12 hours post-massage. 13 Guardians Iron Body Techniques 9 of 100 beginner. With his iron body training now at the beginner level, the three parts of the 13 Guardians Iron Body Techniques had merged into one skill. Liang realized that this martial art significantly enhanced his physique and even provided some benefits to his mental strength. Reviewing the relationship between his training time and attribute growth, Liang was surprised to find that even at the beginner level, the 13 Guardians Iron Body Techniques was already about 80% as effective as his proficient level Tongbei fist for physical development. This made sense upon reflection. Tongbei fist primarily focused on combat techniques with some secondary benefits to physical fitness. In contrast, the 13 Guardians Iron Body Techniques was designed entirely for physical enhancement, offering little to no combat application. Despite the pain, Liang gritted his teeth and continued training. "Hello, is anyone home?" Liang faintly heard someone calling out, their voice coming from his front door. His enhanced senses picked up on the sound much earlier than before. Walking to the front yard, Liang saw two people at his door, a young man and a slightly plump woman with red hair, wearing a white sports t-shirt black tight-fitting athletic pants, and half-frame glasses. Don't ask why Liang noticed the woman first. Anyone with a basic understanding of physics knows that greater mass exerts a stronger pull. The two shared some similarities in appearance, suggesting they might be siblings. "Is there something I can help you with?" Liang asked. When Liang walked closer, he realized that the man in front of him looked somewhat familiar. "Who are you?" "I'm Tyler Bear. We met that night at the police station." "Oh, Officer Tyler. Sorry, I didn't recognize you today with your regular clothes on. I mean, without your uniform, it's quite different from how you looked then." After explaining himself, Liang shifted his gaze to the woman beside Tyler, Katina Bear, his younger sister. "Today we came to." Tyler proceeded to explain their idea to Liang in detail. "I'm not too familiar with the legal aspects of this, but the footage came from Miss Sheila's security cameras." "Did you ask for her permission?" Liang had a favorable impression of the siblings. At least they had taken the initiative to come and discuss sharing the profits. In his experience, many video creators wouldn't even bother to acknowledge borrowed content. Some would blatantly copy or repost other people's videos and still insist they were original. When the rightful owner approached, they would ghost them, refusing to pay a dime until a court ruling forced them to. "Of course, before coming to you, we went to Miss Sheila first. She said we could leave the matter entirely up to you." Katina's eyes sparkled as she spoke, glancing at Liang with curiosity. To her delight, this martial artist turned out to be even more handsome than she had expected based on the surveillance footage. After a discussion, they finally settled on a 901010 arrangement. Beyond this video, they agreed to collaborate further. Katina would receive 10% of the revenue while taking charge of account management, video scripting, filming, and editing. Liang, on the other hand, only needed to occasionally let Katina film him. Although Liang was the main subject of the video and Katina had only done some simple editing, the success of such content often involved a significant element of luck. High-quality content provided a foundation, but it didn't guarantee high viewership. It would be unfair to say Katina contributed nothing to the video's success. For Liang, still an unknown figure, this profit-sharing arrangement worked in his favor. After all, he wasn't selling full rights like copyright, but merely granting usage rights. If Liang were a product, Katina would simply be the distributor, nothing more. Tyler, however, was a bit frustrated with his sister. They had initially discussed an 80-20 split at home, but Katina had voluntarily reduced her share to 10% without any negotiation. Then again, it was her work, and if she was willing, there wasn't much he could say. "I'm curious, what's that noise coming from your backyard?" As a police officer, Tyler instinctively picked up on such details. Liang chuckled and explained, "Oh, that's my neighbor practicing Chinese martial arts. The sounds are from his training. Can we take a look?" Katina leaned forward, her curiosity evident. "Sure." Liang led them to the backyard. "Look at me, you rebellious tree. I bet you'll love how big and hard my fists are." Bang. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you trembling with excitement? Answer me." Just as Charles seemed ready to deliver more trash talk to the trembling tree in front of him, Liang coughed deliberately to interrupt. "Hey Li, I have to tell you, I've discovered a great way to relax while training." Charles turned mid-sentence and immediately froze when he noticed the visitors. Charles's brain seemed to enter a complete shutdown. No one spoke for a few moments, and the air grew tense. "This is my good friend Charles. He's been learning martial arts from me recently," Liang finally said, breaking the silence. "Charles, this is Officer Tyler and his sister Katina." Introductions helped ease the awkward atmosphere, and everyone began exchanging pleasantries. "Lovely weather today." "Yes, it really is." After some small talk, Tyler steered the conversation toward a new topic. "Li, I have a small request. Would you be willing to spar with me?" To make his request seem less abrupt, Tyler quickly added, "We could even record the sparring session and maybe turn it into a video. It might get some good views." "Sure, no problem," Liang agreed with a nod. He wasn't someone who would fight anyone who challenged him, but Tyler seemed friendly enough. Besides, martial arts were meant to be practiced, and sparring was an essential part of improving. Liang was also curious to see how American police officers were trained in hand-to-hand combat. Charles, standing off to the side, didn't quite understand the part about recording videos and views, but he was happy to watch the show. Most importantly, the focus had shifted away from him. On an open patch of ground, Liang assumed a Tongbei fist stance and gestured for Tyler to make the first move. Tyler wasted no time and launched a side kick clean, precise and powerful, clearly the result of formal training. Liang noticed the move but didn't dodge. Tongbei fist emphasized reading opponents. Liang could tell from Tyler's posture and muscle movements that the kick wasn't full force, it was more of a probing strike. If he dodged, he might fall into Tyler's rhythm. Instead, Liang absorbed the blow with his upper arm. The impact was stronger than expected but still within his limits, thanks to his progress in the 13 Guardians' iron body techniques. Seizing the moment when Tyler's leg was momentarily immobilized, Liang struck his knee joint with a sharp palm strike. Slap. What looked like a light tap to onlookers felt like a sledgehammer to Tyler. Wait. I think we can stop now, Tyler said, hunching over and rubbing his leg. I must have twisted my leg. My state isn't great today, let's spar again another time. In truth, Tyler was thinking he took my kick like it was nothing, but one slap from him and I'm down. How am I supposed to keep fighting? All right, let's spar again next time, Liang said with a smile, understanding Tyler's unspoken intention but choosing not to call him out on it. After all, with Tyler's younger sister present, Liang decided to save him some face. In truth, when experienced fighters spar, unless they're aiming for showmanship, it usually doesn't last more than a few rounds. Liang also suspected that Tyler hadn't gone all out. Police officers are typically trained in restraint techniques rather than purely offensive moves, focusing more on subduing suspects than causing harm. Brother, how skilled do you think he is compared to the guys at your station? As soon as they got in the car, Katina couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Tyler smirked and said, he's all right, about my level. That kick I gave him? He's probably going to need 2 weeks to recover. Really? Katina cupped her face with her hands, feigning surprise. So does that mean my brother is just as skilled as he is, or just as bad? Listen here, Katina, if you don't zip your mouth right now, I'll reduce your allowance in half for obstruction of driving, Tyler replied with mock irritation. 10 minutes later, they arrived home, but Tyler remained in the car. You go on and I've got something to take care of. All right, but be careful, okay? Katina said as she stepped out. As soon as she closed the door, Tyler hit the gas and sped off. My friend, this may sound embarrassing, but I have to say, this technique really works, Charles said, enthusiastically explaining the method he had developed during training. It distracts you from the pain, and I think imagining the tree as a person makes the practice even more effective. Suddenly, Liang interrupted Tyler. You're back again? Where's Katina? Ugh, I knew it, Tyler muttered, glancing at Charles, who had turned back to furiously punching the tree. What's wrong with him? Tyler asked, puzzled. Liang tried to maintain a straight face and replied, maybe he's just hit a snag in his research. Katina said she had something to take care of and went home. As for me, Tyler hesitated, lowering his voice. I was wondering if you could teach me a few moves. Liang considered it for a moment and then nodded. Sure. After all, having a connection with a local cop, even a regular one, could be helpful. If nothing else, it might mean the police respond quicker the next time he calls them. But I can't teach you much. The martial art I practice isn't really suitable for you, so I can only show you a few basic techniques, Liang cautioned. Tyler nodded in understanding. He knew that traditional Chinese martial arts weren't something you could pick up in a day or two. In fact, he was most curious about Liang's explosive strikes, how such a seemingly light slap could carry so much force. By the way, I can apply some medicinal wine to your knee and give you a massage. It'll speed up your recovery, Liang offered. Although Tyler's knee wasn't seriously injured, it would definitely make walking uncomfortable for the rest of the day. The point of joint attacks, after all, was to incapacitate movement. Encouraged by Charles, Tyler tried the medicinal wine and massage technique for the first time. Under Liang's skilled hands, Tyler was amazed at how much the pain subsided, and even the swelling seemed to diminish. Charles, who had been watching with interest, was also dragged in by Liang for a session. After all, Liang needed to practice his sports massage skill, and he couldn't keep using himself as the subject. In just over 20 minutes, Liang had increased his skill proficiency by more than 20 points, roughly 1 point per minute. By the end of the morning, all three felt they had gained something. Liang noticed that teaching others helped deepen his own understanding of the techniques. Tyler, busy with work, left after thanking him and leaving his contact information. Charles was called home for lunch by his mom. After eating, Liang glanced at the bruises on his body and decided to take the rest of the day off. He called the martial arts school's owner to request a day off, which was readily granted. The owner even suggested he could take more days if needed. After lunch, Liang massaged himself where he could reach, boosting his sports massage proficiency to 68/200ths. In the afternoon, he avoided practicing the more physically taxing iron body techniques and instead focused on the explosive power training from the 13 Guardians' iron body techniques. Midway through his practice, Liang's phone rang. To his surprise, it was the Falcon Club calling. Liang answered, already guessing the purpose of the call and opportunity to earn some extra cash. All right, yes, I'm available. Can't we discuss it over the phone? Okay, I'll come by. Hanging up, Liang learned that the club was inviting him to participate in a cycling competition. This time, the competition was of a much higher level than the last one, held in Jacksonville, the largest city in Florida and a major commercial and financial hub in the southeastern U.S. Cyclists from across Florida, including top amateur riders, would be competing. The club had invited Liang because his performance in the youth category during the last race had been outstanding. This new race, divided into youth, adult, and senior categories, presented a good chance for him to achieve solid results. However, the club insisted on meeting him in person to discuss the details. With little knowledge of such matters, Liang had no choice but to comply. The race was scheduled for just 2 weeks later, so time was tight. To get some advice, Liang decided to call Eric, an avid cycling enthusiast who would undoubtedly know more about the event. When the call connected, he heard heavy breathing on the other end. "Hey Li, I'm cycling right now. What's up? Is it convenient for you right now?" "Go ahead, I've stopped now." "It's convenient." Eric's eagerness to help made Liang feel a little embarrassed. After Liang explained the situation, Eric quickly responded. "The scale of this competition is comparable to a large-scale marathon. The number of participants is likely to be huge. While the prize money is decent, the competition is quite fierce. In fact, there are 2 ways to enter this competition, both of which have relatively low entry barriers. One is through quotas allocated to clubs or teams. Basically, if you apply, you'll get one, and even our team has been allocated a spot. For a club like Falcon, they probably have even more spots. The other way is through individual registration, where you pay a fee and pass a simple test. However, the registration for that channel closed half a month ago." Eric's explanation made everything clear to Liang. It seemed the Falcon Club couldn't fill all their slots, so they decided to consider him. Liang could understand this. He was, after all, not well known and not officially part of their club. It would be surprising if they gave him special attention. The next morning, Liang arrived at the Falcon Club as agreed. To avoid drawing attention, he wore long sleeves and pants to cover the marks left on his body from practicing iron body techniques. From the luxurious decor at the entrance and its central location, it was clear that the club had invested heavily. Liang couldn't help but wonder if the investors were even making any money. Entering the office, Liang Gang saw a desk and a bald, middle-aged man on the phone by the window. It seemed he had found the right person. The man glanced at Liang and then continued chatting away with a wide grin. This scene was all too familiar to Liang. It reminded him of past experiences with aloof bosses during his previous life. Having come this far, Liang sat down on the sofa, prepared to wait for the call to end. However, half an hour passed and the man was still on the phone, chatting about trivial matters. And just as one call ended, he made another. This made it clear it wasn't that the phone calls were important, but rather that Liang's priority was just that low. "All right, let's talk about your participation in the race." The bald man finally put down his phone and sat at his desk. "This opportunity to participate in the race is extremely valuable. Many within our club are competing for it, so you must cherish it." After just 2 sentences, Liang could barely hold back his laughter. If he hadn't asked Eric beforehand, he might have actually believed the man. Seeing the faint smile on Liang's face, Joes felt satisfied, thinking, the naivety of young people. And about the race requirements. As Joes droned on and on, Liang found himself growing increasingly frustrated, feeling as if his time was being wasted. "So what about the compensation?" Liang asked directly, cutting through the chatter. Joes's expression darkened, and he frowned. "I've emphasized that this race is a very precious opportunity. The club has invested significant resources for this. I don't understand why you young people these days are so impatient, only caring about compensation." Liang suddenly smiled, feeling a sense of relief. He hadn't expected to encounter the same old pie-in-the-sky rhetoric even in a foreign land. This trip was almost worth it just for that. "Let me rephrase, what's the appearance fee for participating in the race?" Joes took a deep breath, clearly annoyed. "It's $300. For a high school student like you, that's a very generous payment. Additionally, you can apply to the club for a professional road bike to use until the race ends. Plus, our club's starting position will be much better than that of regular participants, which will significantly improve your chances." "Wow," Liang said, feigning excitement. "That's quite generous, almost enough to unclog the drains at my house twice." To think, in the smaller scale race last time, Eric had offered $500 plus a bike. Hearing Liang's response, Joes's fake smile froze. He took a deep breath and said coldly, "The choice is yours. I hope you can look at the bigger picture." "You're absolutely right, Mr. Joes. And because I am looking at the bigger picture, I'm declining to collaborate with your club." Liang smiled, turned, and walked out. He would rather pay his own way into the race than represent the Falcon Club for $300. Some things in life are worth more than money. Leaving the club, Liang decided to head to the gym since he was already in the city. Since getting his membership, he'd only been there twice, proving yet again how common gym neglect is. "Long time no see, Lee." Lee. Upon entering, he bumped into Blair, the bearded man from last time. Unfortunately, the Jewish girl wasn't there. Perhaps she was still nursing her bruised pride. Blair greeted him and gave a friendly reminder fitness requires consistent effort. Even with natural talent, skipping a few days can lead to noticeable setbacks. Liang nodded and explained, "Actually, I've been training consistently. For me, the gym is just supplementary to my main regimen." He wasn't one to downplay himself unnecessarily. In America, projecting strength and confidence earns respect. Blair laughed awkwardly, remembering that Liang was probably more focused on cycling. "Do you need me to spot you today?" Blair offered. As one of the gym's veteran figures, Blair rarely offered to assist others. This was partly his way of apologizing for their previous encounter. "If you don't mind, that would be great," Liang replied. Today he planned to test his physical limits. During his first test, his body hadn't been fully adapted, so the results were slightly underwhelming. But now, with adequate preparation, his true strength could finally be reflected in the weights. After warming up, Liang began adding plates to the barbell. "So how much weight are you aiming for this time?" Blair asked. "Let's start directly with 50 kilograms, Liang said. The last time he attempted 60 kilograms, which was close to his body weight at the time, he managed to lift it, but with some effort. Having gained some strength over the past few days, he figured warming up with 50 kilograms wouldn't be a problem. Blair raised an eyebrow. He remembered Liang's previous performance. While 50 kilograms was manageable for him, using it as a warm-up seemed a bit ambitious. Liang lay down on the bench press, and soon, the 50 kilograms barbell was moving smoothly above him as he completed several reps. "Wow, 6 high-quality reps, very impressive. It seems 50 kilograms is no challenge for you," Blair praised, giving him a thumbs up. Next was 60 kilograms, which had been his limit last time. However, this time, Liang smoothly completed 6 reps without much strain. Blair was genuinely surprised. Clearly, Liang hadn't been exaggerating about his consistent training. In fact, Liang had been able to handle 60 kilograms during his second session with Charles. The only difference was that the last time, 6 reps had left him utterly exhausted, whereas this time he still had some energy to spare. The next challenge was 70 kilograms, a weight Blair estimated to be Liang's limit. For such training, there's a widely recognized guideline. If you can do a weight 6 times, it's roughly 85% of your max. 4 reps would be 90%, 3 reps 93%, and 2 reps 95%. However, Blair didn't realize this wasn't Liang's limit. At 70 kilograms, Blair was extra cautious, as pushing to extreme weights increases the risk of muscle strain. 1 rep, great job. "Oh? Going for a second? Keep it up." That's 3 reps. 4. By the 4th rep, Liang was nearing exhaustion. Finally, he attempted 80 kilograms. Summoning all his strength, he completed 1 solid bench press. "You're truly amazing, do you know that? You're one of the fastest improving trainees I've ever seen," Blair said, clapping and offering heartfelt praise. Liang smiled, feeling satisfied with his progress. He had just measured himself. His weight had increased to 62 kilograms, and he'd grown 1 centimeter taller, now standing at 176 centimeters. While his physique was still on the lean side, he no longer appeared frail. Instead, he gave off an impression of being trim and strong. A bench press of 80 kilograms put him among the upper ranks in a public gym. Blair, however, casually loaded the barbell up to 100 kilograms and began his own set, demonstrating proper bench press technique. "Your arm angle here needs some adjustment. This will better target your chest muscles," Blair explained while pressing the 100 kilograms barbell with ease. Watching Blair's robust frame, Liang's momentary pride was tempered. The physical disparity between them was still significant, and bridging it would require immense effort. Blair's display wasn't meant to discourage Liang, it was a playful demonstration to motivate him. For fast learners like Liang, such performances could be an inspiring push. Under Blair's guidance, Liang completed his bench press session, optimizing his form for maximum effectiveness. "I'm probably even better at squats," Blair said, loading the barbell with 200 kilograms, almost depleting the surrounding weight plates. For reference, an Olympic weightlifting champion like Liu Xiaojun, nicknamed the General, squatted around 275 kilograms. Blair took a deep breath, veins bulging in his neck, and demonstrated a textbook squat. "For beginners, squats are probably the most painful exercise for leg training," Blair said with a laugh. "But don't worry, after a few years of training, you'll realize that squats are still the most painful exercise." The joke was so absurd that Blair himself doubled over laughing before Liang could react. Blair loved interacting with younger trainees. It made him feel alive. "Can I try that weight?" Liang asked. eyeing the 200 kilograms barbell on the squat rack. "You can give it a shot," Blair said, spreading his hands in amusement. At that weight, Blair wasn't too worried he doubted Liang could even lift the bar off the rack. Still, he moved closer, just in case. Liang positioned himself under the bar, smiled at Blair, and said, "Actually, I have some experience with leg strength." He adjusted his breathing, mimicking Blair's earlier movements. With a low growl, he hoisted the 200 kilograms barbell onto his shoulders. Though the strain on his shoulders was intense, Liang, accustomed to the pain from his iron body training, managed to adapt. Strength training is a process of breaking limits and rebuilding. Often, all it takes is courage. What the? Blair was more shocked than the time he caught a 40 kilograms fish on the river. He quickly stepped in to assist. "This is insane, Li," Blair exclaimed. As he spoke, Liang began descending into a squat. The weight was indeed pushing Liang's limits. Thanks to his mastery-level cycling skill, which enhanced his lower body strength by 60%, he managed to hold it together. Otherwise, he might have collapsed under the load. "Come on, you've got this," Blair shouted encouragement. His voice attracted the attention of everyone in the gym, who stopped their workouts to watch. Upon counting the weight plates, many realized their own gym status had just taken a hit. "Up," Liang roared. His face turned as red as if he'd downed half a liter of high-proof alcohol, and a trickle of blood even escaped one nostril. Despite the pain, Liang pushed through not out of sheer pride, but because he noticed a familiar sensation. It was the same feeling he'd experienced during his championship win and his fight with the black attackers. He realized this could be another chance to gain a breakthrough point.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.